Disclaimer: this is not a video for children. Gunvolt may be a T for teen rated series, but I swear like I'm gonna be the one getting the contents of the fucking jar. Furthermore, this is not a video essay. Do not treat it as such. I do not have much of an overarching point. I'm just going to talk about bosses that I like until I'm finished. I would appreciate it if you guys took it seriously enough to listen to me, but not seriously enough to make me have to argue for hours on end on forums. Volume warning after the intro. I am a superior being. I am fucking unstoppable. I am so fucking based that you could build an entire community on my back. My body is flowing with so many nutrients that I've repopulated entire endangered flower species single-handedly with only my piss. They have a whole team of researchers following me to find out what isn't right with me. I don't need drugs because I've achieved a level of enlightenment that allows me to will any type of high I want into myself and others. I've broken into every international embassy in my country and banned the world from me. My birth sent a reality warping shockwave through history, implanting the ideas for Superman, Goku, and Optimus Prime in the minds of their creators, so when the world came to recognize my existence, there would be sufficient beings to compare me to. When Dracula bit me, my blood returned him to humanity. I am the cure for AIDS. I am drowning in money, pussy, and the private pools at my many mansions that I own in exploited third world countries. I'm on that no limit shit. I'm on that flake to Mount Olympus. I'm on that hardcore rise up and grind lifestyle. And I mean grind in every way. That's right, me and your mom at the metalworking factory, because I need their grinding machines to polish my iron hard body, which I will then use to gain the respect of the greatest warriors and shamans of the hidden underground native tribes in Azerbaijan. They will love me so much that they will give me a potion to grow to the size of their gods so I may stand among them, and as I exist at 1,000 feet tall, I shall make my way to the Statue of Liberty. I shall drop trow, and I shall go down in history as the man who cock-slapped freedom! But how? How does one become an untouchable hyper-being like myself? What must one do to replace St. Peter at the pearly gates? I am not the living god I am in any racial or phrenological sense. Only the mediocre need to act like their base existence is an advantage over others. No. I am the Ultra Buddha Moses in the 2011 sense. You see, I don't really like a popular thing that much, and I prefer an indie alternative. This is a video about Azure Striker Gunvolt. Azure Striker Gunvolt is the Robert Wahlberg of mid-2010s Mega Man successors. It never hit the star power of its Inti Creates brother Mighty No. 9, but it doesn't have the same history of hate crimes. Certainly it's the one that turned out cleaner. It was directed by one Yoshihisa Tsuda, who did a variety of design and supervisory work on the Mega Man franchise, especially the Zero series, the Robert Wahlberg of Mega Man spin-offs. It keeps that spin-off's hypermechanical futurism, difficult story themes, and stylized anime aesthetic, while also feeling like an evolution to its ideas, something very few of its contemporary indie Kickstarter spiritual successors accomplished. I'd say that was because of having a former Mega Man director on board, and Inti Creates having already made Mega Man 9 and 10, so it's not like there wasn't some practice runs, but that sort of pedigree didn't help Red Ash, so I'm gonna call it an accomplishment anyway. But I do suppose the fact this feels more like a labor of love for a genuine new idea and not a spite project elevated by the mindless support from the mewling little comic book guy that lives in our souls next to Christ was already showing greater promise in the first place. Thankfully, Keiji Inafune and Concept had little to do with this one, and there's no Capcom to breathe down their neck, so Inti could really stretch its legs this time, and if you're familiar with Blaster Master Zero and Dragon Marked for Death, you know that's very promising. And if you know the Circle of the Moon Bloodstain spin-offs, you'll know they have a particular talent for working around middling Kickstarter project culture. And if you know Galgun, I'm sorry, but your friends and family stopped recognizing the person they loved a few months ago. And if you've heard of none of these, then how did you get here? However, as good as this group of developers is, the fact that I need to mention their pedigree in this way kind of belies the issue I have with discussing Gunvolt at all, namely that it's a series that seems hopelessly tied to the 2012 to 2016 gaming culture that was surrounding it when it initially hit the scene. It was always sort of treated as the other Mega Man thing when the hype for Mighty Number 9 was at its highest. It's a side character in the fine, we'll do it ourselves era that followed Capcom's lowest moments and Konami shitting itself, when a bunch of Kickstarters and indies raced to fill the demand left by the neglect of certain series, and the fact that Gunvolt was the standard by default was mostly just because everything else turned out to be a disaster, so the reaction to it was just sort of a shrug and that's it. It was just successful enough to keep going, but since Mega Man 11 came out and we all realized demanding Mega Man was more fun than actually having it, the heat surrounding Gunvolt fell and the series' relevance went with it. I find the failure of Bloodstained and Mighty Number 9 to be the final death of NES-era game nostalgia as we move to the 5th and 6th gen onwards. So because of this, Gunvolt is a series that's been left culturally adrift, and it's not really a series known for itself. And I think that's a shame because it has so much to offer on its own. It doesn't feel like Yoshihisa Tsuda was trying vainly to keep some party going. No one cared about the later Mega Mans anyway. It's just that it really felt like they started with, let's do something new and interesting, and not the Ouya parasite demands tribute. And I want to look deeper into that, because, and here's the twist, Mega Man Zero was on the GBA. It's today's nostalgia, so Gunvolt is still relevant design-wise, and it's still fresh in my memory. Ever since a year back, it's been slowly but steadily climbing to my top of list of game series that I thought about playing after they appeared in my head in the middle of bad diarrhea in a Lowe's bathroom, beating Sine Mora, Glory of Hercules, and Kaizo Chujin Shibibinman, but not Department Heaven. That was a Rona bathroom. It's a genuine new love for me, and I'm really excited to get to talking about it. However, ironically, I'm already a page and a half into my script here, and I haven't actually explained what Gunvolt is. So let's get to the half-assed summary of the fan wiki's first page, and I hope I don't accidentally stumble on the writer's attempts to be funny. I have my own to do. Gunvolt is a 2D action platformer shooter. The story is about a world where some humans called adepts suddenly begin to manifest powers called Septima, and humanity reacts exactly how you'd think. It combines the uncomfortable dissonance of X-Men's racial category metaphors, as well as the uncomfortable hunt down the mentally ill plots of Mega Man X. Though adepts at least have the solace of the powers automatically coming with drip. You play as Gunvolt, the edgiest little guy to ever be dark and spooky. He doesn't remember his real name and loves long jackets, almost as much as he loves saying secondary characters' names softly and sadly at the end of conversations. He's from the Cloud school of beautiful, soft-spoken men who only get more adorable the sadder they become. They say the lifeness of an anime boy's waist is tied to how many beatings he's received, and man does Gunvolt ever get beat down. He bounces around from a terrorist group destroyed by tragedy, becoming a solo terrorist, and then working with former terrorists he used to do terrorism against. He's lived a fraught life, to say the least. But what choice does he have? He's the wielder of the world's most powerful Septima, the Azure Striker electricity power. And this isn't that wuss-ass playing with sparks and lightning only stuff. This is the potent energy manipulation and hacking shit. He could take over the world if he wanted. And everyone wants him for it. The series has at least 3 disaster endings based on if he gets the wrong side of the gun at the wrong time. Compounding his issues and responsibilities even further is the inciting incident of the series, when he forms a pact with the Muse Septima Lumen, a self-aware Septima who, because J-pop is magic in this universe, can power up other Septimas to insane degrees and control them through singing. By merging with her, Gunvolt becomes the most wanted being on the planet, facing megalomaniacs, racist megalomaniacs, and Magneto. He carries a lot of stress and responsibility with him, all because he so deeply believes in doing the right thing by others. He saved Lumen because she was being experimented on by a evil group. And because he's willing to go through all of this pain to do the right thing, Gunvolt has become one of my favorite characters of all time as of late. And he's not the only one in the series that has this honor. This series is second only to No More Heroes when it comes to the sheer number of favorites the cast has given me. However, unlike No More Heroes, there's a bit less plot to work with. Gunvolt's world offers a lot of complexity and a lot of characters worth exploring, but they end up eclipsing the plots that are really kinda simplistic. It's clear series writer Toshiaki Tai's strength was making people. The plots come from these people. I used to really hate its habit of just not continuing people's stories or plot ideas between different games. Maybe like three things carry over from one game to another besides characters. But I realized as I wrote the rest of this script, this used to be a much meaner section, that the themes and ideas actually do still carry over regardless of who is actually available to be a character. The plot is the characters, specifically Gunvolt, and I want to look at what that means for the series and how it tells a story. But beyond all that, how does Gunvolt play? Instead of the simple run, jump, and attack of its contemporaries, every character in Gunvolt fights through a tagging system. Whether it's shooting them or ramming into them, when you hit an enemy, you tag them and lock on, which allows you to use an enhanced power. Finding the best routes through the levels so you can hit many patterns of enemies is the main gameplay loop, trying to get higher and higher scores. The more tags you layer onto enemies, the more electric stems will hit them and do more damage, but the point system encourages you to try to hit multiple enemies at the same time so you can get double or triple point scores. It is a fantastic feeling system that really encourages you to maximize your potential, and it gives you constant feedback, but it is forgiving in a way that it doesn't feel like it's throttling you when you take a cheap shot from some overly tweaked enemies that invalidate your advantages and make you do a bunch of gimmicks to do it properly, but you better do it fast and perfect or else we're going to call you an idiot over and over and over throughout the stage. I do not like Bayonetta. It feels painful to get hit and to risk all of those points, and cashing them all in at a checkpoint or getting a good combo in the later games to unlock your ability to gain more just feels fantastic. Even though the Muse characters do relatively little gameplay-wise besides a revival mechanic I don't particularly care for or have much to say about, getting them to get that song going at about 1,000 points gives me the same satisfaction a good score in a rhythm game gives me. And to add to this, each character controls like a dream, with tight as a metal coil controls and movement tech that flows like Wu-Tang themed parkour troops. But to keep this movement from becoming a detriment, each character gets a slight bit of invincibility, the ability to phase through attacks if you have a certain amount of any sort of resource. If you're willing to risk the points by getting hit, this will allow you to get past certain enemy attacks. But this allows them to have a much freer design for levels, for gimmicks, for the amount of enemies, and just the amount of stuff the bosses can throw at you. This is another key part in my love for the series because, to be frank, the second twist is that I really don't like Mega Man that much. Every time I try any of its series, I find that's what's been described to me as careful and precise felt floaty and slapdash and haphazard and purposefully limited in ways that I think come more from the technological aspects than any actual desire of the designers. I'm sure that's not actually the case, but it just doesn't feel natural to me. I hate the repetitive stories, I hate the simplistic weapon designs, and I hate how they handle bosses. I've been on record that I believe that the boss fight is the ultimate showcase of gaming's potential as an artistic device, combining gameplay and emotional story stakes. I elaborate more on this in my No More Heroes video that you should also watch. Contained character moments are also major points for me, as I mentioned in the Bakugan video that you should also watch. But in Mega Man, even excluding the originals that have the technological excuse, X Onward just feels like a constant stream of don't fight boss character, bada gotta, don't fight secondary character, bada gotta, When will I stop the fighting? Every plot summary feels like it's making fun of itself. Every now and again, you get some truly hard hitting shit like Zero or Copy X, but that just makes the rest of the flaccid attempts feel worse. However, even beyond that, the fight design is what really bugs me, because these could have still been really engaging pattern recognition tests, and then they introduced the weapon weaknesses, the antithesis of everything I appreciate in boss design. The ability to delete a boss just for guessing right feels cheap at best. I don't take it as rewarding. Getting good at learning the hard way is, and yes, you can do that with Mega Man and Buster only, but when I can just invalidate a challenge, I feel no reason to try. Add to that how later weapons would only get more and more situational as it became more and more of a necessity than an actual part of the design, and you can see how it really poorly affected things as more and more bosses became totally useless when hit, and the actual characterization got really strained. There's a reason characters like Toadman and Tornado Tunyon were treated like the Donnie Wahlberg of Mega Man bosses by top 10 YouTubers back in the day. They're still less infamous for crimes, but they're defined by a miasma of poor decisions and failure. In a series about bosses, it feels like Mega Man still treats its bosses as embarrassing tattoos from their teen years. Maybe it meant something more in the 80s when there was no competition, but all these design decisions needed evolution, and that's what Gunvolt offers me. Zero and ZX were the ones that got weird and inventive with trying new things, and considering Gunvolt is a spiritual successor to those, it should and does build on that. Listen, I don't want to rag on Mega Man too much. This is totally a subjective feeling, and its popularity to this day shows that I'm very much in the minority here. But these feelings are going to be part of why my thoughts are what they are, so I gotta say so now. And that's going to be an underlying part of this video. But on a definitely more subjective level, I'm just so obsessed with the design sensibility of the adept bosses. It's like cyborg Kamen Rider superhero shit. They're such striking designs and such striking characters and so on. The bosses are fun to figure out without resorting to overly cheap ideas. I want score, so they encourage me to learn them, but the unique elements allow me to fudge things in a way that feels earned. Knowing when or when not to attack adds to the rhythm and feel of it all. So, between character work and boss design, I think a ranking is in order to truly explore what I see in this franchise. I want to really try and individualize Gunvolt as a series with its own approach to characters, though naturally comparisons to Mega Man and my issues will appear. Frankly, when it comes to 2D running guns, Mega Man was already kind of its own genre. Turrican wasn't doing anything like that, man. So, in a way, we're doing both a comparison and a ranking. This time we're doing it by tier list, and I know I was very blasé about the concept, talking tough about making strong, definitive rankings, but that was easier to say with No More Heroes, which is a series that varies greatly from game to game, so you can really only compare the characters within each space and how they recognize each other's goals within each game, because otherwise it just gets really weird to explain, so putting those in that way was the best for this. However, with Gunvolt, the core gameplay is mostly the same from game to game, so I can compare the characters to each other from beyond different entries. Ultimately, I'll be putting a lot of emphasis on what each one brings that's unique to the franchise in comparison to everybody else, and I think that'll work best for this one. Though, if you think this is a cop-out, I will still occasionally say where a character would land on a different style of ranking. That'll be fine. I will still be splitting sections by game, as I don't want to be jumping from one relevant plot point to the next and get confusing, so I'll just go in order of appearance on the level select. We got 4 tiers, there's no F or D, this is the only set of bosses I'm willing to place close to the esteem I hold the Assassins of No More Heroes to. You don't do that with Catastrophic Failures. Yes, I know I went after Charlie in No More Heroes 2, but that was in comparison to the rest of that cast. He's still head and shoulders over at least 70% of all bosses ever. C is for the ones that sort of underperform on their premise. There is either at least one substantial issue, or they just don't feel substantial in comparison to the other characters. They just don't stand up to the standards. They usually function properly, and they have many things of worth. And to be fair, they don't require the use of hallucinogenic drugs to enjoy them. It's just that they happen to have enough issues that they pair nicely with a hit of bath salt. There won't be a lot of these. B will be for those that just do what they need to do with only minor issues and minor exhalations. They work fine and are objectively excellent, but it's harder to tie them to the other characters' ideas. But they still stand out greatly in some way, or at least aren't lacking enough to make me want to bury them. Then with A is the true hardcore standouts. These are the ones that generally succeed at anything you need a boss to do, from gameplay design to thematic weight to character design to maximum plank time and so on. Finally, S is for the absolute best in show, the ultimate examples of each of the games. There's 5 slots, one for each game. The tiers are going to be unordered. If a character gets an A, they've done exactly as much as anyone else who got an A. After a while, it starts being arbitrary if I get nitty gritty into it. And also, we're only going to be covering the main bosses of the series. This is not going to be a comprehensive ranking of every single person, animal, and table they stapled a life bar onto. Sorry, mini bosses. As well, buying all of the extra crossover bosses in Avenger X2 costs more than any single game in the franchise, and I cannot afford to buy 40 Canadian dollars worth of cross promotion, as well as a rare ass Shovel Knight amiibo, and the amount of acid I would need to take before I feel okay with having done those things. So we're just not gonna acknowledge those either. Furthermore, no Mighty Gunvolt. Most of the Gunvolt based bosses are reused, and I respect myself too much to play Mighty Number 9 related stuff. I know this is the best thing that series has been a part of, but Reza Shah's cover of Who Do You Love on Celebs Sing the Classics Volume 29 is the best thing he was ever part of too, and that doesn't make me not disgusted. I like to go one step beyond, but I'm also way too aware of myself to feel like trying that hard for a group that would make up the bottom ranks anyhow. So, let's cut the dawdling, as well as the veneer of originality. Hello, I'm Nostalgia Shammy. I remember it because I've long since accepted that this is all I have left anymore. Oh, and none of those audio dramas. If it ain't in the game, it ain't in the ranking. Beyond my philosophy, not all of the games have these, so it wouldn't be fair, and frankly, I think some of them would lower my opinion on most of these characters. Released in 2014 on the Nintendo 3DS, Azure Striker Gunvolt is the first game in the series. In this one, we see the introduction of the world of Gunvolt and the man himself. Unlike most series that tend to start at a smaller scale, within the first 30 minutes, Gunvolt has already saved a little girl named Jewel who carries the aforementioned Lumen in her spirit, thus placing himself in the middle of a major world-ending conflict. The two belligerents are Quill, the terrorist group he works for that has mysterious motives, and they are trying to fight against the evil Sumeragi organization, who seek to use Lumen's ability to control the world's adepts as a defense force. Sumeragi views the powers of adepts as a threat to society, and will stop at nothing, including torturing a little girl, to neutralize them. To save Lumen and Jewel from their exploitation and protect the world's adepts, Gunvolt needs to face Sumeragi's group of 7 deadly sins themed enforcers called the Glaive Wielders. He must unravel their plot, avoid the weird racist that keeps showing up to fight him, and skirt the line between being adorably earnest and frustratingly blind to the obviously evil people working for Quill. After reading a bunch of reviews to get an idea of what the fan culture surrounding these games is, I'm pretty sure that my ranking of the series in general is not going to be a popular aspect of this video. So let's cut to the chase now. The first Gunvolt, I believe, is the second worst of the quintology, and unless the fanbase is as fickle and inconsistent as they came off as on Steam, I think that's going to spoil my entire opinion. Thankfully, this is in relativity, and it's still one of my favorite games of all time. They all are. Gunvolt 1 just has a lot of small problems, but really, there's just one that everything comes from. It wasn't a later entry. Quote-unquote first game syndrome is a fascinating phenomenon to me. It seems like games are the only art form where more often than not sequels tend to surpass the original. Other art forms frequently enough have strong sequels, but they always droop in quality eventually. Movie series always seem to go one entry too long. Unless your name's Terry Pratchett, book series start missing eventually, sometimes immediately. Ghost Set a Watchman was ass. And there's always that one spin off show a TV series doesn't like to mention in its legacy. Even paintings can sometimes feel cloying. Screw Sunflowers 458. 457 was a good enough revision of 454. God damn it, Van Gogh. But because of how experimental game design is and how much is going on in development, usually the first crack at something doesn't nail it. Thankfully, Gunvolt 1's a light case of this. The gameplay is generally quite solid and works just how you expect it to do. Yes, the plot's a little bit simplistic, but as I said, that's mostly for exploring character. What hurts Gunvolt 1 the most is that it doesn't really know how to handle the tagging and phasing systems because it's such a new idea that it introduced. It flip-flops between completely underestimating the versatility of the system. A lot of the time, enemies are placed in really simple locations and are easy to get a lot of combos off of because they're just not placed in challenging areas. Or it vastly overestimates the versatility of the system, with a lot of level designs and gimmicks that don't gel with the core gameplay. A lot of the bosses suffer from this as well. So there's very few times that it feels like it's truly hitting the sweet spot of challenge that these games are able to get to later on. I especially hate that fire level. It is just begging for a stepladder, a Mentos, and Chill Penguin. Not helping the difficulty in design is the fact that since this was originally developed for the 3DS, there's not a lot of screen real estate. Even the re-releases don't zoom anything out much. So a lot of the distinguishing gimmicks suffer from visibility affecting reactions to them. Not that these level gimmicks were that distinguished in the first place. However, this issue is at its worst with the way the characters communicate. Despite the fact that all three of your commsmen disappear or are neutralized by the end of the game, they really love talking about themselves during the levels, and you can't turn it off in this one. So for like 40% of the gameplay experience, you have these massive view-blocking dialogue boxes and portraits hurting the visibility even more, and that includes the bosses who just do not have enough health to survive long enough for their incredibly long conversations with Gunvolt to actually finish up. It all feels like they're adding this to keep from having the cutscenes be too long, but consequentially it ends up fighting the gameplay. Gunvolt 1 fights with itself a lot. And the worst part is that it's mostly really inane ass set dressing and exposition being brought out by the duo of boring anime male preset 4 and boring anime female preset 1. And so you'll be distracted by their constant spew of nonsense and getting pot shot all over the place until you drop down a pit, and every time that happens, the Glock on my bedside gets just another worrying inch closer. However, these issues are still smaller than what it takes to describe them, and Gunvolt still gets so much right immediately. The characters, both design and writing-wise, do stand up to the later entries just fine. The electric attacks feel fantastic to pull off, especially the devastating special moves, but Gunvolt's movement is so crisp that attacking with him normally is also just great. His design is basically unchanged for the whole series as long as he's a main playable character. But the absolute standout of these things that got right immediately is boss fight design. These were the things that kept me coming back when I first played these games years ago, and though the ones in the first game are a bit simpler and less flashy than they would become, these are still as good as the rest of the series. They're inventive gameplay-wise, bring interesting personalities to the story, and some have just some really good twists on the Mega formula. So now that I've spoken so long that most people haven't even gotten to the ranking before clicking off, here's where we finally get to the point. Yay! One aspect of the Mega Man-alike design formula that I actually really like is the ability to pick any level and boss you want to face in any order. It genuinely allows for a great amount of variety from playthrough to playthrough. You can essentially make your own randomizer without needing to consult Game Genie, or installing malware-infested mods, or taking some El Chapo special sauce so nothing feels real anymore. However, this style of design has its own challenges, as it places way more importance on distinguishing the experience that every segment offers. Any of these characters can be the final roadblock against the climax. Any of them can introduce you to the world. So all of them need to be able to do a little bit of everything. And unless you pull a Doc robot, some characters are inherently going to have more strengths in one direction than others, which means you gotta be smart about every small detail to make sure the player is content with their experience. You wouldn't want a new player accidentally starting off with Dr. Shrapnel Face's House of Hot Sauce Enemas and Face Punches, would you? The placement of characters on the select screen is an underrated aspect of this. It needs to be strategic to allow for subconscious decision making. A lot of the more experimental bosses are going to be placed at the bottom, so most players will work downwards towards them. This is also important when it comes to where the cursor starts on the screen. Yes, I'm serious. There's a reason most Street Fighter games start their cursor on the simplest characters. There's a reason Action 52 starting on Game 5 was crazy. There's a reason that Cutman has his status. Cutman was the boss that the cursor was placed on in Mega Man 1 when introducing this concept, and thus, it was most people's first go at this kind of boss because nobody knew how it worked before. And it's clear they planned for this. He's got a simple pattern and his weapon is incredibly straightforward. Heck, he even has a really obvious hint to what his weakness is once you put together that the rocks in his room are the same as the ones Gutsman throws at you. And frankly, that's the best design part of the whole weakness system to this day. The point is, the first character you point to in the game is hyper important. It is the one bit of direction you can give the player. Cutman teaches you almost everything, including the bullshit. Gunvolt's equivalent was so specifically planned to be this that he was actually going to be the opening level's boss instead of just the mechs, to the point that they actually recreated that scenario in the little OVA they made. So you can expect Merak the Slothful Conjurer to fulfill that expectation, and he does. But you may not expect that considering his design. You see, Cutman was straightforward, because he's really just a New England mugger with a roundabout shiv and Wiggles jumpsuit. Someone on your level at that point. The flying lazy boy from the alternate dimension where Attack Pack went on for just 1 year too long is quite a high concept in comparison. And yet, Merak's design is perfect both for his game design and his character, because the basic combat of Gunvolt is about getting a lock onto enemies and then finding the right moment to attack. Finding opportunities in the pattern and memorizing what your electricity shield can block and can't block when attacking is key, and Merak's fighting style essentially makes him a giant floating dartboard while he uses his Septima wormhole to fight by sending things through disconnected portals. This means that there is a distinction between the enemy you're trying to hit and the attacks coming at you, thus inherently making him a simpler example of both parts of the combat. You can separate them in your mind and work with each. There's no game of fist chicken here, though you can certainly get pounded into tar by some giant ones if you aren't careful. I do not know how Wormhole is embiggening Merak's arms or multiplying them, but somehow that's still less baffling to me than the fact his literal Alienware doesn't try to bite you, despite his fucked up giant gnashers. It's got those horrible 90-degree angle teeth that could totally skin you like a hadrosaur. Other than that, there's the story for him. It's pretty basic, but it is still part of his strengths. Merak is the glaive holder representing sloth, and it plays a pivotal role in his existence. He does not want to do anything. Throughout the level, he's teleporting you around to try to keep you from meeting him so he doesn't have to expend energy on fighting you. He's constantly mentioning wanting to go home and play video games and is only doing this to take a sabbatical. In fact, a later boss's Septima spawns a helper, so I wouldn't be shocked if the chair was the one doing all of the fighting on his behalf. It's a good thing you fight him at a water plant, so he might have gotten just a little bit of a shower first, otherwise he might have been peeling the walls with how lazy he is. In a way, you're sort of led to feel a bit bad for him. He's young, he's working to survive, and is clearly not into it. He should be at home yelling at his mother for Hot Pockets, getting second place in Fortnite, and snorting crack. Yeah, he's the human version of Data Design Interactive, but still, come on! Except that's the thing. His half-assed amount of care is part of the sinister undertones surrounding him. He actively chastises soldiers under his commands for not allowing themselves to drown so he could trap you in the aqueduct. People wanting to live are a nuisance to him so he doesn't have to work. In a way, he reminds me a lot of Destroy Man from No More Heroes. Both are wage workers who seem to have issues with their violent natures, but they never do anything to stop it. You don't have to feel bad about someone who doesn't care about improving themselves, especially when they're okay with facilitating military states. So, Merak is doing nothing and will kill anyone who threatens his ability to not add anything to the world. He's thus certainly earned his place as this prospective pseudo-power cop. You learn a bit of sympathy for adepts who are just trying to get by in a way, but the way they do things under Sumeragi is wrong. You get an idea of the complexities of the world while also dealing with the complexities of the gameplay system, all introduced in simple fashion through Merak. This will earn him an easy A tier. Yota the Prideful Silhouette is my favorite type of subtle character, one that is so blatant and obvious that it somehow goes over your head a few times. I did not initially understand why he was the Sin of Pride before the playthrough for this video. Yeah, his civilian form does look like if the village people had a guy dressed as Napoleon, but his attitude skews towards the centrist option on a Midwest Canadian county election who has suspicious ties to the descendants of Fulgencio Batista loyalists, so I doubt he's a fan. No, his pride comes specifically from his previous work as a soldier and his intense nationalism, so much so that it leads him to joining Sumeragi because of the promise he'd be protecting the nation at all costs. It's clear he takes a great amount of pride in his actions, especially his work with Sumeragi. The man is practically wearing the company like a mech suit. He is the only one of the glaive holders that actually uses a sort of cutting weapon, and a lot of them actually. In fact, he's also sort of the only one who explicitly adores being in Sumeragi most of all, with that being his main motivation. Many of the other glaives act ambivalent or have other things they want to do, or are just straight up non-consenting. In fact, he's so deep into it, it gives off the idea that this is really all he has going on. He doesn't seem like one who's invited to birthdays or joins cliques. So being in this group at all probably got him so excited that he's made it his whole personality. He's definitely the most active in the group's WhatsApp, which he set up, and no one else has joined. He also holds one of the most important jobs in the Sumeragi hierarchy, overseeing the radio tower which they plan to use to broadcast Lumen's songs, and thus control the country's adepts. Because if anything makes my persecution allegory sympathetic, it's making them susceptible to the screams of tortured children. What is that? Sound libel? But ultimately, still, Uncle Yota has a second motive: himself. What I alluded to with Merak, and what I really like about the Gunvolt 1 bosses specifically, is how they don't just show negative aspects of each of the sins they represent. You see, Yota's dedication, to an extent, can be viewed as noble in a way. He serves what is outwardly a just cause, and he does so loyally. But how much of this is actually for him? He sure knows how important he thinks he is. I'm just saying that people who describe themselves as shining sentinels and dress in star patterns while going on about their light usually have an immense amount of self esteem, so to speak. It very much seems like he views himself as the ultimate dealer of a justice only he follows and that Sumeragi enables him to enact. His dedication to Sumeragi may be tied to how much he views himself in it. So, he is indeed very prideful and self centered, blind to the hypocrisy of his actions harming those like him. So much so, I'm surprised his design is green with purple light beams, because he's the kind of guy who seems interested in painting with thin blue lines. I would make fun of there still being a radio tower in Gunvolt's hyperfuture, especially one worth protecting this steeply, but I'm thinking about how funny it would be for a Joe Rogan interview with Yota to instantly spawn a burning cross within 15 meters, so I'll let it slide. But how is the fight? Well, we never see Yota from the back, so I can't say for sure, but I'm under the impression that if we did, we'd see some major concave holes in his behind, cause unfortunately he is a bit half-assed and frustrating in a few ways. See, he mostly functions along the lines that most of the other bosses do properly, though with a focus on ranged attacks with his ability Lightspeed. However, somehow, a fight between a Lightbender and a Lightning Man feels really slow. Many of attacks have unwarranted invincibility that essentially force you to jump over him and sit there while he lets out his aggression without being able to do anything. This includes his hyper obtuse special attack that is essentially a full pause to the fight. Then, his teleporting ability makes chances to attack him scarce and arbitrary in a way no one else's really feel like. Ultimately, he just has too much holding him back from making the higher tiers gameplay wise, but there's still enough to him character wise that he's going to achieve B tier. The rest of his attacks are fine and his character is strongly written enough. If he was in a top 9 of the first game's bosses, he'd be about a 7, which tells you how good even the smaller beans are. Viper the Burning Wrath is the boss of the metal refinery level, having hunted Gunvolt down to fight him for allegedly stealing quote-unquote Lumen, who Viper is infatuated with. Here's where some of the sin archetypes kinda start to fall apart. Not to over-explain what we haven't gotten to yet, but Yota and Merak were the main ones who really used the ideas of embodying the 7 deadly sins to their full extent. The last 4 glaive wielders can be split into 2 issues held by 2 apiece. For Viper and the next glaive wielder, it's that they seem to have swapped sins. Or at least they seem to embody their own sins okay, but like a transmitted fungus, they seem to have rooted into each other and it muddies their character. It's not that they don't represent their sin, it's just that there's subtleties to them that make them feel like they don't fit things as well, and instead fit something else, but the writers themselves thought that they could just make it blatantly obvious and didn't have to comment on it more. We'll get to it later. And by later, I mean exactly right now. In the context of the story and the way it presents itself, Viper is wrath almost entirely because he's angry and hangs out around fire. Which I guess means that I could be the next glaive wielder of wrath if I run around Sumeragi HQ with a lighter while screaming bloody murder, but that in itself is not wrath. It's a catalyst to cause it. Wrath comes from a desire for vengeance and resentment, which technically fits him, but that's mostly aesthetics and what he tells you directly. It gets twisted by the fact that his motivation, very specifically, is greed-based. He's motivated by a possessive entitlement to Lumen and Jewel. Technically, he's getting revenge for a perceived theft that he wrongfully believes is his right, but it always comes back to desire with him. He spends the fight arguing that keeping Lumen locked up is better for her own benefit. His logic is about holding on to what he wants, and that having it is for the best. Yes, it makes him mad, but Yota was mad about Gunvolt threatening the Order. Merak is mad that he has to burn a calorie today. Heck, Gunvolt is mad these guys exist at all. This mission is about planting a fucking bomb. Ultimately, wrath just doesn't feel like Viper's primary motive the more you look into him. But it's not absent. I think if you want to look at it more subtly, I'd explain his wrath as something more like quote-unquote fanboy rage. This is the kind of guy you get into pissing matches with over death battle results. This is someone who will change his profile picture to your house when you disagree about who the best Vocaloid is. He's a creepy stalker that makes sure female actors don't go to a con more than once. On a personal level, I do kind of find it funny how Gunvolt and Viper have a dynamic that mirrors Twisted Fairy Tales. Viper is the knight in shining armor who turns into a centaur man in his third form, but ultimately he's out of his mind and the fair maiden he's trying to save is scared of him. While Gunvolt, who's on his fourth 9/11 of that week, is absolutely vindicated by the story and ultimately more in the right than Viper will ever be. I don't have anything deeper to say about that. I just think it's kind of funny how it's sort of an alternate universe Plants vs. Zombies, Mujahideen versus Incels. However, unfortunately, Viper's fight is about the same quality as his story, in that it's fairly solid, but it seems to be holding itself back because it's trying to be obvious while clashing with its subtleties, keeping it from fully embodying who he is as a character. He was the other boss in the demo alongside Ryota, though I'm not sure if that thing actually existed. I can't find any evidence of it anymore, and I might be misremembering. But even if there wasn't, he totally would be part of it, because Viper is the epitome of the term vertical slice. He is very much a basic introduction to the game. The leader of Quill, Asimov, spends the entire time on comms in his level talking about basic things like checkpoints and the tagging system. Viper's personality is based on the MacGuffins of importance, and his connections to the gimmick are the most one note. He's very much trying to be the most basic type of character the glaive wielders can be, so you can understand what they're going for. He's very much a character you can surmise the world with. But Viper is vertical in the same sense a side-on view of a pamphlet detailing all of TCW wrestling's greatest moments is. As in, it's agonizingly thin. Where Merak's battle was the perfect introduction to the two halves of combat, Viper's was the most logical one for what basic fights are in this game. His attacks are simple. There's a shot you can block, followed by a simple slide attack, a few wall jumps, and a targeted drop kick. Then a pretty standard super attack that, despite being fairly hard to dodge, is still just a barrage of pellets. I remember this attack causing a lot of journalists to call Gunvolt a bullet hell thing, which, one, wrong Mega Man alike, and two, it would be a really underwhelming one if it was bullet hell. The pattern of the super literally gets easier as it goes on, and that's the key word. Outside of the non-standard bosses, Viper really is just the easiest fight in the game, possibly in the whole series. And even though he doesn't fully fail to any extent, ultimately I was shocked by how simplistic he truly was at his core. So, in a surprise to me, and probably to most of the fanbase, Viper's getting a C. Okay, so update on Viper. As I was replaying the game to get the last little bit of footage I needed, it turns out he did not say stealing Lumen, he said stealing Jewel, the child. So, add that to his rap sheet. One thing I love doing when I'm playing the first few games of a franchise is thinking about how it would be to experience them when they were new, reacting to all of the new ideas and all of the twists, and trying to think about what it would feel like at the time, just to see if the intent came to fruition. I especially like doing this for smaller scale games because they need to be significantly more efficient with character resources and uses. As in, the storyline that they have planned for later usually is very obvious because it's meant to build off what little they had already, which is fine. I only mention it because it's really fun when I can obviously tell the one who's gonna be playable later. So let's get to meeting one of the franchise's main deuterogonists, the Cyborg Klansman. I mean, the alt-right robo. I mean, Luminous Avenger X. Copen. And if that sounds like the kind of nickname a middle schooler with no friends because he was a piece of shit would give himself, then you already know something about Copen. God, I was terrible. But that's not fully his fault. He does have the proper sad anime backstory, and it does help flesh him out and make him more interesting and justified as a character. His father used to do research on adepts, but when he realized their imminent threat and tried to warn Sumeragi, he was ultimately betrayed and killed. Considering adepts are in charge of Sumeragi, that was like bringing your research on Yakubian grafting to the American Society of Biochemistry, but still, it's quite tragic. And what we're left with is a not fully developed young man with a chip on his shoulder, a taught bias, and a need for revenge. Fundamentally, we're looking at a traumatized kid trying to be the hero of this story because he cannot conceptualize anyone but him as being able to do so due to his prejudiced worldview. His own beliefs have created for him a personal narrative in his head, one that places him on an adventure that parallels Gunvolt's and intersects with it over the game. You first meet him when he's stealing one of your kills, pulling a let's shake on Zonda the Lustful Mirage, whose design made me taste sour for a week after I saw it, so Copan can go ahead and have him. And have him is literal. Ignoring what would appear later in the series, even in Gunvolt 1 it's made very clear that he has his own set of weapons that he gets from the bosses. Gunvolt just gets new guns for his tagging, most of them are useless and I don't mention them. So combine this type of weapon system with his backstory being far closer to the one man versus a world of monsters type plots Mega Man games like to use, it's clear that Copen, not Gunvolt, is the Mega Man of this game. Beyond Mighty Number 9, even good Mega Man clones like 20XX place you in the freedom fighting hero's place. But Gunvolt, with his pain and his specific place in this world, he actually plays more the mysterious conflicted rogue rival villain that you fight a few times throughout the story. The good one in a set of bosses that are really meant for Copen. And yet, there's still the eensy-weensy, tiny-whiny problem that for all of these hero aspects, Copen is abrasive and unheroic at best, and late-stage Kanye at worst. And yet, still, I must commend Gunvolt for figuring how to make this type of dark, villainous version of a character archetype that doesn't make me worry about spawning a 13-year-old in my comments to defend them because of manosphere bullshit. The key is Copen's perspective. He's not some mindless hater. He comes from a space where, of course, his experience would lead him to believe that this is X versus Mavericks for him. He's essentially a combination of most of the major Mega Man characters, from Rock's systems, Proto Man's shields, and Base's unfortunate opinions about Armenians. I mean flight and altitude. It's somehow a major homage while still being original enough for me not to have noticed it till I started writing this. I think what helped mask it though was the fact he fights like no one else in this type of game. In a world of psycho common writers, it is the man who shows up to the 30 with a fucking .5 Action Express who is king. No wonder we never saw a smoke adept. Copen already absorbed all of it. Speaking of his absorption, most of his attacks are variations on an area denial horizontal shot. Each boss you've beaten up to the point where you fight him in the middle of the game and then at the end of it, so all of them on later replays, have an attack that he uses that will challenge a different part of your kit. Essentially a pop quiz of the attack patterns of each boss. You just have to jump over Viper's fire, you need to use the flash field to dissuade Yota's drills, and so on and so on. And like Gunvolt and Mega Man and basically any other character in this type of game, Copen's shoulders are 3D printed and would shatter if he moved them at an angle. So despite all the jumping, the fight really plays out like a complicated Wild West shootout. He's not flying around on his jetpack just yet. The only thing that truly holds him back from being the absolute best in the game is that he doesn't really do much more than that. There's only one shield bash move, and otherwise its use is arbitrary. And what the hell is that super move? All that talk for some Chris Angel ass mirror tricks. I get that I compared him to the weird anime kid in middle school, but he didn't need to bite Matthew Patel's flow and do it worse like that. I do like what Copan does in the confines of Gunvolt 1, but he is not only part of this game. So in hindsight, he feels very poorly aged here, which of course he does. He gets better later, there's more to talk about. But for a first step, he still gets an A. There are a few very specific moments of grand disappointment that stands out in my memory when I think about social opinions surrounding certain games. Seeing a character as one-note and gimmicky as Margaret Moonlight topping the aggregate boss popularity of No More Heroes left me with a sense of profound distaste. The fact a budget-ruining filler product like Cereza and the Lost Demon that exists only to justify one of the worst stories ever told is praised as Platinum's best work despite being one of the most derivative things they've ever done really kinda messed with me. The petition to keep paid content going in Battlefront 2 despite everything made me believe that gamers truly deserve everything terrible that happens to them, and I don't think I need to explain the undeserved absolvement of Sonic 06. But a minor yet very recent pisser was seeing Carrera the Magnetic Avarice as dead last for every popularity poll around Gunvolt 1. Like, I get it. Mentally ill tits, edge boys, and mentally stable tits will always top this type of character no matter what, but y'all can't seriously think that this majestic beast of a motherfucking man is lesser than half of these other chumps. Carrera is the coolest motherfucker in this game. He's got the hardest design, the sickest powers, he talks like a goddamn knight, he is hardcore, he's badass. Yeah, I'm on his dick, I can see my house from up here. But in all seriousness, I was worried about getting to Carrera. He was one that left the most impact on me the first time I played through Gunvolt. Something about his sheer size, the use of orange, which in my mind was an underutilized color when doing these anime color-coded groups. I don't know why I thought that, I can't materialize it, but still. And as well, magnetism and magnets in general are just the sickest power, man. But these are all aesthetic things, and as I find more to like about everything else, I worried I'd be disappointed getting back to Carrera. Nope! In fact, I'm even more certain of his strength as a boss. I think that Carrera is a microcosm of all of the things that made the first Gunvolt game special, and by extent, a microcosm of all the things that make the series special. Carrera is the defender of Sumaragi's server farm. Now, what kind of dingle doofus would decide to have the Magnet Man defend the incredibly sensitive technology is beyond me, but considering what his dialogue implies, Carrera may have decided that himself. See, I mentioned it felt like Viper and the next Glaive Wielder, which is Carrera, swapped sins, but I do want to re-emphasize that it's more complex than that. Viper did fit Wrath aesthetically, but his actions point to avarice, and here we see similar. Carrera and his conversations do emphasize him being greed. They are written with the subtlety of a loud piss, with each line being along the lines of, I desire to fight, I must have you to fight, I am greedily looking for a fight, I want, you get the point. However, there is an underlying spite and ambivalence to his greed that fits a bit closer with Wrath. Carrera callously and recklessly goes out to fight Gunvolt in a place that either of their powers could destroy with a stray hit, so it's clear he's not nearly as loyal as anyone else in this group. He's only 18, so he's still got a lot of reckless teenager energy inside of him, and he only really joined so he could get into fights with other adepts. It's implied he went after Gunvolt on his own without being ordered to, so it's clear he has a series of violent tendencies and a great desire to get into violent confrontation that drives him more than anything. The most obvious example of this is what he pulls right at the end of the game that I think is one of the best twists the series ever did. He plays hooky in the customary Mega Man style pre-ending boss rush. He is so seemingly sure that his boss was going to lose to Gunvolt that he decided to wait in the rafters so he could jump Gunvolt later and be what he thinks is the final obstacle because he thinks he deserves that kind of fight. He gets incredibly angry when he thinks Gunvolt is cheating using Lumen. He is indeed greedy, but he gets deeply wrathful when he doesn't get what he wants, and his spite causes him to take actions that break the very format of the Mega Man-like subgenre. And I think that struck a chord with me at the time. You're a level boss, Carrera, not a story man. How did you upstage everything? Well, in fact, another part of his ability to do that comes from his magnetic arts Septima, which is a direct counter to Gunvolt's Azure Striker. It's able to short him out instantly with a single hit. Copen and a later boss who steals Copen's gun directly rely on that power in later fights. It's a sick way of showing how the septimal powers are unique as a system compared to the robot masters. The weaknesses aren't nearly as arbitrary, and even someone who isn't meant to be that important in the story can have something to them that ends up being a key factor in the really important fights and events. Ultimately, Carrera's being systematically shifts the game plan of the story without really trying. And that's why I think the issue of the double sin type stuff doesn't hit him nearly as badly as Viper. In fact, it melds together with what he is supposed to be doing incredibly well, so I'd say it's a bonus. Adding to all of this brilliant story work is his fighting style. What do you think of when I say Magnet Wielder, Magneto, Magne, Tailgate, etc.? They are certainly not weakling mental powers like the frail psychic magician archetype, but clearly these are not brutes either, except for Carrera. He is absolutely massive, and he summons an even larger battle suit. He fights with magnetic-powered shoulder checks, dropping rocks on you and causing major damage to the arena, slamming into you, and throwing giant magnetic energy balls all over the place. He also has magnetism-infused claws that straight up grab you and slam you into the ceiling. He is ruthless. He is the kind of magnet user that answers, "My fist," when posited with the classic insane clown posse question, "What goes in that hole, Mom?" It is a fight both powerful, threatening, and destructive, yet also nimble and fast-paced. Carrera, through his powers, personality, and gameplay, demonstrates the best of what Gunvolt could be early on, and I think he is what truly hooked me. So I'm going to give him what the fanbase failed to give him and put him at the top of the Gunvolt 1 cast. He is best in show. If he was a chess player, he'd have 2800 ELO. Something I haven't really commented much on so far, and will continue not to as we go on, is the levels attached to these bosses. Somewhere stored between my memories of being terrible in middle school and pathetic in high school, there are memories of watching a whole bunch of old top 10 YouTubers who always took the levels of Robot Masters and such into account when ranking those bosses. Frankly, it makes sense. If MTV Cribs has taught me anything, is that invoking squatters' rights on an oil refinery is a great way to mask a startling lack of charisma. However, I'm sure the abominably long amount of time that's already gone by has shown that I think that the Gunvolt bosses on their own have a bit more substance, so I don't really feel the need to go into the auxiliary stuff as much. Though it is quite fun to speak of the complexities of Toadman's enemy placement, or Tengu Man's level gimmicks, or rifling through Skullman's record collection and getting worried about the amount of vintage printings of old stand-up from the era when the Irish didn't matter, it's just not necessary this time. Especially not with the Gunvolt 1 levels, because frankly, they do not stand out at all. They are serviceable. They work fine. They're clearly distinct, but I can't name you any strong platforming moments or truly gripping environments or scenarios. I just can't do much with them. They're all unique, yes, but they're still similar enough in tone, pacing, and look that it feels like the game design equivalent of the Olsen twins if they were octuplets, with one vestigial twin that they ate in utero, and that's Elise the Eternal Envy's house, which is the only level bad enough in this series to be a mark against its boss. I genuinely don't understand why water levels became as infamous as they were. It's a little slow sometimes, yeah, that's called pacing. It wasn't an issue then. Every time I go back to an old game, all of the levels that were told to be the worst ones of all time just end up being kinda boring, and it definitely isn't an issue now that all of our wussing has gotten people to take a second look at how they do water levels. Even Gunvolt's water level is basically not an issue at all. However, darkness levels? Oh, those were horrific. At least the slower gameplay of water levels was balanced for that slowness. Darkness, especially labyrinths, which they always are for some reason, are painful. The colored light gimmick is clever enough, but it's used as much as the really shitty lantern light gimmick as well, so it just evens out into being not fun in the slightest and really annoying. Thankfully, Elise is excellent, so it mitigates most of the issue, but it is still an issue. As well, she's the first of the second issue group I mentioned, where the problem isn't so much her sin and what she represents, and more the fact that she can't really work any sin because she's bonkers. Sumeragi has to keep her at the bottom of an abandoned lab just hoping their enemies will fall in or whatever. She is not capable of doing missions herself. It's pretty clear that she's only kept around for the utility her cloning ability offers. She's the reason the bosses come back for the boss rush this time. They're revived from that power, but this power also split her into multiple personalities. The tragedy of Elise is that, frankly, she is an unfairly hurt woman with two far stronger evil twins who manipulate her. She's everything people with prejudice against adepts believe. She's an infectious killer with a hatred for life itself and is a liability to all those adepts just trying to coexist normally. And it's not her fault. Not that my Jewish ass can't relate, Free Palestine. Elise represents part of what I meant when I said there were some X-Men problems tied into septimal powers, because like Rogue's inability to touch, or Wolverine's immortality, or that kid who just fucking kills everybody, there is a genuine issue with this group that needs to be discussed, but those with the privilege of good or harmless powers don't understand that struggle. The leader of Sumeragi is, later in this video, going to argue about needing to control adepts precisely because of dangers like Elise, and he'd have a point were it not for the fine print of, but I can use them as weapons though, which he does. Her existence is the dark difficulty surrounding adepts, and in this way, her being underscores the rest of the conversations in the series. Losing control of one's power, and the sheer unbalanced potential for harm that powers like hers offer, is literally the entire point of Gunvolt's arc as a character. And with Elise, we see the first real deep dive into that idea. It's really hard to argue for equality when your superpower is the angel and devil on my shoulder is the Clintons. Well, the double team clone is the main power at least. It's an interesting ability in this type of game, especially with Gunvolt's tagging system encouraging strategic aiming at multiple enemies. However, unless she wants to win by burying you in her own corpses, there are other abilities involved. With Elise, it's interesting because her power escalation sorta lays out the blueprint for her design, it's just that it doesn't make sense. Cloning, that's a spin on shedding skin, like a snake. A snake like Medusa, so they turn you into stone. Stone, like one's thrown through my window, so everything else is as blunt as the graphite in a pencil that is still the tree, because they also fuck around on stripper poles and just chuck snakes at you for the rest of the fight. It's Clever in some ways, but it is hampered by Gunvolt 1's first game syndrome a bit. Their attack volleys and the way you're supposed to attack them feels a bit too close for comfort, and it's kinda hard to tell when you're supposed to do anything. And until you craft the ring that lets you double jump and air dash, your mobility just can't match them properly. You have to pick between hitting them or getting over their body check, and you're probably gonna get hit anyway. And that was a very fun way of alienating me to the equipment system immediately, to the point where I only realized it was missing from every entry after Gunvolt 2 after I wrote this sentence. Did you know these games have a level up system? Early Gunvolt was filled with lightly toasted elements from other games that hang on its coattails like Godric the Grafted series of increasingly prolapsed taints. And ultimately, this is the issue surrounding Elise. The boldening of the game's issues pairs with things like her stone move to give Elise a big experimenting with mechanics that don't condense and gel as nicely as we'd hoped, and now there's powder everywhere energy. Especially when technically the main version of her is blatantly incomplete, with the boss rush version having an admittedly cool twist of adding a third bananas one, but ultimately it's just not as sick a power move as what Carrera does. She doesn't really add that much to the fight, and ultimately Elise in general is too besmirched by all of the things surrounding the design of the game to hit his heights. But she is still very clever and very interesting story wise, so I can't not give her an A. Something I appreciate about the characterization of bosses in these games is how clearly each set is tuned to the overarching force at play. The organizations Gunvolt faces off against all have differing motives and styles, so their group will appeal to different types of people. You won't find the exact same set of archetypes in each group. There is as much character in the makeup of an organization as there is in any single person. Comparatively, part of why I didn't find the Mavericks engaging is that it just comes back to Sigma over and over again, and Sigma is like if Darth Vader was a piece of drywall. No matter how much they try to make a few of them special, they will never feel less like a bunch of zombies to me. Recently, I've been seeing people recognizing a phenomenon where Nintendo 64 games were more heavily talked about in the early 2000s during the early internet because game reviewers who were old enough to do anything with a computer were the NES faithful. PlayStation may have sold better, but that needed to wait to get any attention. Tying this back to the point about Mavericks, I think the fact Magma Dragoon hasn't been mentioned in the running for best boss ever since 2013 says a lot. But the point is that in Gunvolt, you're dealing with more motives than Japan still has it out for Einstein. I won't get into the future organizations we'll be discussing just yet, but for the Sumeragi-helmed games, what stands out is that a lot of the characters only fight you because of corporate overreach. Sumeragi has more resources than most of the others, and zero morals for their motives, meaning they can strong-arm people into fighting, bribe them, fool them, manipulate anyone, and, as we've seen with Elise, contain and control the mentally feeble. I'm being purposefully misleading when I say this, but only Sumeragi is shown to be able to use the characters whose powers have made them insane. The other games are markedly lacking in that archetype for that reason, and that's what makes Stratos the Gluttonous Fly such a compelling boss. Unlike most of the other bosses, he's not actually someone that needed to be fought. He's no sentinel blocking your goal or hunter looking to get you. He's a byproduct of Gunvolt's mission involving destroying the mid-level boss that was supplying him with his quaaludes. The rest of the level is centered around surviving his rampaging flies, and there's an implication that you could have gotten out of there without meeting him, and that was just as likely as the canon fight. He was just wandering around and destroying what he found. I do wonder why the hell they decided to keep the Sin of Gluttony who controls locusts inside their controlled greenhouse biome that presumably keeps Grandma's weed just as much as the mind control drugs, but also they handed the fucker a glaive that lets him go Pac-Man on the ops, so who knows how smart anyone in charge is. Though I do suppose if I had a series of world-ending super weapons and intended to use them, I too would hand one to a homeless schizophrenic behind Julio's barrio just to see what happens. happens. Stratos himself is just saddening though. At least Elise was conscious enough to warn people, so pulling a third of an old yeller at least feels justified by the others. But Stratos is the full Lenny treatment. He is gluttony, and that is it. Constantly hungered to a frenzied state. His power is a mouth, and he can only speak of hunger as his power decays him. He's defined by a sheer, nearly comic lack of subtlety. It's like if Fiddler on the Roof was just 3 hours of bluegrass while the musician chucked shingling at the audience. Unfortunately, that makes him very one note, but this is the point so I can handle it. Plus, his relentlessness makes for an exciting boss fight at least. He swims across the ground and phases about out of his bug form while manifesting giant jaws and flinging stuff at you. He even hatches bugs throughout the fight to attack you and rolls all over the place. It's intense, but he does have an issue with just sitting there after a volley of offense, and his ultimate attack is just a bit too easy to end before it starts and isn't that powerful when it does go off. So as good as his atmosphere and characterization is, as well as the fact that his level story is easily the deepest environment in the game, his fight is just way too standard and a bit too easy for me to give him anything other than B tier. Still gold though. And now we get to the controversial through line of this video. Or at least, the more important one. The stunting on Mega Man is mostly just an issue I keep going back to keep people hate watching. But the fact that I have very little good to say about most of, if not all, the final bosses in the Gunvolt series, that's a genuine problem I have. Each of them tried to be some huge showcase to distinguish themselves from the regular bosses, but usually their attempts at set pieces end up just leading to adding bullshit caveats to feel special, as long as you find rush hour traffic in a tornado to be special, because what I mean is that they everything. And then they pull out some insane attack patterns with hyper tight dodge windows, and yes, I know that's part of the point and you can totally do it, but that doesn't mean the few times I have done it, even after a lot of practice, feel intentional or at all satisfying. To put into perspective the issues that I have with all of the final boss designs in Gunvolt, I'm going to describe to you my opinion about Bayonetta 1. To this day, especially after Bayonetta 3 was such a catastrophic failure, people insist that Bayo 1 stands as the strongest demonstration of what that combat system is capable of, that it is the most versatile and technical system of the series. And ignoring the fact that it doesn't hold a thimble's worth of depth in comparison to the demon stuff in 3, none of that matters when levels like the tower exist, when enemies like the boats exist, when the bullshit platforming and gimmick fights exist, when that instant kill air snake exists, and when the bosses use none of that good combat. The game is not built to make you want to get better because its hardest bits have nothing to do with the core design. It simply beats you down until you do it its way. There's none of the effortless weapon integration DMC 3 through 5 have, or the perfect balance of enemies and abilities of No More Heroes 3. That nostalgia Shammy joke wasn't fully facetious because, to paraphrase a line from Shammy's Elden Ring review, yes, I eventually got better at it and figured it out, but bullshit doesn't get better just because I eventually won. And Nova Tsukiyomi the Mighty is the epitome of this. Nova is not the worst of the final Gunvolt bosses, and to be clear, I'm using final boss in the sense of the most climactic feeling and obviously the ones that are supposed to invoke the idea of finality. Almost every game in the series has some kind of epilogue fight, which I'll also talk about, but that's what I mean by final boss for this video. But Nova is without question the least organically designed. But who exactly is Nova anyhow? Well, biographically, apparently he's a teenager, which explains how poorly Sumeragi is run, as well as his god complex. But more importantly, he's the mastermind behind the plot and goings on of Gunvolt 1. He is the one that wants to use the Muse to control adepts specifically. So much so, his throne room is just a big square with the machine he uses to suck on Jewel's power in the middle. He talks a big game about peace and safety for all, but as you may expect, he's actually smoking a bong filled with his own frizzy ass hair shaped like his own head because he's that high on himself. Naturally, of course, his plan means only he can be the one who can control everybody and be trusted with it. As we all know, anyone who has a monstrous meteor summoning Mecha Shiva form is always a nice guy. And this is the kind of format the majority of the final bosses have in Gunvolt. They embody the goal of the villain group to the fullest until it creates an immense fault with their beliefs. I can't really tell you much more about Nova because his influence is throughout the game, so when you get to him there's not much to say about his character, especially when technically, despite being designed like a standard final boss, which is why I consider him to be it, there is a secret encounter afterwards. He's just a front for something else. Remember, he's technically the third boss before the end because Carrera snipes the penultimate slot. And ultimately, this kinda harms his character presence on top of the fact that his gameplay makes my skin crawl. The quality of his entire fight is dependent on if you want the secret encounter, and trust me you do. See, from the start of the game, the Prevasion mechanic is available by default. It is the ability that lets you phase through attacks at a cost. It is the balance of Gunvolt's gameplay and how it creates a risk-reward system and gets away with having the types of attacks that the characters are allowed to have. Every single other playable character in the series has their own version of this, but this function is actually just an item in the first few games. And once you collect enough secret gems in the main levels, you receive a pendant from Jewel that does absolutely nothing besides let you into the true ending. You're fighting the equivalent of Floyd Mayweather with stando power, and your only protection is a fridge crayon drawing. And that is annoying and inherently unbalanced in comparison to everything else in the game. Nova's fight at first is actually not that different from any of the other bosses, but its challenge comes entirely from needing to do a challenge run by design. And the second phase is your generic JRPG final boss with big multi-armed deity with two hangers on. I call them Shin Tetsujin Zengetsuyama and Brent. It is this type of fight transplanted into an action game, except the way you can attack him necessitates waiting your turn, and it's never your turn. You have to hit both of the robots to be able to open up his core that you also need to hit, but they just get rid of the tag whenever they want, and they're constantly attacking you, and they do insane amounts of damage that you have no response to because of the challenge. Yes, I have gotten good at it, but let's refer back to the start of this section. It doesn't matter that I've gotten good at it. In fact, considering the delay my capture software has, you're probably watching me sucking it right now. But even if he was the ultimate boss fight of all time, the fact that you need to force yourself into a situation that is otherwise never asked of you by the game buries it deeper than the lost city of Pyrite. It is designed not to function normally unless you play abnormally, and it is not designed around abnormal play. It showcases a failure of design. So never mind what I said before, I can't put this guy with the rest of the C tiers because they're mostly average. This is such a significant issue that it's making me have to invent a D tier for this just to emphasize how much of an issue this is. And the worst part is he's not even the least of this type of fight. He can at least be learned properly. But the payoff to that statement isn't gonna be for a while. D tier, get out of my sight. Now then, if Nova's big issue is that he's in service to an even finaler boss who's entirely there to steal his thunder, then we might as well rip the band-aid off now and start talking about what's definitely going to be one of my least popular opinions in this video. But first, another tangent. Remember how the biggest hot take I had in my No More Heroes 1 ranking was thinking that Henry fight was only okay, and he would later far surpass himself thematically, writing-wise, and especially gameplay-wise? What I meant there is that as a character, when the first game came out, Henry naturally stood out because he was so tonally different from the rest of the more wacky cast. But as the series aged and built on itself in both gameplay and storytelling, the sheer juvenile coolness factor kind of wears off, and the other characters began to stand out way more as I got older. But also, ultimately, what held back that iteration was the fact his gameplay was trying to do more than what the limits of the first No More Heroes combat could allow. It propped itself up on cheats like having way too much health and that instant kill. In comparison, Jeanne was way more thematically relevant both at the time and throughout the rest of the series, and doesn't overstay her welcome. Throughout the groundwork 2 lays and the turn Henry takes within Travis Strikes Again and No More Heroes 3, he becomes way more in keeping with the other bosses and upgrades the way he approaches things without also trying to bloat himself. So it ends up feeling way better. And that's how he ultimately ended up being my favorite boss in the series once the fight with 3 came out. The point I'm trying to get at is that after experiencing Henry's evolution, and talking about it at length in the previous videos that I know you've already watched, because you're a good person who watches everything on this channel, it has caused me to start thinking way more critically about rival characters. That sort of archetype that a lot of games have, where a character that has a really similar power set that kind of fights you on your level is placed in a really important story position, usually as someone whose morals and ideals completely clash with yours in a direct contrast, and just how much that concept has evolved since it was properly introduced in Devil May Cry 3 with Virgil, and ultimately why it's kinda gotten stale to me over the years. Because what I've realized is that so many games have their own internal language, their own way of telling a story, and most of the time, you're not going to find that inherently in this type of character, because it's not just the direct things they tell you, it's just the expression of the gameplay in general. You'll find with the other bosses outside of this archetype that whatever game you're thinking of shows a bit more expression of what it's truly like, while the rival character has to kinda be a certain way that ultimately starts to feel samey after a while. Every game that has a The Virgil just kinda copies similar beats and places them in that kind of important state, and sometimes they don't really earn it. Jetstream Sam has lost a lot of his bite recently to me because I've started thinking about just how little his contribution has to do with Desperado and the rest of the bosses thematically, to the point where I kind of think his depth now comes from the fact that he was a centrist fraud the whole time, and all of the postulating is for show because of how quickly he threw away his morals when he got beaten down. Yet the game also gives him a whole level to himself, so I'm not sure how much even it believes that. Let's look at another Platinum game, Wonderful 101, where the character Prince Vorkin has a very compelling story, and yet, ultimately, gameplay-wise, there isn't a great escalation of it, because once you get to that climactic third battle, there isn't exactly much more going on than the first two. In fact, there's less, because as those first two weren't supposed to be the big serious final one with with no gimmicks and no distractions, there's not nearly as many set pieces or anything else. And so it's trying to be incredibly thematic in that way, but it doesn't change enough to feel special. The small scuffle between red and blue in that game ends up feeling way stronger because of how much the gameplay changes. Let's rifle off a few more. Jean in Bayonetta has about as much going on with Bayonetta as Baldur does, but the first Lumen Sage fight is able to do with much more efficiency just as much exciting stuff as the final fight with Jean. So it ends up making Jeanne feel a little bit flaccid in hindsight, especially with how little she matters for the rest of the series. Heck, even Virgil himself has this issue, with the Nero Angelo fight in DMC1 basically feeling like chopped liver the moment they added the context of 3 with that improved gameplay, and even that one, classic as it is, ultimately being rendered obsolete by the final fight with Virgil in 5, because now they fully understand what they're trying to make. Over and over, we get this kind of character that is trying to be special, but because they're trying to be special in the same way, it's hard to really distinguish them from game to game. Henry had to literally become one of the most controversial character arcs of all time, both in gameplay design and in personality, and ultimately that paid off greatly. His fight in 3 is my favorite boss fight of all time. I think I said it was behind Virgil in 5 at the time, but no, that's changed. He is the one. Heck, you don't even need to be a super special series to do it either. Legend of Kage 2 had a character like this, and his big twist is that he doesn't get redeemed at the end. So ultimately, I need a bit more sauce to the idea than just another character with similar powers and a contrasting worldview. There needs to be a twist to things. The good news for Asimov is that he does get this in later entries. Because in Gunvolt 1, he has exactly the same issues as what I've been talking about, with the added problem that his unlock requirement is Nova. Asimov is the leader of Quill. It turns out that his goal was the opposite of Nova's: adept supremacy and the destruction of mankind. And Gunvolt has been a pawn in his game to take out the competition the whole time. He reveals that the Azure Striker is essentially one for all by way of Electro, a power that doesn't just dispense thunder but can control technology. Asimov plans to use this to be even more tyrannical than the actual God complex 3 rooms prior. It's not an easy thing to learn for Gunvolt, considering this was the man who saved him from Sumeragi captivity, but it's here we see his true conviction towards good. And that means facing a reflection of himself, one that strives for things Gunvolt clearly agrees with on some level, but will go further than can be condoned. Asimov literally wields the gun Copen specifically made to subjugate adept powers. In this fight, you don't get more hypocritical than that. But here's the rub. Why does this fight happen? I mean, the story justifies it. It's because Asimov fell down with a case of the Pol Pots. But why does that plot point need to happen? How does it relate to the story so far? He straight up kills Jewel, and yet it still feels like everything about Asimov, though well foreshadowed, is just happening to happen. My best interpretation is that by forcing GV and Lumen to properly and truly combine and become the most powerful adept by default, he has forced Gunvolt to take on the responsibility of the future of adepts, which they then fight about with Asimov and continue to for the rest of the series. I'm going with that just to make my later ideas seem smarter, but ultimately, like Henry before him, who shoved in a bunch of the rules of being an assassin right at the last minute to have a thematic ending, Asimov seems to be packing a bunch of the extra thematic stuff that they couldn't stick in the main plot, and it's messy here. yes, there is a conversation to be had about, who is ultimately going to lead this world and why it should happen, but by bringing up this sudden thing about adept supremacy when the entire game's been about stopping adepts from being controlled, it feels like they're just bringing it up to bring it up. Even messier, though, is the fight, which, once again, like Henry before him, overextends a little bit. Because in a Reverse of Nova's issue, when they were forcing odd gameplay handicaps, Izomov only functions under the advantage you have in the last 5 minutes of the game, where you're automatically supercharged so you don't lose all of your power when breaking his flash field, because he also has the Azure Striker. There's a challenge version I've never beaten because I don't feel like figuring out what obtuse way of fighting beats him normally without this supercharged. It's overtuned to hell and back. And yes, it's cool that they tie a few ideas together so he can actually hit you with the gun, but it also gives the fight a weirdly scripted feel when it's not, because taking down the flash field is the only way you're going to be able to shoot him. It's certainly a hard-ass set piece, but it needs more to really make it great on its own. It has the rival battle issues I've been talking about. It's just not a fight that inspires me as much as it really feels like it wants me to be inspired by. It's still great for what it needs to do, but it's all very rudimentary, without much else to it. I like what it's trying to say. And I like that they don't chicken out by properly killing him for the rest of the series, except for weird Elseworld stuff. But ultimately, in this moment, it feels like everything was made to work around him and this final moment of the game, and because they've tuned it so much, it feels so much more forced. I don't know if I'm truly making sense here. A lot of these ideas I'm having now are actually stream of consciousness ideas I had as I'm recording this, because I feel like I'm hitting something kinda interesting that I didn't think of when I was writing the script and I'm too lazy to get back on my bed and write it down. But that's where I'm at currently, and I doubt it's going to be different in a month when I do the editing, so this is where we're at. Azimov tries really hard. He earned a C, and that's all I can give him for now. And with that, we finish Gunvolt 1. As I've made abundantly clear, this is a game that lives and breathes experimental design. It is massively flawed in ways, but ultimately supremely compelling. It skillfully establishes the tone and gameplay complexity it plans to wield, and ultimately a lot of its issues and weaker bosses are not the result of boneheaded idiocy, but of ideas that it didn't fully hash out. While its best shines with the best of the later games with no difficulty. I loved it on 3DS, I love it now, GV1 is a damn fine piece of work. Released in 2016, Gunvolt 2 is the most the series ever parallels Mega Man's evolution for me. Specifically, it helps me answer a question I used to have about Mega Man 2. Why is this so frequently considered the best of the series even though it so clearly isn't? I mean, I assumed it was mostly first sequel privilege, an idea I made up just right this second to both parallel first game syndrome and also just because I didn't actually have an answer to the question when I started writing this. Because the first sequel is 1, usually the most desired thing and entry the series will ever have once it's introduced. 2, the first thing on a person's mind when they complete the first of a series and know that they like it, as opposed to later entries that might be when they start getting tired. 3, a major monumental thing if a series has been dormant since the first one, without risking any arguments of overstaying its welcome or not evolving enough, and 4 are usually the absolute most stark and noticeable improvement once a team understands what they're doing. The first sequel thus holds a place of great prestige and importance within a franchise, whereas later entries can start risking things and trying other ideas, or running out of ideas and tiring the fanbase. It depends. So despite the fact it's outdone by at least 3 other classic Mega Mans and most of the rest of the series, the Metal Blades ruin the balance so horribly, and the weakness system is the worst it will ever be in the entire franchise. Mega Man 2 is still beloved because Mega Man 1 is fucking terrible. And by that I mean it's hampered by the lack of experience inherent to inventing a genre, so a sequel will naturally feel like a major evolution. But actually what I really mean is that it's unfinished feeling and fucking terrible, especially in comparison to any of the other NES games going on at the time. This thing is shambles for its era, and by virtue of having better level design, smarter enemy placement, more varied weapons, and introducing the standard 8 bosses with none of that extra item 1 bullshit, Mega Man 2 is the starkest change between games. Despite 4, 6, and 11, 2 will always have the most impact on the series. You can see the same principle with Jak 2 versus the third one, where Jak 2 was this major change, but 3 was just more of the same. Ratchet and Clank 2. Fall of Cybertron is way tighter. Legend of Kage 2 is similarly a sequel to an absolute garbage NES game that has basically cannibalized all of the previous entries' attention. Sin and Punishment. So many sequels that have become the main thing most people know about a franchise, if not the only one. Star Fox 64, for God's sakes. But of course, in the case of Gunvolt, there's, dude, where's my Higgs boson? I mean Gunvolt 2. Which is where the parallels with Mega Man 2 ends, cause 1 was good. It's just that 2 is really good. It's here I think the series truly came into its own, and I get the impression that it's considered the centerpiece game by the fanbase, so I would be lying if I didn't feel a bit of pressure to get this one as right as I can. Which, honestly, though, should be easy, because, yeah, this one's in contention for my favorite. I am not a contrarian here. I want to do as good for this game as I can because I like it as much as any of you do. But because of that, it's kind of hard to talk about, since there's really not a lot wrong with it, aside from someone slapping the designers in the back of the head hard enough to recalibrate them so pervasion is a normal element not tied to an item, and some fresh Gucci. Gunvolt is basically unchanged gameplay-wise. It's just that he's surrounded by far more reasonable and precise design, so he feels smoother to control. Enemy placement is way more intuitive, and it's easier to tell when you can hit a sick combo. For example, the areas where they lock you in with an alarm are way more complex in design, and the combinations of enemies there are way different. I really love those yellow guys, especially, that have that energy force field thing that they place in specific areas to lock you into areas with other enemies or keep you from platforming normally. It's really an interesting idea. The levels have more varied gimmicks and have more of a sense of place as well. It's not just 7 glorified laboratories. You're exploring flying gunships, haunted mansions, Rapunzel metaphors, Vancouver rush hour, and how it feels to browse Destructoid forums, among others. Ironically, the least improved thing is the bosses, but that's just because they were the best part of 1. But there is still some improvement here. Not only do the designs get more experimental, they have way more varied and complicated attack series. So there's no one like Viper who has more hot air than hot fire. Be a duo of totally different fighters, more than one transformations, or Mazinger Z, these guys go super damn hard. Additionally, they offer a more difficult thematic idea to deal with. The plot of 2 revolves around the return of Zonda, who turned out to be a clone in the first game, thus retroactively explaining why Copan didn't have an attack for them. Turns out, she was a hidden cult leader all along, only working with Sumohagi to get their tech so she and her group Eden can unite adepts together instead of controlling them. so they can slaughter all of humanity and establish a new world order. I didn't know revolutionary France was canon to Gunvolt, but I guess that explains why Zonda is so short. However, this isn't necessarily a fault. See, this means you don't have the sometimes overly eclectic Sumeragi group of bosses, where some are dedicated and some are dedicated to spiting God. This is an elite team of ruthless motherfuckers and goal-oriented people. Nearly each one either has a nihilistic outlook based on lived experience that make them hard to argue with, or are tied to an extremist form of activism, viewing humanity as not just their enemies, but enemies of Earth, pollution, and such. The Seven, as they call themselves, view themselves as saviors beyond understanding. Also as a chessboard, but that is so underplayed I'm pretty sure the wiki made that up. Gunvolt must face these issues as the adept who fights for humanity, so these battles are not nearly as simple. Which is something Copan also needs to face because, oh shit, Copan's back. Yes, indeed, the one-man lynch mob is back, and he's playable this time, ready to be confronted on all of his fucked up views. Early on, you meet a little girl named Mytil, who is secretly the new holder of the Muse Septima. She is Copan's sister and is kidnapped in the first level, while Lumen is split into multiple pieces by Zonda's mirror. So both Gunvolt and Copan are united by comparatively in the same boat. They happen to both want the same thing, and they end up following different paths to get there. Essentially, you get one half of a Gunvolt game and one half playing as Copan. Each fights every single boss, but they split the levels, so 4 bosses will get their dedicated level in Gunvolt's story, and the others will get it in Copan's. With the other 4 bosses, they don't get to play the level of officially, being interspersed throughout the climax's raid on Eden's facilities. This is great not just because it means we get to see both characters' reaction to everyone, but it also means the bosses get more screen time in general. Anyways, Copan has recovered from getting stunted on by Asimov and has put all of his hatred for Gunvolt into copying the man's whole flow, which I'm sure some premium grade yaoi is based on. He now has a light shield that works like the flash field shield, a false robotic muse named Lola, and a jetpack that lets him fly around and body check enemies as his version of locking on and attacking. The ammo it costs is refunded if he hits a wall or an enemy, and quite frankly, the speed and feel of this gameplay style makes him one of the most enjoyable 2D action platformer characters I've ever had the joy of controlling. The great irony of the Gunvolt series is that of the 4 playable characters over the series, Gunvolt himself is really the 3rd most enjoyable, and 4th place is only at the bottom because he was part of an update that was too short to fully develop his gameplay. Jetpack David Duke and 3's card captor Susie Durkins makes Bishonen Cole McGrath feel limited as all hell. He's still incredibly fun, but it's quite a harsh comparison when you're blitzing all over the place on the other side of the game. However, it is still balanced out in Gunvolt 2. Because you see, Copan's Mega Man homage in the first game was a bit of an unofficial cultural exchange between the 2 series. Later on, while the currently released Gunvolt games that I'm talking about in this video were coming out, Mega Man 11 released and had a risk-reward double gear system that had a similar burnout function to Gunvolt's attack meter. So it's not like great minds didn't think alike. But you see, Copan is definitely not a guy who gets vaccinated, so he brought back an unfortunate epidemic of Spark Mandrill syndrome, introducing boss weapons into the series. But it's not crippling yet. Very few of the weaknesses are actually effective enough to matter, and the weapons have at least a sort of cool feature where they change when you lock in. So it's perfectly fine in this game. This, what I consider to be an issue, on top of having only one super attack that every boss has like 6 ways of negating, ends up making Copan still pretty much equal to Gunvolt in enjoyability, which thankfully is high. Less equal, however, is how much Gunvolt 1's story matters here. Yeah, Gunvolt has a connection to Mytol because she reminds him of Jewel, and Zonda is a big old tie-in, but Zonda doesn't act the same as she did when she was pretending to be a sex pest, and any other callbacks besides Copen's existence are basically lip service. Zeno and What's-Her-Face are replaced by even more boring woman and slightly less boring man, so most of the consequences of the Asimov fight are totally unanswered for. This is what I mean when I say that there's not a lot of strength placed on the overall plots in Gunvolt. You get mostly character stuff that progresses. Story is lesser in importance here. Also a nitpick, but having yet another evil adept force in a more complex story feels like it's kind of missing the point. I get it's already X-Men, but you didn't have to copy the issue that the powers are a genuine concern that make the oppression allegory not work so well. I know you can't not have powerful opponents, but you'd think they'd sneak a few humans in, but that's mostly a personal issue. Ultimately, Gunvolt 2 is just a hell of a time, and it's about time we got to why it is. It is overall a major improvement on the first Gunvolt game in almost every single way, and I'd like to express that through the bosses. Jibril is the character at the top of the level select when you pick Gunvolt, who's the character you're more likely to choose first, and the designers seem to have known that going in, but unlike Merak, who feels like a stealth tutorial for the concept of Gunvolt, Jibril feels specifically designed to reintroduce the ideas in 2, as well as challenge returners in unexpected ways. However, more in keeping with Merak is that she's an introduction to the flaws of the boss group that you'll be dealing with throughout the game. Her ability is the Septima Metalon, which allows her to control blood and the iron within it. Hers is an example of how much marginalizing adepts bites the world in the ass. Jibril should be the ultimate nurse. Not only can she do any blood transfusion she wants and produce medical equipment with the iron, but she's also a manipulative and vindictive asshole, so her personality fits too. She should be letting you suffer for hours because she arbitrarily decided you're a drug addict and move you down the triage, and not sitting around in the dark having a puberty fit and making zombies. But Zonda's extremist group got to her first, so here we are on the set of the Munsters 30 minutes into the game. As I alluded to, Jibril is a tiny bit of a firecracker. And by tiny, I mean whatever a bloodbending, psychotic, spiky murder hornet fueled by bottomless hatred for life itself and a massive ego like if John Wayne Gacy worked at Spirit Halloween and was only a metaphorical clown is. Truly a shock, since I thought she would offer to settle it over some tea and a night of spirited debate over discriminatory housing practices. Maybe if adepts could just rent like normal, she wouldn't have had to steal a mansion. I kid mostly. Her rage actually aids in denoting the complexity of Eden as a group. These are people who, after years of being part of a marginalized group, are lashing out at a world that they don't value for understandable reasons, and see an opportunity to both save themselves and hurt those that hurt them. They're essentially an extreme version of the Black Panthers. When you fight her as Copan, he insults her stature and childishness, and it sets her off immediately. When she is patronized by a human, there is no time between 0 and 100 with her, even before she starts trying to kamikaze herself. With Gunvolt, she talks about how satisfied she feels getting to turn the tables on people with her zombification, and assumes Gunvolt is looking to make her suffer as a default. This is a hurt person, and as someone who isn't a Catholic school teacher, I absolutely care about who started it. People aren't just born like this. The assumption of harmful intent comes from that history of discrimination. It breeds desperation, which is apparent in the fact that when cornered, her final phase is her super move where she physically breaks herself down to trap you in a giant literal Iron Maiden. I should mention that, despite my belief that including the drama CDs in these rankings inherently defeats the purpose of this being an analysis of game-based storytelling, for Jibril specifically, I should mention that it is indeed canon that her attitude derives from her abuse as a child for being an adept, alongside her isolation for having a particularly scary power. Her game writing definitely feels like it was made with this story in mind, so it's worth saying to boost what I was already picking up just from Gunvolt 2's story. It's important to understand that Jibril has nothing left to lose, and I can't make that funny. When she's revived in the boss rush, she now has a really upsetting love obsession with Gunvolt, because she can only conceptualize strong feelings as different types of rage and pain. By actively killing her, Gunvolt has given her the attention she craves but doesn't know how to conceptualize. It's really painful to listen to. But ultimately, her indiscriminate retaliation against the world endangers far too many people. Do you really think the Eden soldiers are safe around her monsters? And you'll notice that she talks about her pain in a way that leads directly into her belief that she should be the one causing it and no one else. Despite her low self-esteem, she's developed a major egotism with a certainty in the justice of her actions. She never actually mentions freeing adepts, and just talks about what she believes she has a right to do, while manufacturing consent from her victims. In this way, she's incredibly similar to Merak. Despite being the bloodthirsty chihuahua to his motionless anaconda, both show a disregard for the danger they put others in, so long as they get the comfort they want personally. Their men are pawns to their means. If they physically or philosophically get in the way, the bosses will show annoyance. Also, her whole plan involves kidnapping and torturing Meidel, a fellow adept, so maybe Jibril is a bit less Black Panther and a bit more New Jack despite everything, though with only slightly less stabbing, and that's when her fight comes into play. Like Merak again, she starts as a simple floating boss that sends projectiles about, though with a slick vampire aesthetic to go with her Monster Mash level. I've seen a lot of vampires in my time, and it's amazing how they're able to make her an obvious homage, but don't overtly reference much besides blood, so it's still entirely unique. Though I could go for more vampires that use Ralph Lauren ponchos as flotation devices, and also turn into superior movie monsters halfway through. Indeed, arguably, Jibril's most unique aspect is the fact that her second phase and third onward rearranges her mecha form into a werewolf-like claw beast, totally changing the pace of the fight in a way nothing in Gunvolt 1 did. No wonder this was their first foot forward with 2. You even have to change guns to hit her when she crouches, or else time when she rears up, though Copen's tackle counters this, really showing the difference in gameplay balance. All of this culminating in her aforementioned suicide super, where she puts everything into trapping you in a vicious sword-laden room that the flash field erases. So she pulled the equivalent of selling one's soul to Satan in exchange for use of his fire against someone clearly made of holy water. Jibril gets an easy A. If she were measured in Scoville units, she'd be a bit over a Savina. She is a grand demonstration of just how much 2 evolved from 1 right off the bat. Desna the Starstruck Beauty is the first select in Copen's story, and since he's the one players are less likely to start with, they take advantage of this story-wise. Despite being the recommended start of one of the plot lines and fitting it fine, she's actually way more suited to the middle portion of the experience, mostly because beginning or ending with something as soft and edgeless as a cashmere pencil eraser sponsored by Drake would leave people disinterested or cold. So shoving her into easily forgotten alcoves was a good choice. Yeah, we're getting into one of Gunvolt 2's lowest points out of the way pretty early. Desna is the boss fight equivalent to a magazine cutout recreation of the poster for United Passions, in that nothing about her connects properly and she puts me to sleep. But, unlike United Passions, there is still a little bit of worth with her, so let's start with what does work. Specifically, as I said, her placement. As snarky as I was about her part of the story, it is a demonstration of how well they designed the dual stories to work together. Because each regular level, with one douchey exception, is split between Gunvolt and Copen, each one is left a different set of enemies to deal with when raiding Eden's paradise. So, when playing as Gunvolt, she ends up being the second boss you meet in the climax, and the characters talk about her in quotes to build her up as a mysterious beast awaiting you in the bowels of the enemy's fortress, like a dragon controlled by a mad king, a grand ogre lord ready to strike, but something even more horrific and dangerous than any of those things. A white woman with an interest in astrology! Not only that, but she immediately starts lecturing Gunvolt on how much destruction he and Lumen are capable of in their amalgam form, and how he is the true danger, even directly responding to Lumen, which most can't do. Indeed, like her fellow representative of the color yellow, Stratos, Desna is out of her fucking mind, but in a way more sinister way. She thinks she can tell the future, and sees only Zonda's plans as the pure timeline, and the worst part is, she's getting way closer to the truth than you'd expect. And that's the mystery she leaves you with when you're playing as Gunvolt. This random lady right at the end of the game with some weird prevailing ideas that leave you with this weird sinking feeling. But as Copen, you get to meet her properly. Unless you pick Copen first. But no, you didn't. No, but seriously, if you did, then her power in the Gunvolt timeline shows how much on the mark she is about Copen's bullshit, at least. In Copen's route, you find her on the now abandoned Sumahagi Sky Tower. Instead of the 2 to 3 rooms and an elevator you got in the first game, you actually get to explore it this time. It's just a lot fuzzier since her harshly compact hair is drilling through the place thanks to her Septima's splitting end, making both a Rapunzel reference while also being way grosser than a supermodel type woman should be in this sort of thing. One could stab their toe on those frayed edges, it must smell garbage like. You even fight her right near Nova's room, I think. However, it comes off as natural fan service. Course the woman obsessed with the stars would climb to the highest tower she could find, and it gives Copen an organic reminder of his previous failures. So he's in an agitated state when finding her, allowing her predictions about his hatred and his path towards ruin to seem pretty on the money. But also that's because she's working with the people who keep kidnapping his family, so how much of a prediction is it actually? So indeed, there's plenty of clever things about her. The fact that she reestablishes Copen's story by returning him to the last place we saw him in the first game, and forcing him to look at the issues that he's going to have to deal with throughout his arc in this one, essentially means that she is both a really effective start to a storyline, as well as a really good way of reacquainting yourself with the character if you picked him second, and the really terrifying way she appears in Gunvolt's story makes her an effective beast right at the end of the game as well. She functions within each of the 3 acts really admirably, and that's so cool. And then there's everything else about her. As fun as the Oracle nonsense is, it's also all she has going on. Every encounter has a similar cadence, and you never get much about her specifically. Just what she thinks of your characters, and she thinks the same thing about both of them, really, so there's not a lot of variations. You make bad 3 times is not exactly a compelling character analysis. I know that the other bosses have similar repeating personalities and ideas, but with Desna, it really is just the same approach and setup over and over and over again. So I guess in that way, she's not just an oracle, she's also functionally one of those creepy Turkish fortune-telling robots. Hooray! And I'm sure I'll get a whole bunch of comments about how there's some Shinto legend where the goddess of slightly humid winds uses her massive hair to tie the cosmos together and use it as a whip or some shit like that, but I fail to see how hair and astrology match up as an idea, much less how she uses it in the fight. It's not really hair as much as it's drill or drill projectiles, as well as a couple of weird energy blasts that are weirdly hard to dodge. and she ends up feeling closer to an octopus-themed creature than a hare-type monster. Her ideas just don't mix together very well, and it doesn't help that none of them are really inspired attacks anyway. It's just drill, stab, here it comes from the ground over and over. There's little special feeling about her gameplay wise, unfortunately. The few clever ideas she has are almost entirely story based and tied together in a one note shell whose fighting style is incongruent. I wouldn't put her in D tier since there is the story part of her that is really, really good, but she is not escaping C tier. Now we go from what I think is one of Gunvolt 2's top 3 weakest to one of its top 3 strongest. Ironic considering Milos the Aquadynamic Merman is the character that Copen fights where Gunvolt would have fought Desna. However, it's especially ironic for him since you probably met Milos first, so you know he's a massive dork, which really changes the dynamic despite how much he likes to speechify. Though I can really just imagine him planning his big tirade in the back rooms towards one of the invisibility grunts. It's a really funny visual to me. But being a really endearing dork does not stop him from also being a really upsetting genocidal eco-terrorist maniac. He uses his Septima E-Core to become a water-bending hell siren who seeks to destroy mankind so he may save the ocean that he sees as being harmed by our existence. As Gunvolt, you end up finding him in the sewers, where he laments the way humanity pollutes the world's water. He's prepared to destroy the water reservoir and flood the entire city, eventually hoping to turn the whole world into an endless fish orgy. Which is, continuing with the irony, a plan that will cause literally untold amounts of ecological destruction, but he's such a proselytizing a-hole that he probably doesn't care or even know. After all, the guy willingly joined and received support from a known extremist group with a conflict of interest towards him, so the machinations of the one man just stop oil aren't really worth listening to seriously. But that activist slant is what I like about Milos. Eden's whole thing is about improving the world no matter what, regardless of how Megatronish it gets. Milos is, in some ways, pretty darn noble in intent. I too would like it if my water didn't need to have a bunch of ass wine filtered from it every single time I want to drink, and as I am recording this, I am feeling the deep, deep summer heat in Canada, which is much worse than it's been the last few years. However, I just don't see how drowning a series of little Timmies helps your cause exactly unless you've simply started valuing justice so much that the mere existence of those peripheral to your issue is a crime. Now, don't take me the wrong way. I love me some activism. I love me some real strong shows of force. Protests are the shit. I joined my local IWW when I was 8 years old, burned those police stations, trashed those campuses, hang those dictators, as many as you need to make your point, but all of those things I just mentioned now are direct, targeted, purposeful action. Destroying the sewers is just going to make everyone's issue worse, especially against what you want. On top of all that, this storyline is part of what I mean when I say how much more the levels feel like places and important locations. Merak had no specific reason to be at the waterworks thematically, but Milos though? Of course this guy would go to where the water is polluted, and the sewers aren't just generic labs, they are the background to his plan, and they are uniquely designed to be sewer-y, slightly submerged in water so you have to find ways to get out so you can properly use your attacks, which is a very unique feeling part of the franchise. This false activism and twisted bohemian hip movement bullshit is a perspective unique to the Eden members in the series. We will meet other villains with greater purposes, but this specific way of thinking differentiates them from the rest of the series' antagonists in the same way destructive psychotics like Stratos in the first game show off Sumeragi, and Milos is the most obvious example of this difference. It's especially prevalent since his his activist viewpoint even gives him an edge on Copen, who he admonishes for being a science whiz that only cares about impeding progress. But unfortunately, Milas is, once again, a maniac, so it's a moot point. Yet, indeed, there is something endearing about him. The man speaks like the most hopeful extra in a community play with bombast and effort. He speaks of grand ambitions and waxes poetic about clashes of ideals and beliefs in eternal struggle, which Gunvolt comedically shoots down by pointing out that they absolutely do not have to be in eternal struggle in any capacity. They could have done this normally. Milas is thus a perfect blend of psychosis and misplaced good intentions. Almost as good a blend as shark fin soup. However, here's the part where some personal stuff comes in that elevates Milas for me. He is so fucking awesome looking. His animations, his key poses, the perfect shade of purple, the fish stuff, the trident, the way his attacks look like a harp. He is not my absolute favorite design in the series, but that is subject to change if I feel like it. And it really is my go-to for showing off the series' design aesthetic. This is the most Gunvolt character to ever Gunvolt who isn't one of the playable characters. Ultimately, the truth is that all of this bull about design and gameplay and story, those things came later in my thought process about this series. What made me want to play Gunvolt was the fact that the adapts just look so cool. They're so sick, they're emphysema. Viper's centaur shit, Yota's star motif, Gibbral's monster forms, and I'll be trying to point out more as we go on because they're all so varied. Kamen Rider's cyborg pretender shells. Like, at the core of everything I say here, part of my want to do this is to just show off how awesome these guys are both visually and gameplay wise. Milas' fight is nothing less than a fight against the ocean itself, on that note. Despite his weapon seeming like a more direct fighting style, he actually spends most of his time at a distance, trying to hit you with arrows of water and trapping you in torrents, so his out-of-nowhere chakram can get an easy hit. Aqua Avatar, his super move, is one of the most satisfying things to dodge in the series, and like a wave, he's relentless, so there's none of that Yota waiting around. He's simply sick in the head and sick in the fight. His power, like Carrera's, shorts out Gunvolt's abilities, so you're always trying to keep from getting hit because there's way more consequence to it anyway. But with Copen, that's not even an issue. In fact, you get to use Gunvolt's weapon against him as a weakness, so it's this weird duality story. There's probably something in there, but ultimately it's just fast-paced, it's enjoyable, it's what you would expect from a Gunvolt fight, but it's just so good at it. And all of that is packed together in a wonderful design and a wonderful story and a wonderful character. A tier. Azrok the Pygmalion Furnace, besides being the recipient of the Most Forced Metaphor title you could possibly have award, is the most experimental boss in Gunvolt 2, both in his power set and the way his levels play out. He is hardly the only double team boss in the series. We just went over Cobra Cunt, but the series doesn't repeat gimmicks on different characters verbatim. So this time, instead of Dr. Miles Warren's wet dreams, we have Ratatouille by way of Prague's finest hour. Azrok's Septima, Marionette, allows him to control armies of robots and piece scrap metal together into his demonic recipes. Cream a la Terminator, so to speak. Even though another character is given the billing of important mook, quote-unquote, Azrok definitely seems to have a silently huge amount of influence within Eden as a group. Not only is it one of his robots at the start that turns Mitel's Amber Alert magenta, his power works alongside the resident hacker, who we will also get to, and each of his appearances in both plots never end with him, but specifically deferring to one of his greater plans that becomes the main thread of the level. There is a lot he has his string-converted fingers stuck in, and that really helps demonstrate how powerful and well organized Eden is as a group. Not only does he have his own role, but his power synergizes with others, and they in turn help him work to his best abilities. His worryingly pointy-headed robot partner Galet Kron was built by Eden for his use, and he himself says it is his perfect partner. He takes immense pride in his creations, describing both his armies of robots as well as his synergy with Tetsujin 28 over here as culinary type terms. A true artisan of power. It makes me wonder if the armor forms are actually mentally designed like Stan's, cause I doubt that hat was natural. He is clearly an inventive, powerful, and ambitious man, and also so racist he makes black characters in webtoons look like sophisticated takes on American society. See, he's Copen but for adepts, which is probably why he's one of the Jet Bomber's bosses. One of his grand ambitions is to evolve humanity, and he sees adepts as the inherent way to do it. That humans are dead ends and that he represents the right way forward. Like Copen, he's a builder, but his powers allow him to build bigger and stronger, but it also has rooted him even deeper in his hateful ideology. Lola even points out the similarities between the two during the fight, because when you superimpose a visual novel on a game, you can show and tell at the same time. But she is right. What we have here are two guys who believe so deeply in the wrongness of the group the other represents that it leads to major damage and destruction. Yes, Asrock wants to kill humanity, but Copen wants to do the same for adepts, so this is the difficult moral quandary of this confrontation. One that would be much easier to answer if they weren't only letting you play as one of them, and it's the one stuck between a rock and a steam engine place. Indeed, tag team is a bit of a difficult thing to call this fight because Asrock himself is mostly just the target. The most he's able to damage you is if he body checks you while moving around. Galat Kron is the main attacking force, throwing massive punches, rolling around, throwing rocks, and so on. So even though it's technically a 2v1, it's basically just a standard boss that isn't the one with the health bar you have to deplete. It is a unique challenge for Copen, however, since he can only tag one of these guys at a time, and it's two beings instead of just one with disjointed attacks like Merak was. However, you do get a really good look at Asrock's puppeteering through this fight. All of these different attacks and the way he moves around so smoothly with Galet Kron really tells you just how much he truly synergizes and understands his power. This is especially evident with the special move Amuse Bouche, which splits Galet into multiple pieces to attack from all over the place, synergizing different attacks in different areas at the same time. It's really impressive stuff. But this is only the start, because once you've depleted his health bar, he doesn't die immediately, he runs away, leading Copen to meet his ultimate weapon, Gran Torta. A giant Mazinger-ass, wait, he has no arms or legs, Grendizer-ass robot that just barrages you with lasers and missiles and more than the small disused iron platforms should be able to take, but oh well. It doesn't matter, because no other character in the series really gets this kind of secondary phase outside of final-style bosses. And despite both halves being way simpler than they appear to make this work, it's still really sick feeling. Asrock pushes Copen as a person and tests his technological prowess against a seemingly stronger foe. And for Gunvolt, he's just kind of a guy. Yeah, here's the major drawback. Asrock is a perfect, absolutely pitch perfect, no flaws boss for Copen. A Michelin-approved, high-class meal with multiple courses that lets you keep the limousine you drove there in, and the cook jacks you off for free. And then for Gunvolt, he's 3 dry-ass escargots with a freshly decapitated squirrel. They really overemphasized Asrock's part of one of the stories here. He's deep into Gunvolt's story, and it honestly feels like they forgot to put him anywhere else. Like, he has an equal rapport with Gunvolt that Gibril has with Copen. But that was excusable because for Copen, Gibril was just his introduction to the Eden raid. There wasn't much to that level in the first place. But for Gunvolt, Aslok is the penultimate stand before you go to Zonda's level, which does help push my belief of his status within Eden. But for this prestigious place, all he does is give a basic biography of himself with little to say about Gunvolt, and his grand plan in this part is stapling a shield onto the tutorial boss, which a different boss also does verbatim. As well, it's become really clear just how much his attacks are built around Copen's movement. Even at his most mobile, Gunvolt's limits do not feel like they create an organic challenge to this fight. It just feels like he simply cannot deal with the types of things Galetkon and Aslok are able to do together. It feels really deflating. I played Gunvolt's story first, so yes, it made Gran Torta a massive fun surprise, but because I fought Aslok in this lowered state first, that's not great. And the risk of being able to do that does undermine Aslok. It really feels like too many cooks at the drive-by shooting. Aslok is all and nothing. He's cool, but he's also weirdly lame depending on your choices. So he gets an unfortunate B. If he were a type of drywall, he'd be greenboard. Great for kitchens, not much else. Hey, here's the one I was talking about who does the same Plasma Legion thing. If the mystery of Aslok throughout GV's story was kinda undercut by the payoff, imagine being nearly at the end of Copen's story, waiting for Teseo the serial experiment to show up, and he doesn't even pull out anything close to the Macross fucker, but just the same Plasma Legion entirely. This is the kind of underwhelming that simply refuses to be memorized, so every time you experience it, the sheer lameness can strike you once more like a boomerang with a copy of Shaolin Chronicles tied to it. And frankly, that's how I feel about Teseo in general. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a controversial statement because clearly the series itself adores Teseo. He's one of the villains of the Mighty Gunvolts. He's got just as many outside of his own level moments as Aslok, but is way more prominent with a whole section of the opener dedicated to his attack. His hacking is treated as a major part of Eaton's development verbally. He's the one orchestrating an attack on Sumeragi at the start to make them look heroic and Gunvolt look bastardly in the first place. A plan that will ultimately work considering GV executes him in front of his audience, and later games will be about the danger people see in Gunvolt. And he even gets added as an extra special update boss in the third game. He's Gunvolt 2's special little guy, and my shitty little weasel. Now, I do have to acknowledge that since you can choose Copen first, Aslok would presumably end up with these issues in my eyes. Is it just because of my own personal way of playing? How do I claim all of this fairly? Is there bias? Yes, there is a bias. The bias of my brain being way too big for everyone else. Why can I claim Teseo's deficiency in comparison? Because Aslok goes Gao Gai Gar all over your ass, and Teseo is the human equivalent of herpes. Teseo's whole personality and theme is internet troll. He talks in hacksaw speak, and I don't want to hear shit about localization. I looked up the translations and his spoken dialogue, and he's a 4chaner through and through. Or 2chaner in that case. His Septima is Hack the Planet, which allows him to do just that, and allows him terrifying information control as he streams the whole fight. He even hacks into the comms and taunts you the whole way through the level. He's like a walking DDoS attack. He's the kind of guy who can probably recite the whole Chris Chan documentary from memory. With his computer powers, the whole world is his goon cave. Seriously, he shows a great interest and covets Lumen, though it's more of an apathetic science-y way than Viper's greed. He seems to just sort of want to keep her for study. I would consider myself above Jar Jokes, but he isn't. And as mentioned previously, he manipulates narratives for Eden. His whole interaction is about his viewers. It's clear he is important to Eden as an information person. He is capable of a lot of social manipulation, and it's very emphasized in character. But that's the issue. This is all he is. Yes, Desna was boringly unchanging, but at least she was saying something substantial about our heroes. Tezio is just annoying and cloying and bothersome all the time. And yes, I get that living leet speak is supposed to be that, but if you want wingdings, you get exactly wingdings. And just like Bat Jr. before him, all it does is prove intentional bad design is for the dogs. There's no other depth to him, and that ends up being a major detriment to the story considering just how prominent he is in it. In comparison, characters like Milas and Jibril show off the type of character that makes up Eden, the activists and the downtrodden. Characters like Desna and Asrock are crazy and terrifying, but they're purposefully kept under wraps and still have logical morals. They end up feeling like much stronger moments in that way. But Tezio's outright psychotic destructiveness and reckless insanity is not just totally out of line, but apparently he's broadcasting the whole ass thing to the world to millions of followers. So how does he even fit into this whole situation either thematically or as a smart compatriot? It's blatantly illogical and holds on dearly to what his abilities are to justify his existence here. And I'm sure I could cobble together some sort of excuse where he's supposed to be the mascot for Eden. He's the one controlling the narrative, but it's so blatant. But I don't like him enough inherently to do that. And the rest of him is underdeveloped enough that I think anything I find would be an accident at best. Nothing about him inspires me enough to put effort into analyzing him, and if I need to try so much harder for him than anyone else, then I don't know how I'm supposed to play fair here. I hate to rant like this. I was planning on putting him in B when I started writing this section because that's what I remembered, but I'm generally finding new things to hate every time I write a new sentence. Revisiting Tessio properly in the context of the story after years of having conversations off has hit me with the shocking amount of hatred I truly hold for him. When I pressed A on his level a day ago as I write this, I was not expecting to put him in D tier. But if I keep talking, I'll probably convince myself to break the rules I already stated even further and make an F tier just for him, and that would be unfair. Art is a powerful propaganda device, or at least it is if you don't suck at it. You gotta know your audience and how to talk to them, what their tastes are. That's why the Ramones and NWA got generations of disillusioned kids ready to fill the calendar with new Bastille days while Tom MacDonald is on his fifth track complaining about people getting mad about his Gucci and no one cares about him. It's why thousands of episodes of cop shows have done so much more for police reputation than ever meeting them has. There's a reason COD players love the aesthetics of the military but make recruiters cry. There's a reason Gallery is an important part of the Eden Corps. Beyond Crystal Cataclysm's ability to drop a contained space Godzilla on the I-95 and somehow make traffic better? No, seriously, the second half of the level is a chase on a motorcycle. Good luck doing that in a Western country. If this was set in Calgary, the boss fight would be a drunken Flames fan in a 4x4 who slammed Gallery into a wall and replaced him. But indeed, Gallery represents the artistic side of Eden's utopia, and frankly, he's more effective than I'd like to admit. For the longest time, his sheer energy and the rapper gimmick endeared me so much to him that for a time, he was my absolute favorite boss in the series. I've cooled significantly on him, but his vibes are still so immaculate that he still holds an incredibly special place in my heart that none of the others do, despite the B tier I'm gonna give him. He's the one I like to show off when explaining the kind of shit Gunvolt bosses get up to, helped by a striking design that is the most Gunvolt a Gunvolt character has ever gunvolted. Just ignore that his knees are Zonda dicks. He is pretty simple though, mostly bolstered by his aesthetic gimmick. He speaks in rhyme and raps all the time about a pretty place called Eden. See, if I need to think more of these, please kill me. He's preening for the crowd, preaching his outlook through poetry. What's even funnier about it, however, is that he's possibly the most reasonable and eloquent of the seven, actively trading barbs of Copan while keeping his rhymes, calling out his inconsistent viewpoint. Copan and humanity thinks of him as parasitic as he thinks of them as well, yet he's still trying to enrich the world while Copan is simply on a destructive, hate-filled path that serves few in the long run. Gary literally talks Asok down during a confrontation and tries to reason with Copan about protecting Mytel. Copan is literally destroying her safety in his eyes. He truly believes in Eden's plan for adepts. It's clear his rapping skill has also allowed him to develop into a venomously efficient social commentator and argumentative type. Copan simply stops trying to fight with him by the end of the combat, blanketly dismissing his words out of annoyance and inability to convince him, which will probably appear as a based shutdown with facts and logic to the 2016 era anime poisoned white boy weebs with a soon-to-develop fetish for girls und Panzer that this type of series probably created a lot of at one point. It seems like it's died down, though. You guys are doing great, actually. In that way, of course, Diamond Knees Gaori, all caps when you say the adept name, isn't gonna do much to convince to appreciate conscious rap. One needs to have a conscious at all. But the problem, of course, is that Gary is not Kendrick. He's more of a kid and play sellout type. Or just kid or play because he's alone. Or maybe just cock and sucker because he becomes the target of this exact idea when fighting him as Gunvolt, who points out, when asked why an adept would side with humanity, that as seemingly noble Gary believes his intent to protect adepts is, it's led to him shacking up with a place where foot soldiers throw themselves at invaders like a sentient Zerg rush and are having him annihilate entire highways. He may respect Eden, but has clearly had to compromise himself to do it. Copan shut him out, and that shows Copan's flaws. But Gunvolt actually listens to Gary and can pick out why he's a damn sellout. So Ice Cube, then. In this way, he is one of the most effective bosses based on the two stories format, since he has something worthwhile to show in both. Despite his quite simplistic, hey, a good thing needs sacrifices outlook, a grand veneer of flash and ideals that is undermined by those that can piece together the reality of his situation, is a fitting metaphor for this fight, because it's weirdly easier than it looks. His abilities are indeed super flashy, and his dancing means he's coming at you from all over the place. He summons disco balls, attaches prisms that redirect your attack, and skates at you with these attacks. He throws pillars into the grounds that shoot lasers at you, and summons and crushes crystals at you still. However, each of these has a specific counter in your moveset. Respectively, the shields, hitting him first so your attacks go through, hit the laser zones back to break them, and no ball. It's a very effective fight with a set of logical interactions few others have, and then it's totally ruined by Copan's weapons. Yeah, you see, in 2, most of the boss weapons are ineffective because the disease hasn't fully spread yet, but unfortunately Gary is one of, if not the first casualties, with Desna's drill annihilating him. It's not as bad as it's gonna get, but it's a massive blow to a character that really can't afford it. Oh well, the vibes will always be immaculate. B tier. Tenshan, the frozen blade, or as I like to call him, Tenshan, the test tube baby made to be everyone's favorite, is a character that can be boiled down to Inti creates grabbing the player and going like him, 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 like him. Tenshan is the only boss whose level is played by both characters. He's the tutorial boss who introduces you formally to Eden. He is the shared first boss of the rematch section, where he receives a special Hail Mary attack unique to him. He has a poster of Magma Dragoon in his room. He prays to Virgil every night. He had a trench coat in middle school to look like Henry Cooldown. He wants to be the nemesis so badly. And somehow, he really pulls it off. Despite being more forced than even Teseo as a prominent figure, there really is a genuine care and precision to Tenxian's design and character that make him work out. He is a character of extremes. Extreme sympathy, because his backstory is that he was abandoned for being an adept and maliciously poisoned when he was shown any trust. His is a life of pain only alleviated by Zonda offering him any family at all. This is a man as pained as Gibril, but as reverent of Eden and its promise as Gauri. So you see essentially a sad puppy of a man lashing out against the world who harmed him. It becomes not justified, but understandable why the man flash freezed a glitzy 5-star hotel. Of course, he'd specifically target powerful humans he associates with the subjugation of adepts. But of course, Copen, who's that exact kind of human, doesn't see it that way. He thinks he's just in the hotel for vain reasons. Copen is vicious in a genuinely uncomfortable way towards Tenxian, really ratcheting up the clansman shit about adepts being plagues and going on tirades that are as close as it comes to a verbal version of racist Wojaks. When Tenxian opens up about his past with Zonda in an attempt to relate to Copen, he is shot down both literally and verbally. Copen comments about his relationship being as false as he is, genuinely one of the most brutally realistically hate-filled statements I've ever seen in a video game. It's why I don't hold back on the racism jokes with Copen. The man is a one-man constant Charlottesville. He is a Twitter kitty with a thin blue line Pepe profile pic. But, like a performance of Phantom of the Opera starring Charlie Sheen, I'm obscuring half the ugliness. Because ultimately, Tenxian is equally an issue to Copen. He is the fucked up communist kid having a flame war with that first one. Because, like Milos, his activism is purely destructive and single-minded, despite one of his own, Gunvolt, asking him not to do it this way. And like Ashok, he views humans as purely disposable even though adepts are still meeting supremacy with supremacy. So, like Teseo, he's a terrible spokesperson despite being the right-hand man to Zonda. Having him as a second in command is like if MLK hired Kai Cenat as a speechwriter. Like if World Hope International took event planning advice from Tiger Swan. Hiring him and Ashok is like if Mother Teresa performed mitosis so she could do double the amount of being Mother Teresa. When fighting Copen, he is Gunvolt, a freedom fighter, a martyr for equality, someone with purpose. When fighting Gunvolt, he's Copen, reckless, narcissistic, genocidal, someone whose convictions have blinded him to his inhumanity, a duality made impressive by the fact his cadence doesn't change between these two things. He earns his place as the game's special normal boss. This transfers to the fight, too. He's a swordsman, but not overly reliant. He uses ice in a lot of really creative ways, both in direct stuff like throwing icy buzzsaws and trying to stab you, but also placing static space-controlling damage spikes. This is on top of being on an icy floor while he jumps off screen to stab you. His ultimate is shooting massive and difficult to dodge beams of ice, allowing him a free shot. But when playing as Gunvolt, his rematch ends with one more soup, a series of even harder to dodge beams that instantly kill you, almost designed specifically to put you in the Anthem state. His sheer will means he is the only boss in the series to try and mutually assured destruction you. For one so desperate to be beloved, he really succeeds. He knows exactly how good he is, both in his conviction story-wise and in his design gameplay-wise. Tenxian's cool, what can I say? A tier. And so we arrive to the final boss of 2. Well, bosses plural again. And once again, final style boss, not the actual last thing you fight. You know what? You were listening. If I wasn't going to talk about Nova's 2 phases separately, then you can be sure I'm not separating Zonda's mirrors from the full thing, even though their connection is much weaker than Nova's forms just by virtue of the mirrors not being the same being, technically. Just a quick distraction for the real one to impart her plan. So, at the very least, I will judge them separately as fights with separate grades. but I will be talking about them in the same area. Not that either is good enough for anyone to care about how I go about this, but the internet is a big, incredibly inbred place where every opinion you could think of is possible. So I'll at least give people that do care some credit. Those 3 likes on your hot take tweet were all very well earned. But okay, I'm being purposefully mean because I don't think the Gunvolt final boss curse is over yet, but with Zonda things have indeed improved overall. There's no elaborate Zun-inspired square dance routine choreographed by someone who really misses Ghost and Goblins this time. Just the epitome of the War of Attrition style constant refresh bullet hell younger me thought all of Gunvolt was about, but now that I'm a little more skilled and I can use my thumbs to actually control the game instead of just stabilizing my enormous dick during those lonely nights, that I have now realized that the viewpoint of this being bullet hell that I criticized others for also having, but I also had it at one point, didn't come from the truth of these fights, but almost entirely from this fight with Zonda's mirrors. Now, to be fair, it wasn't entirely Zonda. There were other bosses that had a few bullet hell like attacks, so it's not just that Zonda felt like a massive time wasting wall or anything like that. It's that it was exactly a massive time wasting wall, on top of nothing else in the series really replicating that. Sorry everyone, your glorious leader accidentally pulled the curve down, which I suppose fits her character in the story, so with that, let's start at a high point, because her character is indeed still aces. What makes Zonda interesting is that outside of the playable characters, she is essentially one of the only things that truly relies on the series' continuity to work the best story-wise. Like, of course, there is a continuity when it comes to returning characters, that's how storytelling works. You aren't special for staying awake 5 minutes in the 5th grade, who am I fighting? But with the playable characters, especially with the games following this one, they sort of reset to react to whatever is going on new. References to previous plots are typically very vague, and when they do react to the past, it's because someone expressly brought it to them. You'll see in the Copan games that he really has nothing much to say about the shared events of the timelines. It's all the new world he's dealing with. But Zonda's entire point is bringing that plot forward. Zonda was the representative of the sin of lust in Gunvolt, and boy, they made themselves known. Every single line he spoke was an overacted proverb about love and sexuality that he brought to every single thing you did as a reaction. And paired with the giant novelty crystal penis, it felt like he was trying way too hard to play into his space in Sumeragi. And that's because they were. Zonda was 1, made of plexiglass, and 2, a lying double-crossing ass who just wanted the glaives so they could power the Eden Adepts up and find the Muse. He was one of 2 auxiliary bodies, 1 male and 1 female, being used by the main form, another girl. Which does sort of deflate things concept-wise to have it be 2 to 1 on genders without anything else to really balance that idea of ambiguity. However, I still must commend this plot twist because it adds a lot of interesting bits for love being based on a hyper-ambiguous being, which allows a pseudo-mythic cult leader to be fluid in form while also bringing in previous games' characterization to explain their ability, as well as leading so many others through love, quote-unquote. In the penultimate level, you're running up and down stairs fighting hundreds of enemies who are all talking about just how devoted they are to Eden, expressing that overbearing lustful love that Zonda was talking about in the first Gunvolt. It's more lust in the sense of mindless desire for power and influence, which is incredibly clever, but they throw it all away to answer who Zonda actually is, and it's just some concerningly short woman, sacrificing everything for what looks like a 5-star pull in a Tibet-only phone tie-in. Or like the background of a rhythm game song that's only been beaten by like 3 random guys from Laos. Or mediocre. Between the 2 Zondas that are introduced in Gunvolt 2, Femme Zonda, the snake one, is by far the superior design and concept. Being a snake, she is reminiscent of Elise, which might be a reference to how they both have a clone thing going on, but that's never been confirmed. She also works really well with the male Zonda, and they pair nicely as designs and characters. However, the real problem is Kid Zonda, who answers the question no one was asking, who is Zonda actually, and makes the concept of the character feel less interesting as a result. If you were going to do a male female gender thing, couldn't Kid Zonda be at, like, I don't know, non binary or something? Even if it's just in like a weird emotionless robot thing, I don't know what to tell you here. But whatever. I said that her story was good, and it is. Because as much of a missed opportunity as a lot of this was, there is still value in contrasting Sex Team Rocket, who go on about love and care, versus the aggressively emotionless and despotic waster of life that the true form represents. Kid Zonda talks a big game about her friends and her followers and her grand plan and how much she cares about Eden as a group, but considering how weirdly flanderized the revived mirror bosses are during the boss rush, seriously, Asok and Desna become just total caricatures of themselves, and Gary becomes an even whiter rapper going from Beastie Boys to Vanilla Ice. It's very clear that Kid Zonda very much views her friends and the people she calls family as mostly instruments, as tools to work things out. I mean, she even pulls out their damn ghosts in her super move during the second phase. She's like if Nova was straight up Hitler instead of just subtly Hitler. She also serves as the catalyst for revealing dramatic irony so harshly and quickly that it feels like she's chucking an ironing board at Gunvolt and Copen. See, she's the way Copen finds out his sister is an adept, and how Gunvolt finds out that this plan was essentially built around his actions in the first game. Lola or Lumen also get absorbed into her power as well before the fight starts. Zonda is a mastermind, a manipulator, and she set adepts back centuries. A incredibly effective villain. It's just too bad the fights aren't effective in any way. The first segment with the ambiguously gay straight people is, as I just mentioned, a massive stalling attempt that feels shoehorned in so haphazardly it breaks the last level. We go from poignant rematches leading to a major final confrontation, with essentially a joke boss in the middle. It's cool to finally have a real fight with Zonda from the first game, but the gender swap has the Yota problem of selective attack timing and a lot of invincibility for both, and frankly their attacks feel like a regression to the first game's overestimation of your abilities, with their super move being nigh undodgeable, and if anyone tries to explain to me how to do it, I would advise you that I don't care about what deleting comments makes me look like. It's a fine fight, but if I was ranking it within the tiers, it would be at the bottom of B. What really gets to me, though, is the main fight. This isn't like Nova's God form. It's not challenging because it's bullshit or anything. It's challenging because it's as tedious as Black Friday traffic. She is constantly teleporting, using homing attacks that make it hard to keep consistent, her abilities are unclear, and she puts up a damn shield over and over and over that you have to break through. It's just time wasting, and considering the ratio of time spent fighting her to time spent debriefing on her death, it makes it clear as head cheese that the real star of this ending is the epilogue fight, not the final fight with the actual overarching villain, which is a terrible way to do any of this type of story. Oh, also, apparently in the 3DS version, you have to sing one of Lumen's songs to stun her. It's a gameplay idea that is not apparent or telegraphed, and it's never used again in the series, and since I beat this game the week it came out without knowing that, I guess it never mattered in the first place. It just doesn't fit together as well. I don't like it much. It's not nearly as insulting or poorly thought out as Nova's fight, so it's still a C tier, but it's still deflating and boring and long, and it just kind of feels generic for the type of character Zonda is. At the very least, the gender swappers felt a little bit more creative in what they were supposed to be instead of just generic RPG boss. Oh well, let's move on. We're gonna finish strong. I was exceptionally harsh against the idea of rival fights during the Asimov section. More than I think I really wanted to be, it's just I didn't have a better way of making the point I had about the first game's Asimov fight without saying so. But the truth is that ultimately I am being harsh against this type of fight because I think that it is ultimately still my favorite type of boss fight. And it's my favorite type of boss fight because, unlike every other archetype, despite the fact that they do have similar mechanics, usually a similar sized character with either contrasting or similar powers, and a direct opposite thought process to the main character, none of these fights at their best are the same as any other game series' version of that fight. The archetype is inherently varied because ultimately, it should go without saying, but a truly excellent rival battle is one that is designed and contextualized in a way that ensures that the conflict involved can only be done between the specific characters in the specific game and story that it is telling at that moment. Hey guys, editing me dropping in for a quick little clarification because I realize that what I'm saying here sounds like a contradiction of what I'm saying in the Asimov fight. What I'm specifically trying to say is that the reason rival battles can sometimes feel pretty stagnant and stock to me is because there's so many that I feel like are just using the fact that they are the rival, that they're using that specific Virgil-ish format to be their own gimmick, and that's their special thing that they do in comparison to the bosses in the rest of whatever game they're in. I don't think that just doing that style is cool in and of itself, especially when I believe that when it's done at its absolute best, you could not have that kind of fight anywhere else in all of gaming because it's so character focused. So that's the difference I'm trying to make clear between the original complaint and what I'm saying here. It's an inherently varied boss fight style if you try. You can't just make a generic conflict between two vaguely related parties that happens a few times or just really emphasized one time and expect it to be a good rival battle. Story, gameplay, context, unique elements, these are what divide the genres from the Grundala Sagas. It needs to be more than just guys who happen to fight all the time. They need, incredibly good fan art of them having gay sex, a conflict drenched in the themes of their specific story, interesting views of each other and the point that they're fighting over, contrasting yet complementary powers, and each conflict needs to advance both of them as characters in some way. You could pick any boss and place that fight in a few places and call that a rival, but a truly strong, well-written nemesis fight needs to be something only those two characters within that setting, in that moment, with those views, can create together. You could take the Travis versus Henry fight and the Raiden versus Sam fight and swap the two protagonists, and ultimately what you would have is two entirely new fights because of the dynamic those characters would have. The specific rivalry between Raiden and Sam only exists as it does because of the context of Metal Gear. It's not at all similar to something like Devil May Cry 3's Virgil fights, which is nothing like the fight in DMC Devil May Cry because ultimately the tone there is so different that the characters barely resemble each other, so even though that one still has basically all the same moves, it feels like a different fight. The point I'm getting at is that you can have similar looking fights and mechanics, but if it's well done with the story, it's not gonna feel like the same situation. This is why I believe that at their best, a rival fight is inherently the best type of boss you can have, and one of the greatest pieces of artistic narrative you can create in human history. And considering that Gunvolt 2 has yet to fill its best in show slot even though we're at its last entry, you can probably guess that the duel between Gunvolt and Copen in its epilogue succeeds at this immensely. It is hyper than a post-Halloween crackbender, and the fights are even more awe-inspiring. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape here. What is the record these two have going in, and what does that say about them? Gunvolt has faced Gibril, Milas, and Teseo, the pained, the noble, and the reckless. Each one of these characters has some way of being seen as sympathetic. They have some goal that's understandable, or at least a grand enough ambition that you get a bit of humanity out of them. With a little bit of tragedy behind each of them, even Teseo, he's probably just a product of his environment. Their ideals and desires are at least somewhat defensible, even if that defense is just I'm a minority, but they all have overlooked something about their approach that dampens their justification. These are people that Gunvolt can come to understand, but their bullishness about their views, like his own, ultimately lead to inevitable conflicts between them. Remember, Gunvolt essentially hand-delivered Lumen to Zonda 5 minutes ago because he needed to be part of this for his own ideals, even though he could still talk to Lumen in the meantime of her being shattered, and Copen would have cleaned everyone else out in the first place. But this is making assumptions on his part. That's not actually true. In contrast, Copen faces Desna, Asrok, and Gauri, people who see through, parallel, or contrast him. Adepts who are completely certain of their convictions in Eden itself and aren't just using it as a means to an end. They are philosophically sold. These are destructive people sure of their virtue because they perceive a harm caused to them by the other group involved in this conflict, just like how Copen himself is doing it. Tenchian is both. So, what happens when Mytel is revealed to be the new bearer of the Muse and becomes a danger to people important to both of these characters, and neither of them are willing to truly relent on the ideals that they fought for throughout the entire game when it comes down to needing to work together? Gunvolt may appear more noble, because he objectively is, but he is still naive and rushed into all of this knowing that Eden's plan is already contingent on his existence and his actions, and his need to be the Thunder Messiah subconsciously leads him to be here now as one of the main cogs in the plan, bringing the Muse over. His idealism and recklessness, like his opponents, have put him in a bad place. His stubbornness leads to the misunderstanding with Copen that starts this fight. However, both versions of the fight start by Copen engaging in combat, because we've already been over his absolutely stubborn conviction already. Someone who is truly hurt by the perceived death of his sister, who is now lashing out against her people, even in the end. On Copen's side, Gunvolt becomes a stubborn, single-minded boss, just like Copen was in the first game, while in Gunvolt's story, Copen becomes a hurt and understandable, but still way too far tragic case. We have the naive and the hardened, the hopeful and the broken, the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger, the Coke versus the Pepsi, the Bed-In versus the Phoenix Jones, the ultimate finale between I think you fuckers gotta die and actually I'd like it if we could be friends instead. Ideals versus belief. But the real cold hard truth undermining both Gunvolt and Copen in this fight is that they're both fighting for control over Mytel when they have no right to it because of their emotional attachment to her for different reasons. One is a bit more rudimentary. Mytel is the Muse Septima, which means she can control Lumen and Lola, and that's Gunvolt and Copen's friends, so obviously she has something they want. However, it's also because of their own personal misgivings. Copen's is obvious. He was already a very protective brother. He wants to be able to control where Mytel goes and what she experiences because he is afraid for her, but ultimately that is still trying to put her in the same cage Eden was trying to. While Gunvolt, who's still not over Jewel, sees a similar situation and, feeling like Jewel is speaking through Mytel and through the history of the Muse Septima, is not really really willing to let go of this chance to make right on something because of the guilt he feels, even though both Jewel and Mytel are telling him and Copen not to fight. They're both stuck in their own regrets and their own selfish needs to make good on what they believe they have to do, that even when they're told not to fight, they have to fight. They need to get over themselves through this. After this battle, Copen leaves to think about himself and leaves Mytel to live for herself, while Gunvolt simply pretends not to know her when they meet again. Both of them need to get over the hurdles of what they have previously promised themselves so they can make someone's life better. And ultimately, she ends up still thinking of both of them as her saviors despite everything, because they finally learned. However, to get to them learning this, they need to have the ultimate showcase of their dichotomy in what might be the best fight in the whole series. When you're playing as Copen, the fight against Gunvolt is essentially what you would have had to deal with if Gunvolt 1 had a Copen mode. He is essentially a more by-the-books Azimov, dashing about and tagging you while constantly shooting super attacks off at you, but he's a little more restrained than the ultimate power Azimov was using. Copen is an upgraded version of Gunvolt 1's fight in the same way Virgil is a jump from Nero Angelo. He's a more complex creature now, shooting you while also trying to ram into you and jetpacking all over the place, though oddly he doesn't use his new weapons in this one but the Sumeragi Adept ones, but ultimately it's still a grand upgrade. He uses the cloning ability way better this time. I really like how each one has a specific counter to the other. Gunvolt's Thunder short-circuits Copen's tech, but the Milas weapon ultimately discharges Gunvolt's Septima like he's underwater. It's a yin and yang type of deal. Anyone could get the kill shot. Both of them have the ability to defeat each other very easily. However, the first half of both of these fights is what I've just described. They're pretty dirt simple. The second half is when shit gets real. No matter who Mytel is channeling currently, whether it be Lola or Lumen, she doesn't want people to kill each other like that. Thus, the character you're fighting is brought back after they're blown up in the first round in an anthem state, while Mytel, Lola, and Lumen perform a trio song in the only example of a Metal Gear Rising style vocal boss I've seen in a 2D game to my knowledge. It is a masterclass in presentation, with the now anthematized superpowered enemy being threatening as hell. The way to open them up becomes super tight and they start pulling out all of the hard shit. Way more powerful attacks, way more stuff going on, loud. Gunvolt starts spamming voltaic chains while discharging with an immense amount of energy like he's Azimov now, putting out all kinds of powered skills that you need to dodge or you'll probably die. Copen starts pulling out the straight line attack from Gunvolt 1, starting with Elise's petrification as a clever knowledge check, like a mathematician kicking you in the nuts. If you get hit by that, you're getting hit by everything else, and probably dying. Also, notice that super move is called Guilt Sequence, where Gunvolt is pulling out moves and abilities from the man who slapped Copen's shit, thus bringing up his trauma. Copen counters by pulling out the people Gunvolt feels responsible for as a reminder. They're both trying to get an emotional reaction out of each other while also trying to kill each other. It is a battle of regrets and ambitions, quelled by the love of a being who, unlike Zonda, uses that love to help the world instead of controlling it, to heal things. Both of them are eventually convinced to walk away, now with something to think about each, and both are looking to improve themselves as people. The duel is an absolutely masterful bit of character storytelling and a really fun fight to boot. It was the moment Gunvolt stood up to the world and said, "Look at me, my dick is bigger than the rest of the genre combined. You will recognize." It is the best in Show for 2, easily, and probably the best boss in the series. Gunvolt 2 is Gunvolt 1's better in nearly every way, and indeed, in general, I like 2's characters more. They are more than just the tools of an organization, and they show off a difficult conversation to be had, one that is the key focus of all of the new additions. I love its movement, I love its story, I love its ideas, I love its combat. Gunvolt 2 is the game that truly defined Gunvolt, and going back to what I was saying at the start of this whole section, it is a true showcase of what a first sequel can do for defining a series. But amazingly, it gets better. This was the last of the 3DS games in the series, and the console works begin now. We're about to see some smooth ass shit, which 2 helped define. This is a real gem of a thing, and we're just getting started. Released in 2019, Gunvolt Chronicles Luminous Avenger X, what the fuck does that mean, is going to be a fairly large detour on this trip through the Gunvolt series, because the main man won't even be mentioned by name for 2 games, as we move on to a series of spin-offs, and by spin-offs I mean entirely fully fledged entries that just have a different plot and title. It is a single step up from something like DS Sonic Generations, or the DB Evolution game where it's clearly the gameplay of something else despite being a different continuity. And as much as those are not the kinds of games anyone wants to hear as the first comparison to their own, I promise it's really cool this time. This duology is the story of the bad ending of Gunvolt 1. Sumeragi, Asimov, obviously it's Asimov this time, has taken over. Adepts control and dominate the world. Humans, now known as Minos, are heavily subjugated. It is hundreds of years later, Gunvolt's corpse is only now finishing having the unskippable credits play, and Copen has completely replaced his body with cybernetic shit, so he may continue the fight forever, with Lola now taking power as the Muse. One day, on a patrol searching for Sumeragi's weapon, the Butterfly Effect, he is attacked by a crazed adept with lightning powers. However, he is ultimately saved by Kohaku, the only reoccurring support character in the series, and the one that makes Ix's menus unusable in good company. Someone designed this earnestly. Someone looked at this child design and didn't call the police. I guess Galgun did something to the water at Inti Creates. In return for her help, Kopen agrees to help her find her sister on his way to finding out what's truly up with Sumeragi as he tries to free the world from oppression. What's interesting, however, is that it seems like time has softened Kopen. This is a Kopen who has also lost Mytel and himself, so perhaps his need to fight has been hit a bit, but he's still at it centuries later, so the determination is there. But even though I just made the epic CEO of racism jokes, he's actually much nicer to everyone in this game. The most evil piece of shit adept in this game gets about half of what he had in the tank for fucking Jibril. Clearly years of slumming it with nothing but the annoying Pac-Man of his own creation as a friend has either kicked him off his game or something in him has changed, because the man should be on that World War Hulk shit. This situation should have made him go crazy. His dialogue should be nothing but a creative writing exercise in making up slurs. Fucking mutants, devil blessed, power pussies, anti-human, volties, spawns, jackers, parasites, come on. But I think what happened is the key difference in this world's characters. Like in Gunvolt 1, Sumeragi is flexing its power to strong-arm a variety of adepts from the fateful to the lecherous. However, what you'll find in particular is a significant amount of bosses here who are essentially indentured servants, either those with something Sumeragi can take from them or people who have no choice. There aren't any Stratoses here. Kinda. We'll get there. You don't know better than me. Sumeragi Septimas are fighting as a group called the Falcons. They are not fighting for a unified goal, but because they have strong Septima alone, which makes them prime tools for Sumeragi. Ultimately, this means that this world is less tragic in the sense that adepts rule it in a reverse racism hell, and more Sumeragi has screwed the world up so much that it hurts everyone, including adepts, and Kopen seems to be affected by it. It makes for a fascinating story where, in the absence of Gunvolt, Kopen has filled his place both in his role and in his temperament. But we'll get to that later with the bosses. It doesn't matter how nice Kopen is if everything else is going to hell, both story and programming wise. Indeed, this is probably the cheapest feeling game in the series, with a lot of cobbled together ideas. It's got a really simple UI that doesn't really fit with the grimy aesthetic. We're back to one character, and it's Kopen's exact gameplay beyond some new weapons and a few tweaks. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Think about how classic Mega Man 4 through 6 have like one difference each and yet are considered generally the best run of 3 in that series. Sometimes polish and iteration alone are worth a new entry, and Ix definitely fits this bill. The UI's slick design is at least fitting for Kopen's look. The overly complex and fragrantly useless crafting system has been replaced with a streamlined set of selectable upgrades that you just buy and edit on the fly. Much obliged. His controls have been tweaked just a little bit so you can now activate his jetpack to float, which has a few niches, especially because the levels are far more expansive in design. Now that they're developing for consoles, they don't need to work around a character who can't fly and a handheld that can't in general. And this means that the levels can be even more complicated than they have been before. Very few glorified hallways and science labs here. You have a great amount of variety here, from the back streets of the slums to breaking into a pharmacy to, okay, there is a couple of science places, but they're better in this one, I swear. My favorite one is the airship level, which feels like if Viper's set piece stage was designed by people with souls. These are without question the best levels in Gunvolt up to this point, and to this day I think still have an argument for being some of the best. They even have this new system of bonus tokens, 4 hidden items in the level which you get for exploring around, which add a bit more to the score challenge design-wise, because it gives you 500 kudos apiece and then 1000 for getting all 4, rewarding smart weapon use and skills. It's especially rewarding feeling because this is probably the best set of J-pop the series has ever had, or at least it's the only one that has any songs I go back to at all. 2 of them. On top of this, Lola has developed a new case of Roid Rage and a new ability that damages you for kind of a shitty buff. It's called Darkness Trigger, and it's not really the greatest idea this game brings. Even worse is that now that Kopen is alone with his weapon system, there's no Gunvolt antibodies to counter the bacteria from all the monkey shit, and the weakness system is deeply embedded into this game. I choose to believe the air has gotten so bad everyone has the Septima equivalent of strep throat. But indeed, damage has been upped from Gunvolt 2, and it sucks. One of the main premises for why Gunvolt bosses held my attention long enough for me to appreciate them when Mega Man didn't was precisely because you couldn't ruin Mr. Skin's fight because you happened to beat Mr. Latex a few levels ago. Thankfully, though, the bosses still have some hefty pools of health, so it's not the worst just yet. But at least 3 of these characters are totally annihilated by their weaknesses, and that shit hurts to see when that was such a big part of my enjoyment of Gunvolt. However, they thought of this. This is also a game that introduces the versus missions, challenges letting you fight bosses without their weaknesses, an option I appreciate to a huge degree. So I'll be nicer for now, especially when these are some of the coolest characters in the series, with a slew of ideas that certainly keep them way up to par. Yes, it feels like a bit of a cobbled together thing made of mostly reused assets and just a few new ideas that they were testing out, but ultimately, Avenger X is still solid, it's slick, it's Avenger X. Let's get it, man. It's gonna be great. Fuck you, 2011. Sheepman is awesome. Y'all let Top Man by, y'all let Ball Man or whatever the baseball guy was called by, but somehow the static god of the OVs is the problem? Oh, he's too soft and silly and pink, because we had such badass characters before like Quint and Hardman. Seriously, how did Sheepman hatred become one of the most parroted 2000s game memes, alongside Pokemon Trainer Vision and I don't want to think of more Bite Me? What, a pink fluffy pal was just too much of a threat to gamers back in the day? No wonder we're on our second Gamergate now. But fine. Here's a cool one, in all black with blood red string attacks. Ooh, he turns it into a scythe and a Gatling gun, and he's got a gay ass haircut. No, literally, it's flashing rainbow. Rebellio the Craftsman's Dream is the absolute best cursor start boss in the series. We are starting dangerously close to the very top of X1 for me, which risks making everyone else look like ass, but no, it is his sheer quality alone and nobody else's failures that get him to the top 3 spot. Which might seem weird because when I do eventually feel like going over his character instead of sitting around trying to be funny, you'll find I really only have like 2 things to say about him, especially when I refuse to comment on the fun vacuums. Though it is cute that his weapon complements Copen's gameplay so well, and Copen brings it with him to the next game out of respect. But regardless, these 1 or 2 things are absolutely fantastic, so it evens out. One issue I do have with this game is that it removes the screen blocking conversations and doesn't add much jawing before boss fights. Yes, this is a major quality of life update that I do appreciate, but I feel like being able to turn off in-level dialogue was good enough in the first place, and now I don't get the satisfaction of dying from an invisible fireball because I stopped to read an enemy spiel about how their favorite pearls before swine collection is when pigs fly, so I don't feel bad about killing them because the only right answer is I'm in this for me. Back to the point, it's helpful that they've done this, but you do sort of learn to miss it. However, with most of these guys, you'll actually notice that Toshiaki Tai's writing has become far more efficient and punctual. You don't need that extra blurb when the ideas and themes of these characters are demonstrated immediately and with great skill. And Rebellio is an outstanding demonstration of this. When you first meet him, he immediately starts the stock villain spiel about how he used Sumeragi intel on Copen's location and his associates to deduce that he would be looking for food, so used this moment of weakness to set up an ambush. Thus, you have the immediate idea that he's a Teseo-like mastermind, Merak on uppers, Bishi Shockwave, Nagito Kameda. But really quickly after that, you'll probably take a look at his character portrait and realize that his big strategist military coat is draped over jail fatigues, and then the warden growls at him about even speaking, threatening to move his execution date up. Thus, the question now becomes, is this man being used? Is he, like Stratos or Elise, an unwilling participant that now needs to fight you because of outstanding circumstances? And the answer is yes, obviously, come on. He gives a dry joke about the warden leaving him to his devices as if he would ever actually be a threat to the world, and he treats the rundown building as a great escape from his cell. Ultimately, you can tell he would prefer not to fight Copen at all, but if he has any chance of seeing his family again, he has to do this for Sumeragi. He needs to use his tracking skills and his power to kill others, or else he will not be able to live at all. Copen never says it, but I think that last part hit him. His family is gone. His dad is still dead, and later we find out this universe's Mytol got war games. So even a Copen that should be even angrier about the world would probably realize that this guy has what he doesn't to fight for. There is no adept scum here. After the fight, he and Lola commiserate on the cruelty of how Sumeragi uses its assets. It is the logical extreme of what was seen in the group from 1. It's striking, and it hits you hard considering what Copen was like in the previous game in the series. Rebellio's design is another part of his dichotomy. He's a big, fluffy sheep boy with colorful hair and big, cartoony horns, but it is suppressed in the black armor of death. Like a Sith Lord sheep, the Reaper with the skull of livestock. His weapon is a gentle string of yarn, but he weaves it into horrific implements of destruction, scythes, giant razors, a fucking minigun, and even just a ball of yarn filled with spikes in case irony didn't exist. Oh, and his super attack is simply doing a Spider-Man trap with an unbelievably powerful feeling cross strike, like a combination of Maximum Spider and the Mesatsu. He even brings down a giant shadowy darkness to surround you while he's attacking. I don't even know what part of his power that's for, it's just really threatening. It's a really fast paced and one of the more visually striking battles in the series. Yet, he has this terrifying smirk on his face the whole time. Someone so beautiful and oddly kind, yet so used to killing. This is the reality of this cruel world of Avenger X. One where even Copen can empathize with an adept because it is too natural to do so. A hard edge, striking, and powerful encounter, a fantastic way to start the game, A tier with ease. Stela, the Sudarshana gravity well, what the fuck does that mean? Is blackface, sorry. I had to get that out of my Trudeau system. I'm not going to try to justify that design element like I did the weird racial elements of Nathan Copeland. She does not have the same secret depth as him, and it's not like it's even mentioned at all, so it's not worth it anyway. But seriously, what the hell is this? She's not even like a proper Gyaru stereotype. I don't get it. But oh well. There's still a lot to talk with her, and she's related to a different boss, so it's not like I can ignore her, so let's move on, lest I end up with my face on wanted posters at the next con I attend. I only just recently got rid of the burned cross on my lawn from the No More Heroes 2 video. Tongue-in-cheek joke aside, Sudarshana is the chakra of the divine discus, held by the right rear hand of Vishnu. It is said to bring destruction but also salvation in a duality as many Vedic symbols do. Specifically, it destroys evil forces. It is said to be able to remove unnecessary elements from one's life when its mantra is chanted. Allow me to demonstrate. Ah. So anyhow, Stella is a bit ironic in this sense, since despite representing something fortunate, she's gonna be real unfortunate after this. After all, Lola's base form sure is as close to a godhead as the series gets. But I'm probably looking too deep into the naming scheme anyhow. It seems like it's mostly an overcomplication of the fact that her main mode of attacking you is destroying the buzzsaw market because Jesus Christ, she's got the Enterprise main deck spinning about casually on her shoulders. No wonder the world mistrusted Septimas when like 3 have practical applications and the rest are shit like super genocide cannon, make oil go on fire, and summon Charlie Sheen, or in this case, Magneto Boomerang. But I suppose it doesn't matter when she's already the leader of a major manufacturing company called Gargantua, which, judging by her automaton Dist9, is a tech thing. She's probably already monopolized buzzsaws anyway. Considering her status as a Falcon and the fact the factory has classified info, I doubt that's all she monopolizes. What we see here is one of the members of Sumeragi who holds a sort of societal advantage for them in this game. So it's not just her own power, but also the things that she has control over that make it useful to have her in their pockets. She is someone with something to gain like Viper and Yota, but she, like Rebellio, is still not working willingly. See, the reason I didn't go for the obvious and hilarious sex doll joke with Disc 9 just now is because it both gets way too close to the truth and frankly undermines that story. I would compare her in Disc 9 to Velvet Chair Girl and Oma from No More Heroes 3 because of course I would. This is a massively different pair of characters from the main duo, yet are specifically a contrasting parallel group. And yes, those words do contradict each other, but you don't actually care. You haven't gotten this far in the video, or are here for white noise while you study, Brett. Point is, Velvet Chair Girl and her squid may not seem like Travis Touchdown and his cat Jean in the first place until you realize that what you're dealing with and facing them is a fully dedicated universal champion and her magic loyal pet. Seeing how far they go for each other and their goals are mirroring what the main characters would do for each other. Despite her goal being musical chairs, VCG is as brutally dedicated to her job like Travis is to assassination. She wants more than anything to be number one like he is. And Oma is willing to do anything to help her the same way Jean is with her powers. Likewise, Stella and Dis9 are mirrors of Copen and Lola, especially the version of the bionic duo from this continuity. Now, speaking of obvious and hilarious jokes I'm not gonna make, I'll avoid the racism issue, especially since I think hers is accidental. We have a technical minded and very business like inventor whose only remaining family dreams of electric sheep and will go crazy if they lose their human counterpart. To balance out the mid gameplay conversations being removed, a cool thing some of the bosses in Avenger X do is having some of the later bosses sit with them for a conversation and having a more established through line for a story. So there's a massive emphasis on her relationship and closeness with Dis9. Despite being her pre-programmed butler, she clearly depends on him and they care about each other's safety. She's here at all because Sumeragi threatened to take him. Now, I may be a greedy piece of shit, but you don't get into death matches over your Alexa. There is a familial bond here like Copen and Lola's. Unfortunately, Disc 9 can't revive people. But damn, does Stella do her best to keep that from being a problem. Adding onto the comparisons to Copen, she specifically built her armored form to fly. In fact, it only flies. Yota wishes he was as dedicated to the star cosplay as she is. Though, I guess she's more mermaid-like maybe her gravity abilities are supposed to be like swimming. Yeah, her major gameplay drawback is a lack of consistent battle theming. From Gari's Disco Balls to Nova's God Complex to the purposeful disconnect of Rebellio, each boss has shown a general consistency between personality, design, and powers, or at least contrasts are made properly. I can immediately look at Viper and deduce that he needs Quaaludes and a Pepto Bismol, but Stella is too many things and it doesn't mesh. Floating, graceful creature does justify her projectile based attacks, but the way she looks and animates wouldn't suggest that, mostly because of the buzz saws. Maybe if it was just magnetism, but then you sort of lose the industrial aspect of her personality. Yes, I know she uses the magnets to gather debris, but that's just what happens to be there. That's attaching an element to an ability, not an ability having an element. Like, say I made a character who was a point dexter type with the ability to pull characters from books to attack you, but then his super was just the book SMG from Little John's video. You just stapled the main element onto something unrelated. It's not too much of an issue as the fight happens and is actually really smooth. Her floating takes advantage of Copen's movement more than almost any other boss in the series, and it does end up being really fun to fight, especially with the brutality of her style. That is an appreciated element. But still, the full picture isn't that well painted. Watercolors, probably. A little bit of give, a little bit of take. She's pretty average. Also, the last hilarious yet obvious joke is just how over-centralizing her weapon is. It's strong against everything, and I could totally go on about Metal Man. However, the only things I want to compare a bum like Metal Man to is cheap crack, so I'll avoid it. She'll get a B then. Okay, so is Krim related to Asrock? Like, is he a descendant or something? Is that what they're going for? I mean, he's fire-based, he's orange, he's got a weird battlesuit gimmick, he goes on about artistry. Clearly there's similarities here, though he is significantly more flamboyant, so I don't know, maybe Gauri successfully got a little bit impregnated too. Unfortunately, considering Krim will be our lowest non-D tier for X1, I guess we could also assume that Asrock's Pygmalion reference wasn't just a cheeky little thing, and he and Galette got a little bit too iRobot one night and inbreeding occurred. On top of not having the mid-fight dialogue, X1 also suffers because it copies a lot of Gunvolt 1's structure, in the fact that you don't really get to fight the bosses more than one time like in Gunvolt 2. They don't even talk during the ending boss rush. So you really just get the one and done, and usually that works out fine. However, Krim is hit pretty hard by this limitation, and it's not his only limitation. Another thing that this one kind of fails in when compared to Gunvolt 2 is the fact that very few of the bosses have really strong gimmicks or unique stated things. I mean, as much as I hate Teseo on a personal level, he did affect his level in a really heavy way, and that's just not something many of the bosses in X1 do, even though I think they're absolutely a match for any other game in the series. It's just there is some stuff holding them back from being as memorable, and they have to work harder, and Krim does not work harder. On paper, a Scorpion Shield Hell Beetle Disruptomaniac who believes that making a rundown factory even more burnt out and destroyed is the height of artistic endeavor, who is only allowed to exist at all in his state because the powers that be need an unhinged enforcer like that, that should be a really interesting idea that could make for an explosive and exciting boss. But he's just so plain as a character, so underbaked. Heck, if you use his weakness, you can break his armor and do so much damage there's barely even a fight. Seriously, it's like fighting a wheelchair-bound Lou Gehrig-ridden half-dead octogenarian with a shotgun. Yeah, getting in is a bit hard, but then you can just go to town, you monster. This is his biggest issue gameplay-wise. It's unfortunate because otherwise the fight is serviceable. In fact, more than. His pillbug roll and sweeping explosive barrages make for a really intense fight, actually. With his shield, it's actually challenging to properly hit him and rewarding to get in. I also appreciate the aesthetics of his explosions, destroying the ground, and how the debris from his destruction is one of his attacks. It is exciting in the moment. And then they gave him Armored Armadillo's Lupus, which kinda destroys everything, not helped by, as I said, his lack of much discernible personality besides fire, and the fact that they just don't have anything else to say about him in that way. I don't think Copen even comments on him after the fight's done. It's really sad. However, thankfully, there is the Versus Challenge. This is almost entirely why I mentioned it in the opening, where the trick is impossible. So, a good version of the fight does exist. It's just post-game content, and even then he's working with half the deck. I understand that I've given one-note characters slack before, but that's when they had a reason to be that, and it served everything else about them. And Teseo's grave is still so fresh I can smell his gamer sup breath, so it's not like I'm going after Krim for no good reason that I haven't done with anyone else. Yes, Krim functions as a personality. He's bright, he's poppy, he has the funny English accent in his attack calls. I believe him when he says he thinks explosions are art, but his attacks are not as nuts as you'd expect from someone like that, outside of there being a lot of them. And he's not even really poetic in his speaking, and he's not psychotic enough to be incredibly chilling. He doesn't have enough extremes to him to really work with his power set. What even is his relation to Sumeragi anyhow? He's got a lot of ideas, but there's no follow through. There's no analysis of him. There's no story tied to Krim besides him just being there to fight you. It's weird because I do feel like I'm being fickle here. I'm looking for things that probably don't need to be there, considering, once again, he's fully functional and really enjoyable on his own in a vacuum. But I have to compare him to what else is here by the point of this video. He's not as crazy as Stratos. He's not as creative as Asrock. He's not as vile as Viper. Not as out there as Gauri. Heck, his unarmored form also damages himself in the explosions, which is a nice extra thing, but it only ends up feeling like a slightly weirder Gibril that goes less hard. No sympathetic traits or any complex relationships to the world of Ix. He just exists, talks about one thing, dies pathetically to the most dominant weapon in the game, and nothing. In one ear and out the other. Sorry, Krim, you were a fine fight, but you strove for nothing more than fine. You are the best at nothing, and the 1% of the series you take up feels a bit superfluous. I've already forgotten you. Ultimate C tier. If you were a flavor of LaCroix, you would be Pamplemousse, because you have a strong burst of aroma, and then totally tasteless pain for everything else. I don't watch Doctor Who because I have a chin that protrudes away from my face, but only barely, so I do know a little bit about it. One aspect of its approach that interests me is not the regeneration in and of itself, but how, like movie-exclusive Kamen Rider forms, not every one of the main figure is inherently built to have the same importance. Paul Magan's Doctor only exists for the TV movie. In the context of the series, that is the guy. He is as much the guy as anyone else, and that is an important thing to be, but in comparison to the ones before and after him, he's just there. Yeah, he had some radio dramas, but that's like being the voice impersonation for a big name actor. That's a subordinate media style socially. The point is that there is a character that has the aspects of some of the most important people in the series. They are one in the number, but they are in a limited sense. Magan and the War Doctor were just blips on the map, really, but they still fit the category. I love this type of character despite being so innocuous as a concept. I don't even have a proper term or a consistent set of examples for it. I guess category stuffer might do. Julius Belmont, Goten, that time Metalhawk had the Matrix, the various ancillary Joe stars like George. When I went to Catholic school, the one non-Bible story they always told us was Juan Diego, so at least for me, he's a weird associated outlier. Ooh, associated outlier. That's a good term. Essentially, these are characters with monumentally important aspects plot-wise, but the amount of emphasis the series puts on them is minuscule. Blade is a one-game character. Yes, I know she's mentioned in X2, but that puts her on Xeno tier, and I'd rather not make that comparison. She is both the Tenxian and the Kopen of this game, the reoccurring antagonist. She has a mix of both of their plot works. You fight a pathetic version at the start, and then a slightly stronger one in the middle, and then a more complete one right at the end before the boss rematches, like Tenchian, but her continuous story and the evolution of her moveset with every confrontation is much closer to Gunvolt 1's Kopen. It's an incredibly good thing that she has all of these aspects, because it helps really flesh her out, but also it allows her to have proper weight, which she needs to have because, as I've implied at the start, and also by the fact gameplay is on screen and you aren't as much of an idiot as I treat you, my little chase from house. She is clearly this world's current Azure Striker, and is almost entirely a metaphor for Gunvolt. He haunts the narrative through her. Some examples include the resident little girl having a connection to her. Kohaku is her sister. She summons lightning. Her main color is blue. She dispenses thunder. The story will ultimately reveal she was part of a similar experiment as Gunvolt and Azimov. She expels plasma. A major shift in her story is caused by a necklace related to her assigned small female. She is so ambiguous that with the mask on, everyone thought she was a dude, and she makes electric shit go down boom boom big. Copen's hatred blinded him to Gunvolt's views and the possibility of working together in the main timeline and the first game that is still in this timeline, until they ultimately became unreconcilable and Copen leaves to not cause more harm. But in a world where Copen has to take Gunvolt's place, we see him show greater sympathy for the way adepts are still put in a classist state in this reality. I do want to give one of Copen's weapons some actual, real, unundermined, true, no holds barred credit for once. Stellar Spark. We see him with it first in Gunvolt 2, clearly having copied Gunvolt Septima, but what feels like a gameplay based scar at the start of Gunvolt 2 is instead something way more poignant in X1. It was Copen's adept killgun that ended Gunvolt in this timeline. It was his tech that killed the world, and now he carries the burden of guilt with him and has for centuries now in the form of the power that should have saved it that he failed to work with. I don't think it's an accident that his preset weapon in X2 is Rebellios instead, since, one, it's something that is far more suited to Copen's fighting style because it is about ramming things, which means that Copen is more sure of himself, but now it's because he's holding on to a memory of the peace he is fighting for, and not just a reason for him to be teen anime Rick Sanchez. So is that it for Blade? She's a glorified piece of fan service just so Copen can finally have that conversation with Gunvolt he's been practicing in the dumpsters I assume he's been sleeping in till now? No, because as I said, she is still the Copen of this game, and not just from her structure, but from her art. She begins as an enforcer, someone whose whole job is to be totally not Asimov's king in a world of adepts subjugating humanity. She is the subjugation machine, though she is also being subjugated herself like a prettier Ernst Röhm. But where Copen just got increasingly irrational when things don't go right, Blade flipped a literal crazy switch, and she is left losing her mind with her only thoughts being to kill Copen. It's actually kind of upsetting to watch because it happens in real time during the second fight. It's not just a wrathful beast woman, but someone screaming in pain as untethered powers break her from the inside. It doesn't feel like you're just dealing with another adept, it feels like you're fighting a nuclear meltdown. Her fights really nailed this idea. The first one is the simple tutorial boss where she's completely lucid, minus the brainwashing. But the second one is in a medical facility while Copen is trying to help a sudden sickness with Kohaku, and halfway through her super attacks start going absolutely berserk. She is both fighting against her sister getting help and losing full control. It's a double dramatic irony, melodramatic irony. Final stage mouse with a cookie irony. Garzy's wing irony. Finally, in the last duel on the run to the final boss, she's already in her berserk moveset, and her final attacks are these absolutely brutal barrages of everything she has. It's this really neat bit of evolution that really elevates her and almost makes me forget that half her attacks can't reach you. Yeah, remember how I mentioned that the Gunvolt 1 Copen fight was sort of entirely ground-based despite Copen's jetpack? It's similar here, but where Gunvolt isn't making the Raptors, Blade doesn't even qualify for Linderwood. A lot of her attacks are trivialized by just going up, and you can go up a lot in this game. But still, you can get caught off guard and she hurts. So it's not like it's totally unbalanced. Also, she does this cool thing where she sticks her sword in the ground and keeps attacking while it conducts the electricity, so it can redirect her attacks towards you. So once again, it's not entirely useless. It's just that when the way to dodge your final super ultra special attack is just by going up, that's really a bit of a drawback. And yes, I know there's that super hard DLC one, but remember what I said about DLC before. And really, she doesn't need it, it's still a good ass fight. Ultimately, the pendant Kohaku gives you jogs her memory and she helps fight off an attack on the resistance, becoming the adept hero of the age, a true Azure Striker. Kopen's emotive arc, Asimov's pawn, but Gunvolt's spirit. Is she just the weird offshoot Azure Striker? No. She's Blade all on her own. And an A tier. I've been thinking about evil doppelgangers a lot. The concept of a harsh and vicious version of a character you like is metal as rhodium. But beyond the evil Ryus, the Grimas, the Scourges, and the other general direct mirrors, I really love doppelgangers that aren't obviously doppelgangers. In my No More Heroes videos, I gave the character Mimi an immense amount of credit because of the context of her existence. The dialogue she has and the relationship she has with Henry, the character you play as, told me very clearly that this was a twisted version of Travis Touchdown's character as he's seen by Henry, especially contextualized by what happens to them in the rest of the series. Mimi and Travis look like they're from completely different games, but they are similarly stubborn when it comes to Henry. Maybe a more obvious example is Kid Icarus Uprising's Dark Pit, who is a literal clone yet experiences things so differently that he's hardly a parallel to Pit by the end. He's more of an anti-doppelganger. The original run of Shattered Glass Transformers didn't just blatantly swap personalities, but took the philosophies of the characters and logically thought of how they could be used for good or evil. Megatron is able to be an Optimus-style strong military general that commands respect, but he is far more cold and a little bit harder to break it to instead of Optimus's warm fatherly nature in the regular series. The evil Autobot Sideswipe keeps the normal Sideswipe's maverick personality, and because he expects so much from his leaders, he ends up becoming actively seditious when the evil Optimus can't do it, so he ultimately leaves the cause, and it makes this evil version of a good character decide to be good anyway. The point is that it's easy to just make bad version of character. It's another thing to go deeply into what this doppelganger actually consists of and use the context of a character's existence to say something about the world and the people perceiving them. You don't just make the character different, you make it clear what is at stake if that character was different normally. This is why Falcon Star idol Isola makes my skin crawl. Who is Lumen in this series? An incredibly powerful being whose songs are meant to empower and help others, and whose ability is of such great power she limits herself to a quiet life with a friend to not be used despite her potential to control the world. And who is Lola? A being created out of spite for Lumen, yet to match her artistic power, the full Septima was copied, so she developed a similar personality, outlook, and philosophy, typically voicing Copen's hidden compassions and being the reasonable one of the two. These are beings of power and of compassion, the idealized idols who care about both their art but also the people who are affected by it. It's why the concept of a game where cute, elaborately costumed women cheer you on for being a good boy was appealing to a lot of people. Except to me, of course, because I'm hardcore. And I only cry at the deaths of close loved ones, and pets, and select episodes of American Dad. Point is, they feel personal already by design and by cultural association. But obviously, like in real life, this can be misused. The idol industry makes the wrestling one look like Band of Brothers. These people can become dark advertisements. If you have ever interacted with stan culture, then you would probably try to pet a wild grizzly because clearly you've failed to develop any kind of danger sense. But also, you know these women could cause wars if they wanted to, which is what the idols are worried about in these games. But Isola? Isola is like if Perfect Blue did a line off of Apocalypto's tits. A story of toxic celebrity culture that obviously opposes Lumen, but is also a story about subjugation and consumptive media. What I mean is that there is a sort of inherent story of artistic integrity in the anthems of Gunvolt, not wanting to be controlled by a force looking to reach as many people as possible at the expense of their being, watering you down and implanting messages into you that you don't intend. I mean, douchey executive in his giant radio tower using the little artiste for influence is the kind of story so ubiquitous that people have started to sympathize with the executives when it happens because it's so played out unless you play around with it. The esoteric nature of the muses makes it easier to swallow as a world-ending thing. That is, until you get to Vanilla fucking Ice over here. Isola is such an industry plant she photosynthesizes. She is the neo-Sumeragi idol who entertains the masses on their behalf and takes up attention with insane publicity stunts. When you find her, she's literally acting as a police chief for the day. She is the industry. And she has a massive bone to pick with Lola specifically because she is a threat to her as Sumeragi's own idol. She seems to understand that Lola undermines her place as essentially a paper governor and threatens her pride. Isola's only power as an idol comes from the fact that Mytel is doing an Am cosplay and Lumen is her flesh creature in this universe. She is by far the most obviously dedicated Falcon. Krim isn't developed enough to be so. She is the one escorting Rebellio to you and threatening him at the start. And she is the one in charge of the big, tall, important radio tower. She's presumably doing all of this while also using her abilities for Sumeragi propaganda. Use entertainment to get people on her side by doing the rounds on Fallon and Fallon and Fallon and Gervais, because the future sucks. Now, I must acknowledge that nothing outright says that she is some propaganda enforcer type. She just manifests her power as an idol. Maybe she's just a jealous prick. No. And I think you know you're being disingenuous as you write that comment. I know you. This is why engagement sucks. She would not be in this position if she had 1. Not won the genetic lottery and had a powerful septima, and 2. Had not fucking won the genetic lottery by having one that is so easy to exploit. In truth, I think hers is the most dangerous outside of the Azure Striker, because where Azure Striker can control tech, Companion is a control for the masses. So of course an Asimov-led Sumeragi lets her run rampant. She's like canned Muse for what it's worth. She even has her own out-of-universe single to sell the idea. It's a goddamn earworm too. She's getting to you in real life. I already have a ghostly U-Raptor telling me to kill the Sicilians. I don't need more of this. So then, why all of that about special doppelgangers? This seems to be about as basic as it gets. And I will answer, Sentient Straw. See, the thing that happens here is that she's not just some idol, she demonstrates just how dire everything truly is. What we know of current Sumeragi leadership's values and what the point of the idols is to the series. What we see with her is the ultimate in classism in Ix's world. She is useful to the establishment, and so she is in power. She is given authority she doesn't qualify for shits and giggles, and as long as she toes the line, she's fine, but it also means constant danger because she is an enforcer. For as bratty as she clearly doesn't want to actually be fighting you. She shows just as much disdain for the idea as Merak does. This is part of her job. This is something she has to do to be who she is in this world, and why wouldn't she go for this kind of power when she has the ability to get it? It's not enough that she is the evil sellout doppelganger to Lumen and Lola, but it's also the fact that she basically has to be that makes her so interesting as a doppelganger. This is a place that doesn't just favor adepts, it also only favors the absolute most useful, and this mindset creates horrific people. Not only is Isola a dark mockery of the series' main gimmick, she is one that demonstrates just how low the people at the top are willing to stoop. She is a hint into how bad everything truly is. It's no wonder her fight involves her attacking you with canned screams. The commodification of people's joy is used as her twisted weapon of pure anti-art, and the spotlight becomes jarring beams of death, while her stage becomes a floating cudgel, also of death. Like if Norman Osborn had a K-pop phase. She is a character of pure concentrated evil, only made worse by the fact that she too is a puppet. I didn't know I was gonna put her in B. She's A material. So, one thing I've had to deal with making these videos is that, fundamentally, I like video games. And what I mean by that is that it's super easy for me to just play a game and feel good. They're relaxing to me. So when I have to actually judge something or rank something and put it in front of me and actually think about what something means to me, it feels like an out of body experience. I can just play a full thing, not think about it, and then have to genuinely sit there and debate with myself, was that bad actually? And this is where a lesser mind would then try to force a quote unquote objective, critical minded look at what they did that usually just means they're gonna force themselves to make criticisms so they feel like they did a big smarty job all over the kitchen table. That type of analysis always rang hollow to me because it never feels genuine. I don't get the sense that these types of commentaries, especially the ones that literally call themselves an objective look or a critical look, are working towards a real point besides maybe you've all been too nice and maybe we don't need to be nice. And 95% of the time, it's just making sure the comments are kind. I'm not gonna go down on something that at least gave me that comfort in a dark, hard world just so I can seem smart. If I don't have anything bad to say, even if I'm ranking someone lower than someone I do have bad things to say about, I just like what they do more when they do it right, I'm just not going to say that bad thing. And I'm not worried about this thought process because it's not like I find analysis to be worthless. That's not what I'm saying here. In fact, I love analysis. It's just that for me, when I take a closer look at something, I typically, more often than not, find a way to more accurately describe what I value in something and end up thinking, yes, that was really good, which seems to be a rare thing for some reason. I don't find unironic total enjoyment to be a waste of time. However, this also means that when I do all of this work to like something and ultimately realize that yes, it stunk, well, I'm less forgiving about it. What I mean is, I almost let you get away with that, Bakto. Let's cut to the big problem immediately. Despite some major crippling issues with Crim that his hard mode fixes anyway, Bakto is the first true unexcusable casualty of the goddamn weapon pile, and doesn't have the courtesy to suck beforehand so it's not much of a loss anyway, like the damn tree. Everything about him should have worked for me. He's got the reverse of Rebellio's tragedy, where even people in the wrong have those that they care about. He's got a rockin' attitude, he stands where the goat stood, and he's a goddamn lion. Lions and lion aesthetic characters are the best shit all the time. Yet, you throw a blanket at him and he's turned into a comedy routine. And with this change, everything is recontextualized into a shitting on holy grounds. It's probably the most disappointed I've been in a boss in a while. But let's get back to the beginning. The journey of 1,000 bruises begins with a single overdramatic slap to one's forehead. Bakto the Leonian Tempest is the dawn of a group of gangsters. Or at least he is now because the rest of the gang is jailed. He's fighting you to free his mafia family. So, okay, another piece of shit allying with Sumeragi, except that's not it. He was low, incredibly low in the family. He could have totally started to use his new power privileges to kiss Sumeragi's cock ring and thus be the Nepo baby leader of any crime ring he wants. But instead, here he is in the cathedral of battle, ready to die for the actual leaders to go free. This is a genuine show of noble intention. The fact that he's from the bottom implies to me that he was probably some desperate kid in the derelict world of Sumeragi's dominance. The life of crime probably wasn't anyone's choice, and his willingness to play for the lesser of two evils shows a more complex man than what appears at first. He is Rebellio, but with a greater sense of duty at the cost of a little of the sympathy. It demonstrates the kind of dirty plays Sumeragi is willing to pull, the same ones they pulled on Rebellio. Which is a similarity that wouldn't cast so much of a shadow on Bakuto if he wasn't a gout-ridden failure gameplay-wise. When you go to the versus mode, he technically fixes his issue the same way Crim, and actually Rebellio now that I'm remembering, does, cause he's no longer crippled by his weakness, but Crim could still fight back when he was hit. A regular fight with Bakuto is simply sitting there and land Houdiniing him with hankies. It's a joke, and unfortunately his fight is still underwhelming on its own. He wants to be a strong man with massive tornadoes and drills and explosive moves, yet a scrawny puke like Crim actually shakes the walls and causes damage and puts that in his fight, while Bakuto has none of that presentation. He's fine on his own, but it simply feels like he's being specifically targeted by the game itself. The game stacks so many sanctions and demerits on him, you'd think he was a personification of Haiti and the devs were having a reverse Paris syndrome. Like, I wanna give him more. He looks so cool, but there's nothing. He gets a D. Not because there's a failure to make the game work as intended. Here it is not the system that needs to be fixed, it is working as intended and needs to be dismantled. I was not going to question a robot like Disc 9 having a Septima. One, because Gunvolt is already a series that asks the question, what if autism was replaced with Power Rangers? So it's not worth fly-specking in that way. But also, Lola is right fucking there. But I do have to comment on how he's like the only one here who's truly benefiting from the makeup of this world because of it. Consider how, in the normal timeline, his being an automaton would indeed have him be treated worse, but that would just be the cherry on top of the sundae, considering he also has the Septima power of super duper towel folding, which would make him subject to more unjust hate than a starving child currently being spotted by snipers working for a Boer and a Khmer Rouge and the IOF. And it's just painful. Not only is he lucky that he won the lottery by getting a nice, powerful ability that Sumeragi wants, so much so that they're willing to threaten Stella into cooperating over him, but the fact that he got with Justin Trudeau means that he is protected and cared for. And for someone who's stacking minority statuses like a brick wall labeled FEMA, that's gotta be great for him. But what's less great for him is what happens to him throughout the story. Disc 9 was the character working with Stella earlier, her butler and confidant. But after she gets offed, he's left with cold coffee, the most horrific thing to happen to any character in the series. Oh, also stewing in grief and learning feelings robots aren't supposed to know, like pain and hatred and so on. He's a tragic story. A being with as much of a connection to his creator as Copen and Lola, but the circumstances of this world has placed them on opposing sides. He and Stella were the Copen and Lola that found a place here, one they had to carve out themselves and fight for. Despite their misgivings with the world, they still had their best bet there. But not necessarily just because they benefit from imperialism, more specifically because that luck thing wasn't actually a joke. Without this world, there's no Gargantua, and from there, there's no Dis-9 in the first place. Something like him just wouldn't be okay in the main timeline. A robot with a Septima is the kind of thing that only occurs when someone goes against the world, when they oppose things. Copen built Lola as a counter to Gunvolt, and experiments like Elise and Jibril zombies are always villainous. Stella and Dis-9 carved a place for themselves in the only timeline that had anywhere for them, and now to improve the world for everyone, Copen has to destroy them. Therein lies the difficulty of all this. The world is so deeply affected, not everyone is in their wrong place. It's a society itself. The world's moved on from Gunvolt's purpose, and some people are going to lose more than they gain when things are brought back to normal. It's truly a regrettable situation that you wonder if it's the only way it could have happened at all. Lola and Copen both commiserate that they couldn't have convinced Dis-9 to join them. The key idea of the story being if things had gone a little different, maybe they could have been friends. And I think that's the operative concept of the first Avenger X in its entirety. If things were just that little different. Without Gunvolt, who are these characters, and with him, would they even be who they are here? Do we not see any of these characters in the main timeline because it's only here that they would be at all relevant? Are they even born as they are? Does Blade live normally, not having the Azure Striker placed into her? Maybe even going against Adepts in an ironic literal twist of fate? Does Bakuto not have to join the mob, or does it get worse for him as an Adept in the context of the main series? Does Krim do what all promising young artists do and die at 27? Does Isola retain her sense of superiority and join Eden? Does Rebellio get to live? Does Dis-9 even have a right to exist? Would the circumstances have existed for him in a world that doesn't suck like this? Copen's thoughts about how they could have helped him hit even harder and feel so much more poignant when you remember how, when faced with a non-natural being who also speaks of familial relationships, main series Copen tapped into his latent power as a gem fusion of Park Chung-hee and Measurehead to go absolutely ballistic. What an insane difference. But the most painful thing about Dis-9 is that the existentiality of his fate is just the fun little addendum to what is ultimately just a poignant and painful main relationship. That on his journey to avenge his family and free the world, Copen has faced another being whose family he personally killed. It's such delicious agony, and it makes the sick ass fight even better. For one, Dis-9 is weak to Stella's weapon, which is one of the few appropriate weaknesses in the entire series. I forgot to mention Isola is weak to Gunvolt's ability, which feels like a bit of a play on Lumen. Uh, that's the only other one I can really think of at this moment. But Dis-9 is also the diametric opposite to Lola, where she was in a giant room where you had to economize your boost and flight, while she controls space with projectiles and flies around. Dis-9 fights you in a claustrophobic room, the smallest boss arena in the series. You have to bounce all over it while his own moves do as well. He also contrasts Stella's futurist mechanisms with a refined old age chivalry, down to summoning horse sculptures. He fights with spears made out of his towels, he phases through the air to control space anyway and make it hard to hit him, and his super move is one of the most satisfying to dodge as it gets closer and closer while trying to pull you under the darkness. In a way, he's sort of meant to counter Copen's moveset with his Mario cape reflector that launches you back when you try to ram him and deflects the laser cannon. His close-range attacks make movements really hard to control. I don't really know what else to say other than it's really fast-paced and interesting and just really exhilarating to get right in a way that very few bosses truly hit at the same heights, even though most are already that good. Disc 9 is the big and the little picture, the close and long range. He's graceful and wrathful, dangerous, but also sad. He's a microcosm of Avenger X1's best aspects, so he will receive its S rank. If he were an entry on a Watch Mojo top 10 list, he'd be the obvious thing that first appears on a Google search that they stick at number 1. Hell yeah. Demazurl is the alias taken by R. Daniil Oliva in iRobot. This was the pseudonym he worked under when he was the minister for Cleon I, the last galactic empire of the Etun dynasty. He hid from the spotlight and had this many identities because after the murder of R. Gender Panil, he was the last humaniform robot, and since the R stands for exactly what you think it means, it only makes sense for him to be a little scared. For a guy responsible for the formation of an empire and guiding humanity, he sure knows how to signpost himself. Eventually, he starts a colony on the moon after the fall of the empire, and after nearly 20,000 years, he has to take a biological body, and that's where the iRobot fan wiki ends. Yeah, iRobot isn't a Socratic dialogue that's at best 20 pages, so I wasn't going to read it quickly for this joke, and I already wasted the over-explaining thing on Phaedrus last year, so The point is to explain why I didn't hide that Izimov was still around and was the twist for this game. Mostly because we learned that Demazeril exists like halfway through, and I'm not made of paste, so of course I thought it meant something and looked it up. So it's about as well hidden as Robot Daniil anyway. He was also paralleling that character in the first place, since he's already hiding behind a puppet Sumeragi like the Galactic Empire, and he's trying to oversee a massive shift to the world, eventually giving up his body in this game. It's just that unlike iRobot Demazeril, a century hanging out in a basement tube seems to have given Asimov a bad case of Boston Dynamics militaristic psychosis and chips on dick level of spice. Indeed, after all that English class bullshit I was on, it was really just a long way of saying that Asimov only had Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase on the iPod he brought with him to the basement, and after all this time the battery acid has performed a one-tube The Fly. And if I pull out one more vague and stretched reference for this train of thought, Don Gardanziandio will let me see my family again. So, Spiritomb, Jacko, Kremzeek, yes, I'm stalling because I realize there's nothing else to say about Asimov's character here that wasn't said before, but now he talks like if Sephiroth was a JoJo villain. So yay! He's spent the last century kicking himself for not setting the gun to stun, and somehow hasn't enacted his grand plan despite having the Azure Striker and Muse at his disposal for years now. Except absolutely right until Copen started acting upon it, and half of the plan just involved turning Lola into Putt-Putt. He's become a brainless, psychotic weirdo version of Asimov, and I'm not sure it's intentionally that way. Maybe it's just because it's 1 a.m. as I write this, but I'm not really interested in trying to suckle at the last bits of the Asimov teat for the small remaining ideas I haven't already touched on right now. Demazeril's entire personality is just Asimov and Gunvolt's post-heel turn dynamic, but this time with Copen, and it's not the Copen from the main series who didn't become Gunvolt, so what's the purpose outside of novelty? I mean, yeah, it is a cool novelty. You even get an alternate version in the boss rush that's just more of him preening and he's green now. But once again, because it's 1 a.m., I'm not willing to dig into him much harder. I mean, it's really just a continuation of his idea from the first game. He has not changed one bit. The most interesting thing about him is the stuff that he does to the world, and we've explored that with the other bosses. Now, that being said, the fight's actually okay for once when it comes to the final style bosses here. The first phase has very little to mention. He does look really cool, but it's just a Bakuto syndrome battle where he fights similarly to his Gunvolt 1 appearance, but it's tweaked a little so you can't just fly over all of it as Kopen. And he also has that sniper rifle I was sure the lore was shitting me about, so that's cool. It's cool to see a more complex version of the voltaic chains, but ultimately it's just a hard light construct on the level of the Zonda twins with the same placement within the finale. It's just that instead of becoming an American Girl doll, Azimov stuck his dick in an electric socket between phases. As the Demazero form, Azimov teleports between three machines that you have to shoot a little bulb on the top of to damage him, and he makes you dodge a bunch of souped up insanity versions of Gunvolt's super move, which would have worked better if the epilogue fight of 2 hadn't already done that with Gunvolt, and also literally every time you fight Azimov he's using those souped up super moves, and this one is just way less dynamic because he's only in 3 places. Yeah, the voltaic chains that turns into a meteor is a hell of a thing, I will appreciate that one, and I do like having to actually aim for a weak point on each machine, which is something that you don't really get with the tag system of these games. It emphasizes Kopen's movement. The entire thing is kind of an emphasis on Kopen's movement, really, and I'll even say that his own industry plant Muse being his kryptonite is funny. Ultimately, all of these parts are interesting on their own, but the whole is lesser than the sum of them. I don't know what else to say. It's Azimov that turns into blue raspberry fiberglass. And frankly, after all of this story surrounding Ix's unique world and the problems it comes with, just ending on a retread, but this time Kopen has friends, is kinda lame. But there is merit in seeing a version of Kopen who could go the distance with Azimov here. Really, Demazeril isn't about Azimov, but just about seeing Kopen truly pick up the slack and prove his growth to end the fight on his terms once he's earned it. In a way, the story is about change, changing the future, changing the continuity, changing the people, but Izimov hasn't changed, so Kopen has to embody the old hero to win. In a world of change, sometimes it's what's the same that means the most. Construct gets a C, Electric gets a B, highest for a final type boss so far, he's still carried by story. Avenger Ix is more than I thought it would be when I first started writing this. It's a fascinating little slice of the Gunvolt world, while also being a strong reimagining of its components. It's a story that gives meaning and weight to the main series, and also tells a powerful story about how people can change so thoroughly, alongside the dangers of not doing so. The enemies are those who could rest on their laurels or give up even if they had a good reason to. How far can one go to help before this is a lost cause? Kopen being a more mature person in this game overworld may be glib and ironic, but it is in keeping with the themes of this game's story. The man who changed saved the world. It's also a game about the cost of freedom. Eggs get cracked for this improved omelet no matter who wins. The thing that makes Azimov worse is just that he has way more eggs. Rebellio, Stella, Dis9, and Bakuto were sad losses, while Krim and Isla could simply be products of their world. All sacrifices. But now, not human nor adept needs to be pushed to the grinder to keep a madman's dream alive. Funny how all it took was a horrific apocalypse for Kopen to unite people in a way that Gunvolt still needs one more game to do. It's not a bad showing for a game that's ostensibly just an excuse for more Kopen levels. This game is a detour to be sure, but it's one that feels necessary for a full image. Avenger X1 provided upgraded level design, a fascinating new version of the world, character growth you'd never expect, and a great amount of polish. In comparison, X2 offers generic levels, thoughtless guidance stories, total immobility, and a bunch of baffling, worthless changes that give off the impression not that no one was told no at a pitch meeting, but that they were told no way too much. Do you want a game that constantly feels disgusted by the very fact it has to be a video game? Then play Last of Us or Conker's Bad Fur Day or Hatred or something. But if the prospect of feeling weeks of near Catholic Church levels of self-shaming after beating a game doesn't appeal somehow, you can go for Avenger X2, which simply leaves you feeling hollow. We are in the lowest point now, folks. Which, granted, is mostly a compliment to the series, because this is like bottom bunk on the second floor, and not the kind of sub-basement they keep real dog shit in, but it is a stark enough drop to be annoying. I think the best way I can describe X2 is that it has defeated Guilty Gear Dust Strikers, Indivisible, and even No More Heroes 2 as the worst incredible game I've ever played. In fact, if they hadn't made it a Gunvolt thing, I wouldn't have a stray word to say about it, because it genuinely feels like a great rough first entry in a series that could go on to do good things. However, this is game 4. There are things to compare it to. So instead, it comes off as a buck-toothed thalidomide stepchild, so red-headed they look like Ghost Rider. Let's get the basic stuff out of the way. After ending racism and saving the world in the first game, we get to finally see some on-screen science doing by Copen. One day, a suspiciously gun-shaped weapon falls out of a portal with information pertaining to a parallel, even more fucked up world. Copen, Lola, and Kohaku all fall into a portal to get to this world. They meet Null, a robot maid who guides them through this world, is a plot device once, has a really forced arc about being useful, ultimately is brought around by another character's better arc, and will not be mentioned again after this sentence. To survive the harsh apocalyptic world, Copen uses the alternate tech to redesign his armor. This changes all of the gameplay, which of course was necessary because yeah, so everything in the story is what I like to call an ass slap plot, where it's so close to being pure nonsense, but there's just enough physical explanation that you begrudgingly have to accept that it's happening, despite the fact that it's clearly making fun of you. Why does this need to be another alternate universe over the already existing alternate universe? I mean, besides needing a reason for the villain to be crazy versions of Lola and Copen, let's just rip that band-aid off now. And yeah, there is sort of an interesting story about moving on and the follies of desperately trying to preserve the past, which I will give the story, and I will analyze the bosses through that fairly as what they are and not what I think they should be. I mean, hey, the fact that they're guardian robots of a massive tower filled with pre-apocalypse biomes, literally being called gravekeepers, makes them really appropriate and thematically strong. However, you can have all the good peyote-related mania episode reasons in the world to pour lotion all over yourself and run into a wall, but that doesn't explain why you didn't take your meds in the first place. And by that I mean, was this story so good and brilliant and important to the mythos that we had to abandon everything prior? Could this type of theme not be better suited for like a group of elite adepts that lost their status without Asimov, thus continuing the story of the first Elseworld instead of going to an entirely similar Elseworld that's different for some reason? Because right now it's Elseworld cubed. How do you end up this washed in a world with no plumbing? If we keep going deeper, are we just gonna find a bombed out void that has a note from Xeno saying, "Holy shit, you fucked up"? All I'm saying is that I would have preferred something that doesn't have to abandon everything prior so it all feels weightless and without connection till the very end. This all feels like Copen has entered a completely different series, and that is a major drawback. I don't understand the necessity of the plot being this way, no matter how okay the story is. And that's not even bringing up how this probably should have been the theme of a plot prior to the one about change, but that's getting nitpicky. But hey, speaking of pointless shifts, let's talk about how the gameplay has been put through the same process late year Peanuts did, in the sense that there's multiple missing things, additions that do little, over centralized annoying ideas, and all of the edges have been sandpapered off. The first most apparent thing anyone who doesn't currently have termites in their brain will notice is that you only have one air dash now unless you hit a wall, so your mobility is greatly hampered. But hey, it's a good thing that there's a lot of corridor based level design that makes you act strategically with this new movement, instead of, say, dick shrivelingly huge and vertical levels that make this change feel like an intense bite to the dick. Fuck you. You can body check enemies now and push them back, but that doesn't tag them all the time, so you still have to deal with the weightier jump and the awkward dash. Because the enemy design hasn't been tweaked to not be the standard Gunvolt affair, you're taking pot shots so much you can't even enter the kitchen lest a new dent appear in the wall. Especially now that the privilege of this ramming ability comes with a hefty bit of knockback just to make sure absolutely none of the smooth, hectic, and tactile combat is present at all in this Gunvolt game. But don't worry, says X2. I've tweaked the kudos system, so you don't lose it when you get hit too many times. And once you get to 1000, the Anthem state allows you a closer playstyle to the previous Copan games, but with some limits so it's balanced. And I actually sort of agree. I kind of love the jump timer you get, and I think it helps balance Copen's gameplay a little bit. I think it could be used to great effect if it wasn't for the fact that they changed everything else too. On top of that, the dash limit that you start with lowers a lot of the ways to combo and build up kudos, so by the time it's possible, you're 75% of the way through each level, so it's like an inspiring story of a previously wheelchair-bound man joining a marathon and then getting a skateboard at the end. But wait, says X2, we added a melee attack to work with the shove, and a combo gets you a lot of kudos, and that would be fun if that combo had any stagger whatsoever, and the combo needs to kill or the kudos doesn't happen. And this is alongside the fact that the big saw move does really no significant damage. So now the wheelchair man has a sword, but it's broken and keeps hitting him with flecks of metal no matter what. This is especially terrible for the tanky bosses. Oh, but you fucking mongoloid, replies X2. We evened it out by making the weapons even more powerful, and some of them have mobility for levels. And yes, once you get used to using the weapons fast enough, which is hard to do because your options for selecting them are Speak and Say featuring Lola or pausing, you can string some really cool stuff together, and this does kinda even things out gameplay wise. However, I didn't forget that first thing you said, because now all of the bosses come fresh from the Flashman College for disappointing everybody, and the weaknesses are absolutely dominating this time. More than half of the bosses aren't even legitimate fights if you use these abilities because of how bad the weaknesses get. They do huge chunks of health and stun them. And the ones that don't get crippled by this are because the weapon is ass in the first place. And what's not helping even more is the fact that so many of them are just the same I am the guardian and you shall not pass type of personalities that, alright then, says X2. Here's hard mode. The weaknesses shift and aren't as strong. We even locked the true ending behind it, and hey, the versus stuff is still around, and the bosses do more damage, so it's more fair. But then I have to ask why it removed the kudos changes too, so now you're constantly at a disadvantage without already being a master of the game, so it's not going to be that fair anyway, and oh look, the wheelchair man has fallen and died of syphilis. And then X2 explodes because my super awesome logical critiques have revealed it to be a game whose design sense is so contradictory they feel smells. But that's not totally it. Because the weapons are indeed useful, the levels are objectively well designed for the moveset, you can traverse just fine with what you have, it's just that it's not satisfying to do so is all. As are the bosses when you fight them without weapons, or in the versus mode where they're as good as any other Gunvolt boss, and I'm going to be judging them as such. Ultimately, X2 does work with what it gives you, it's just that what it gives you is baffling. It's a well designed experience, and once you meet it at its level, it's fine. And I want to be as fair and equal as possible, and since the bosses are the best part of it still, this will be fine. It may have a lot of really bad drawbacks that place it well at the bottom of the series quality wise, but it still functions properly. But I just wish it didn't bother with half of the things it does. Usually I find myself defending a franchise's black sheep, but when you're the exception in a class defined by excellence, well, what's that say? I'm gonna do my best for this game, but poor crop yields can only be patched by so much gruel. Let's get started. Despite all my shit talk, we are starting with a real good one here. Daysight is this game's cursor starter after the opening level, and he lays down the groundwork effectively while also kind of damning the others to faint praise in comparison. When you're told that you're dealing with constructed robots that don't necessarily have to be humanoid, and one of the first ones you fight is a Kung Fu Typhlosion Arbiter, you're sort of meant to build the rest up in your head, meaning that the guys later who are just kind of adepts with extra steps get into a bit of trouble design-wise, at least on the first impressions. However, I'm choosing to ignore that because that's going to be the one opinion I'm allowing myself for this video, as opposed to the 1000% hard fact I always spew otherwise, totally. I've been entirely consistent about that and haven't overlooked anything for my own desires. I am only going to do it this one time ever. Right? But also because his odd composure is a good introduction to the systems that the Gravekeeper robots use that are a little more subtle with everyone else. Because these are not adepts, there's no metaphysical element to their abilities, so each one is analog based. They fight with obviously separate weapons from their being, and you see gears and coils and floating systems setting up their powers. And Daysight is a very obvious one. His fire abilities come directly from visible pipes, and you see him amping himself up. He even runs out of steam after big attacks, and that's your opening to hit him. There's limitations and a sense of logic to each of them. It's something I really like about these guys, genuinely. You also get a sense that their non-biological physiognomy is a major point to how they exist. They have been here for centuries, and that affects the way they view things, as opposed to the more active and time limited by nature human adepts of the main series. You especially get this idea with Daysight. When you meet him, he comments on how it's been hundreds of years since the last humans tried to get in. Apparently, he predates the apocalypse, meaning he is one of the oldest of these robots. In fact, another one later is his protege. It also allowed him to think back on how the tower's preservation project is seen and understood by others, as a grave for the old world, as well as something to smuggle for everyone else. And his philosophy behind being a defensive unit for so long, despite his cynical view of the world, is that graves are meant to be sacred. If this is an effigy of a dead world, then why not let it rest? Keep those destroyed out. No questions asked, no matter how reasonable he may seem. He is here to preserve what is left of the past as a tribute and to defend it from invaders who would just steal and misuse it. It is both a nobler reason than what the others will show off. The Gravekeepers are tied to defense and duty, but each one has a different way of viewing it. But it still places him against Copen. It still makes him a representative of those things trying to hold on to what is already gone longer than it needs to be. Daysight's inherent mistrust of those he can only see as destructive really is the first hint you get that this world's Copen is the one behind these beings. And now here he stands, centuries later, getting older and slower. These aren't just automatons, but beings of metal that still have feelings and desires and personalities. They are reflective of the humanity they are meant to resemble. It's the same ideas behind Transformers storytelling, or like Braver more recently, and why I love that shit too. The mechanaloid format simply informs the personality. I felt like I could have a beer with Daysight and he can regale me about all the people he's had to kill and remind me that he can't drink because he has no lips, and then he can start crying awkwardly before the bar food shows up, and then Starscream is also there because I always imagine he's there when I drink. Anyways, for a guy who needs to stop mid-battle to take angina medication, the fight is great. He's easy to contrast with the previous series' fire bosses, whether it's rooted in simping, supremacy, or scarabadibidibidabadibidibidibidoo. Each of the previous fire-based fighters have had some kind of batshit crazy to them. I imagine the fumes from the propane they emit is causing an epidemic of brain damage. However, Daysai also has no nose, so he's stayed sane. The point is that he's noticeably more controlled in his fiery fighting style. He uses martial arts amped up by his flames. You can approach him like a fighting game character. He doesn't even need to wear a cosplay of Akuma to get it to work. I appreciate his fireball being knives, and him using his fire as a booster to use his rocket punch or his shoryuken. It makes the analog stuff way clearer, and it feels really clever. Especially clever is how his attacks are easy to dodge on the walls, but frequently they cover areas with fire, so it becomes a liability to camp as he will start aiming at you eventually. This fight is as strategic as it is direct, unless you're making him trip on his weakness, so you don't have to fight at all, because fun is minimizing the amount of time you spend on something like it's golf. I promise to lay off on that now. But regardless, Daysight is a strong laying of the groundwork for what a boss in X2 can be when it actually tries. A tier. So, like, what even is the naming convention for Gunvolt bosses? Like, yeah, Asimov is obviously a reference, but otherwise it's just sort of vibes based, isn't it? Some like Viper and Nova are describing surface level personalities or aesthetics. Rebellio and Krim are related to their themes and personalities a little bit. Gauri and Asrock are related to military ordnance? What the fuck? A bunch are just futurist nonsense names. Jibril is who appears when you look up that name, same for Disc 9. Others are just actual names like Elise, and way too many are just totally devoid of meaning. Like, what does the stratosphere have to do with bugs besides the ozone depletion letting pine bark beetles thrive? And I doubt Bacto has anything to do with vanilla extract. Oh boy, here comes my crack team of evil adepts to defeat Gunvolt for good. Scalius, Marpask, Kamagwe, You God, Die Ruger, Brinksmanship, and Gertrude. There's no actual point to this tangent. I just want to build up to how funny it is that Vespa's name owes money to Piaggio and Co. SPA. Vespa was the first of this game to really demonstrate to me how disappointing the addition of the Mega Man weaknesses would be. Daysight is weak to her ability, but there's at least a 50% chance that you will go with him first, so he can have a large chance of not being scathed. But you have Rebellio's weapon from frame 1 of this game, and it knocks Vespa to the ground and cancels any of her attacks and totally ruins her, and it will be available 100% of the time. So I didn't actually get to have a first impression of her at all the first time I played through the game, and I think that's a real shame. I'm actually going to have trouble writing her portion of this video because it really feels like I'm fighting her for the first time. Thankfully, when you don't use the weapon and end up somewhere between comfortable hug and curb stomping, she's actually an okay first impression. I write these parts one by one as I play the game, so imagine my surprise when when the analog stuff I thought I was so clever about had actually come up directly in her conversation, when Copen brings up the turbines Vespa uses to fly, and makes fun of them like he didn't cripple his own energy source to actually play this game. Maybe have something that doesn't fall into the pits she opens up in her final phase if you want to talk shit, Robo-Man. The Bumblebee aesthetic may be a bit try-hard, but the known laws of aviation have already been Kennedy'd in this game, so who cares? But otherwise, that little breakage trick is actually what surprised me about her. One thing a few bosses in X2 do that nothing in any of the other games do, and I think that's impressive, is having really oddly shaped arenas, not just squares with varying numbers of walls and size. There's a couple of genuinely neat ones here, and one of them is when she breaks the ground under you in her last phase to have a couple of bottomless pits while she's summoning tornadoes and shit. And on top of that, I am pretty satisfied with her regular attacks. Naturally, a bee-themed character is going to fly at you with pointed objects, but I haven't seen a lot of bees with missile salvos yet. Don't rush me, the machine isn't done yet. She has this nice mix of ranged attacks and weird ideas that could be really cool. But outside of most of her little tricks, there's really nothing else there holding it together. The ranged bosses that preceded her also do similar attack types, and her demeanor is really generic. She's just the bratty one of the Gravekeepers, when in comparison Daysight was pulling out some really cool ideas, even for being the old one. Yes, she does have a sort of neat plot thread by having a familial relationship with a different robot that we'll meet soon, but otherwise, she's just exactly what she seems, and I don't really have much else to say about that. And that's really low. In comparison to the strong personalities that have appeared previously in the series and even in this game, she's very much nothing to me. And on top of that, Stratos was just a goopy Langolier, but he had more bug and nature stuff than the bee-themed Defender of the Jungle. So it's not like the few things Vespa has are that strong an idea in the first place. I just can't give her more than C, unfortunately. I spoke of the different ways the Gravekeepers approach their shared goal of defending the tower. The attitudes they take make for the variation within the philosophies of each character and create interesting scenarios, even though they all have a unified goal. Daysight is the one who would not attack unless provoked. He has an articulated reason for why he finds invasions of the area distasteful, and not just because it's his duty. Vespa takes offense to the comments about her tech, so her defense isn't just duty but pride-based. Autochrome smashes through a wall and sticks a piece in your face immediately. His conversation is mostly him stating that he's been meticulously watching your movements the whole time and predicted you would come over to him after beating Vespa. They are siblings, apparently. However, he also denies any need for revenge. The tower repairs these robots and brings them back online, and he's only meant to stop you because it's his job. Autochrome, is all business. No flowery ideas of morality, and it makes him a serious contrast to the previous Gravekeepers. Vespa is the keeper of the jungle biome and based on an animal. She has a more natural reaction to being made fun of. Autochrome, is mechanical, the defender of the science wing, and completely goal-based. He's clinical. However, there is an underlying rage to him. His arena is two small platforms and a massive pit he flies around aggressively. It's almost as if he's offended you'd even make him do his job and is trying to just take you out as quick as possible. Or that he's actually mad about Vespa. His design plays with it too. His analog ability isn't just adept with lines, he clearly spends his spare time trying to take over the Decepticons, i.e. he swaps to a jet mode so his movement is way faster than most of the bosses in the series. But somehow his attacks are incredibly well paced. He's so fast he has to stop to aim his gun, and it's really clear when you can attack and dodge. His moves, like his half-screen sweeping lasers, necessitate your ability to jump from platform to platform as well. It's all built to work together. This is what I mean by, despite my distaste for the changes X2 offers, it is still well designed around them. None of Autochrome's attacks should be making you fall into the pit a la Smelter Demon, unless you overextend yourself personally. One attack even takes place in the center so you can save yourself on him, like getting a boost over a wall while wearing soccer cleats. His use of space is clear and predictable, but fast paced and varied enough to feel like a real fight. Genuinely, it's quite good game design. However, that's all I can really say about him. He is where I'm really running into what I think is one of X2's biggest issues that doesn't really make sense until I had to write about these bosses and realized how much shorter these sections are. Copen. Copen never asks deeply why all this is happening. He doesn't notice much about the Gravekeepers besides surface level observations, and that they are obstacles to him. There will be some of that with a super specific important character, but when it comes to the regular bosses, there's simply no, oh dear, some of this tech reminds me of my science, or wow, my need to defend things to a fault reminds me of you, or at all anything of the sort that brings the story together with its overarching ideas, like everything else in the series does. No introspection like Rebellio, or vicious feelings of offense and hatred spurred by Tenchian. Autochrome is just himself. Copen doesn't have a dynamic with him. It's not like this is a death sentence. I've been gushing about him this whole time, and spoiler alert, but Best in Show is going to be one of these regular bosses, so they can be strong enough on their own, but they are on their own, while Copen sits there playing Flappy Bird in his bionic brain. This is why changing the setting was such a mistake to me. By removing Copen from the world he has opinions on and has relationships in, you essentially remove Copen from the game entirely. So I can gush about Autochrome as much as I can, but it will always be missing something. It's disheartening, but in the interest of fairness for what he offers, Autochrome is an inventive fight, unlike anything else in the series gameplay wise at the very least. His personality matches his fighting style admirably, and ultimately he's simply incredibly successful at his design and what it's trying to do. Nacelle. A tier. If he was a Transformer, he'd be Jetfire. An underrated thing about Gunvolt and Ix especially is the emphasis on interpersonal relationships between the individual bosses that inform their motives and attitudes. You don't see Matrex and Doug McWhalen meeting up and discussing their wants beyond Sigma before you fight one. That's more of a Mega Man Zero thing, which makes sense considering the director in the room, and I do like that series more than any of the others for that reason. We have the pre-finale level bosses in Gunvolt 2, we have a few in Ix, and of course in 2, the Gravekeepers have nothing but each other. Autochrome and Vespa are siblings, of course, and despite that making little sense, I can understand how personal relations on that level can develop. But then, on that same thought, what the hell is Daysite and Brigade's connection? Brigade is the Armory's defense, and is very clearly military themed, with his robot bits appearing like army fatigues, though it's juxtaposed by his small stature and impulsive childish nature. In a way, Brigade is like the perfect character for a military game, not just in the sense of his being accurate to the real military, but also perfect for playing a military game, as in a COD player. Because he's self-destructive, high-strung, he looks like he reeks of oil, and I just know he sounds like a screamer kid. Props for having the come at me boss be the whiny child. Outside of any protective motivation, his defense is laced with fury over Daysite's destruction. Apparently they had a master-student thing. Okay, question though. Why did they program a Gravekeeper to be a rookie then? Some kind of generative learning thing? Do they start as infants? Is there a more disturbing version of this story if the portal opened earlier? Are there other ones being designed and trained somewhere? Are they given IVs like Pokemon when they're born? Are they born? Do the female ones get simulated period cramps? Thank goodness this takes place at the end of whatever month this is then, so I guess we have more fights to talk about. That was disgusting, I'm sorry. But ultimately, when it comes to Brigade specifically, my biggest question is what facility did they use to place that dog in him? Indeed, as hot a relationship as Master Apprentice is for this type of character, Daysight provides a motivation for Brigade to be absolutely based and Heartman pilled. Where Daysight was a controlled and precise fighter using his larger size and personal skills to fight properly, Brigade is a flea of a thing with as much chill as an Arizona forest fire during a head-on collision with the sun. He's got skills in weapons development, so the majority of his fight is actually against him piloting his tank, the Heavy Basalt. My favorite example of the series making up names based on discarded word magnets. If this thing was one of the standard mech mini-bosses, it would easily be the most threatening one. This thing pumps out enormous salvos of missiles, blasts enormous lasers, has all kinds of Gatling guns, and a beam sword that should have been revealed at an upward facing angle. The entire room is fighting you while you try to hit Brigade in an incredibly small weak point. What I really appreciate is how much of the dodging relies on the grounded dash move and the little bit of lowering it offers. There's not much like it elsewhere in the series. But otherwise, this would just be X2's homage to the mini-bosses its world can't provide. What makes Brigade truly special is that he's not just a bratty version of Daysight hiding behind his weaponry, he is a proper military operative. You can see that a bit of Daysight's honor has rubbed off on him. And like the GOAT Brian Buster Jr. before him, when his mech suit is destroyed, he's still got a little more in the engine, hopping out, and as his super move, he just pulls out a knife and starts jumping you like a psychotic fly. He is his own super move and is at his most dangerous when he's just going at you like a reverse predator. And that's why ultimately, Brigade is the greatest surprise the series has given me so far. Of almost all the games, really. I saw this little puke and his bitchy motive and the fact he fought asymmetrically and thought it wouldn't be much to think about. But that last ditch effort not only justified the previous two phases with Heavy Basalt, but recontextualized Brigade into a character of pure dedication. His Gravekeeper duties are dogma to him. He will not let go of revenge or his duty for anything. In that way, he is the Gravekeeper where it is most obvious that Copen built these guys. Brigade is very similar to the sheer stubbornness that Copen showed in the first game and the second one. It's like matching up against his old self, but instead of it being this big special thing, it's just one of his creations who's way too into it. And it gets even crazier when you fight him in the boss rush. Heavy Basalt is gone, so he only fights you in his final form while adding grenades and just shooting you. And it culminates in his true final move, having placed a bunch of C4 everywhere prior to you showing up and then pressing the button, blowing the whole place sky high while initiating a countdown to beat him and escape. It can be a tight one, too. He's so fixated on preserving things that he'll destroy them just so you can't change them. Brigade is a character who just refuses to play by the rules. You don't get his hardest effort when he's pulling out unbelievably powerful moves or overclocking everything. You get his hardest form when you've earned his full attention. And despite that strength, he is still so respectful to those that came before him. There's this importance he places on those around him, so there's almost a heroic element to his absolute insanity. It is because of Brigade that I keep coming back to X2 despite my distaste. My ability to understand the way the game communicates comes from him. When I say a boss in this game is good, it doesn't mean good for X2, because Brigade is in X2. Therefore, a good boss in X2 has to be nearly as good as Brigade, and thus is just as good a Gunvolt boss as anyone else, because Brigade absolutely is. X2 is elevated by his presence. Granted, it's because X2 is such a baffling and weak entry that naturally its best aspects would have a greater part in the enjoyment I have in it, so he's a big fish in a small pond in relativity, but of all the best in show characters we will discuss today, he is the one with the most impact on his game in general. Top tier, what an experience. Well, golly gee, we've made it to the peak of the mountain when it comes to X2 bosses. I hope that the climb down is at least gradual. Oh wait, no, there is a giant 90-degree chasm drop right here in front of me. Dang, it's like if a bunch of Olympus Mons was erased from reality, so now it's only Olymp. And how appropriate, since Olymp is the best way I'd describe the general quality of the last few X2 bosses. It's like if Zelda Dueling Peaks just had one, so we're about to scale to the bottom in the rain. And this rain is being provided by our next entry, Hail. Hail is... Hail is... Hail is... Hail is exactly what she looks like. Gee, I wonder if the ice skater with an Aurora Borealis shawl who's covered in dark blue and has a vaguely detached personality is the cryomancer of the group. The dick-shrivelingly long level full of ice puzzles wasn't much of a clue. But I guess she may hope we're distracted by the fact her tits are visible from space. Oh god, I've resorted to sexbot jokes. The lowest form of female robot humor. But like... Of course I did, considering she has so little to go off of. Girl is one of the few things I can discern about her. Because for a series with as many twists as Gunvolt, Hail is distressingly surface level. Her entire conversation is the most basic, "Can you let us through? No, I have a job, sorry," exchanges they could have done. There's a small amount of resignation in her tone that implies hers is a begrudging or lazy form of defense, but when the first boss in the series is a guy representing sloth who doesn't even physically throw a punch because he's that good an embodiment of it, someone whose only lip service 3 games later on doesn't cut it. Though, perhaps that laziness comes off more in her boss fight, because the best way I can describe it is... trying to stab you, but also placing static space controlling damage spikes, or while he jumps off screen to stab you, skates at you with these attacks, and summons and crushes crystals at you still. Then a pretty standard super attack that, despite being fairly hard to dodge, is still just a barrage of pellets. Yeah, the point is that I think this world's Copen was feeling awfully nostalgic when making Hail, cause aesthetics aside, none of Hail's abilities have a single unique element. Not her power type, not her movements, not her personality, not her patterns. I like to look deeply into things so much that there's a state where maybe I'm over-explaining simple stuff with a lot of these characters, but it was only with Hail that paying a lot of attention actively harmed my enjoyment of her. X2's general boss writing is already lacking in depth, but she couldn't even give me a decent fight alongside it. Yeah, Daysight's powers were obvious from his stage, but his approach was different. Yeah, Vespa was mostly generic character archetypes, but she still broke ground and had a fun design. Yeah, Autochrome did a lot of move fast and attack that the other bosses try, but being Macross helped. So maybe it seems unfair to isolate Hail for issues that aren't unique, but being not unique is the point of her issues, to the point the rest of her problems are rehashed too. I will give her 2 things. 1. The mountain is a way sicker form of that blade wall move Tenchian did. Good job. And 2, her mentioning in the boss rush that the Gravekeepers are usually far apart, so them getting to work together like this is rare, does imply stuff about the way the tower operates that I can sort of piece together, and is kind of interesting. Otherwise, Hail is just a massive buzzkill. She is a demonstration that when you set out to make tired and energetic characters, you get just that, alongside a bit of infuriation. I'd say she phones it in, but Caro Blaster showed me a fight against a phone would be more interesting. She is the C-ist of the C tiers, and I have nothing more for her. Sometimes I like jacking myself off without accompaniment. Like no video, no mental image, just a meditation on self gratification. I think it helps my goon sessions be more successful. Oh, wait, shit, sorry. Oh, man. I'm supposed to be talking about Ace. It's just so boring and unremarkable that my brain short circuited thinking about him and defaulted to an anecdote about myself to regain interest. I promise it won't happen again. So yeah, speaking of having nothing, here's Ace, the ninja one. I've begun to really hate ninja characters in this type of game, cause they're almost always the stick in the mud hyper serious guy who barely talks and does the same three poses and teleports about and is totally coasting off the concept of ninjas being cool to teenagers. But unless you're playing as one or dealing with an outlier like Bang Shishigami, Chip Zanuff, Ninjask, or Kotaro Fuma, and that's the Musuo version, not Basara, that fucker's a disgrace to the concept, they just get one note and sad. Fuck Shadow Man. Fuck him and his baby school ass design and his need to staple a shuriken to his head like we're idiots. Pharaoh Man clears because generic Egypt is at least a baseline, more dynamic idea than relegating actual historical people to being a series of cheap Batman clones. Ace is quite possibly my least favorite of these. I suppose in a series where a lot of the boss's small subtleties are where you're going to get the best characterization, a boss that is so single minded on the mission that he gives absolutely nothing away and speaks only in tech speak is impressive and a show of what he thinks like. But you don't get points as a soccer goalie by avoiding touching the ball. Oh, you're just going to attack me now because you're so dedicated and in the shadows, aren't you? You're so cool. Fuck you. Brigade already did that, and he had balls of metaphorical steel, too. The most unique thing about Ace is his boomerang, which is at least not the most obvious ninja move. But considering he uses it like a big shuriken alongside the generic ninja attacks, say it with me now, hand sign teleport, shadow clones, weird ass energy, it does little for him. Especially when you remember he's in the low gravity space zone, yet lacks anything based on that. It's like they had two ideas, couldn't fit them together, so like a jigsaw where a little girl's eye is a bird, they stuck them together with no rhyme or reason. When I was in middle school, I wasn't good at socializing, so I would run around the play yard pretending to look for the unicorn, like I was a fucked up Van Helsing, which came to a head when I did so carrying a bottle of cherry soda, which scared some fourth graders into thinking I was drinking, leading to a very awkward principal's office visit. Ace is a special kind of lacking that is beyond anything Hale could have done, because her problem was just being exactly what you think she's going to be like the moment you start the level. She is fundamentally unadventurous. But Ace is the kind of boring that's teeth-gnashingly anger-inducing, because he is less than you'd expect. The worst Hale's copy-paste job can do is make her a less creative generic adept, but that's still a Gunvolt thing. Ace doesn't even follow Gunvolt's style. He is just an archetype with little to no flash to accompany his nothing substance. He is fundamentally lacking in style, but not in a Nova over-experimentation kind of way. He's just not enough. He's gray rarity on Fortnite, 1-star offense on a mobile card game, white bread with, oh, you put a little margarine on it. How novel. He could be placed into any Mega Man series or Mega Man style series, except for ZX, Sharnak would eat him alive. Tempest of the Heavens and Earth, 20XX, Mighty Number 9, Jesus vs. the Dark Apostolate, you get the point. Nothing about his design is Gunvolt. It's canned ninja boss. At least once a year, I have a reoccurring dream about fist-fighting Kathy Guyswhite. I haven't read a Kathy comic in a decade since I stopped following the papers. I haven't even thought of something related to her in years. I also don't want to unpack why I'm also a girl in this dream. I think the one last nail in Ace's coffin is the fact that he's all alone, really. Daysite and Brigade have a connection, Vespa and Autochrome do as well, even Hale has the excuse of proximity and comments on it. But Ace exists alone. defined only by membership to the Gravekeepers. You can't learn more about him through context clues. No one has anything to say about him, he has nothing to say about anyone else. In my No More Heroes video, I went to town on a character named Charlie McDonald, and even he had one other character describe what they feel about him. Though he's interesting to mention in comparison to Ace, because they both suck for the same reason. They are the most generic version of their series design. Charlie is a downright insulting flanderization, and Ace is pure regression. But at least Charlie still gave us a robot fight. I used to think it was a pathetically easy robot fight, because it is, but Ace trumps this even further because Hale's weapon literally cripples him. At a Flashman level, you take out an entire bar just using it once. It's horrific. Yeah, he's got a different thing going on in the hard mode, but I've already been over why the hard mode doesn't help anything. He doesn't even have the courtesy to anger me properly. If Ace was a food, he'd be a Nutri-Health granola flaxseed bar with chunks of wood flakes and piss. He isn't the absolute worst boss in the series, but he is my least favorite, and he gets as low a C as I can give. I own this purple unicorn I call Vagreville, and one day I will fill it with C4 and visit England. Oh, thank goodness, it turns out there wasn't a full, steady drop down this chasm. There was a sharp stalagmite that I landed on ass first. At least it kept me from landing full force, and it feels better than I want to admit. Which is how I describe Ypsilon anyhow. I was worried when I started this section that Ypsilon would underwhelm me. I kept remembering him as somehow both overdoing the continuous rival thing, but also not trying hard enough. Like, because Ix's story and themes and general ideas and aesthetics are so out there in the scope of Gunvolt, that he naturally just becomes the last one to come to mind. And unfairly, my poor memories of the back half of Ix2 made me think that this was also associated with his quality. I mean, he was already clearly related to Copen. The moment he pulled that shield out and started doing the exact moves, the twist became so obvious to me I didn't even try hiding it at the start of this section. And if that doesn't tip you off, which, hey, it might not considering the shield was Gunvolt 1 exclusive, the use of other weapons will. And I guess in my head I was like, well, great, it's a mirror match. We already fought Copen, so Ypsilon feels a bit rehashed. Except there's looking in a mirror in the general sense, and then there's looking in a mirror in a good god, what has my life become sense. Because when I replayed Ix2 for this video and was able to fight him and his blue and white recolor The Creator back to back without the viciously confusing and frustrating hard mode plot, did it truly become clear to me just how cool Ypsilon is. Ypsilon makes the whole story make sense. He helps ground this in the Gunvolt world and culminates Copen's whole story. Ypsilon is the only non-epilogue type boss to be the main change of a secret ending, and that's because narratively he is the proper end, with the true last battle being a formality afterwards. When you first meet him at the beginning of the game, Ypsilon was nothing but a damaged robot form that had the fractured being of this universe's Copen implemented into it as a defense mechanism. A desperate ploy by the tower to have an active hunter against Copen. You see that the quad red light motif Copen has is only 3 for Ypsilon. He's the Y to his Ix, as he says. As well, they share the same red highlight shade, though Ypsilon is in black instead of Copen's white. He is a broken, crazed defender in the world of the tower. One born from a want to preserve what he considers the greatest form of the world, that run by the mother computer, in the face of a hated opposing group, humans. Copen is thus an invasive challenge to his ideals about the world, and this had better sound familiar. I worked really hard to write this description to clue you in, you inconsiderate. Then once you've collected all of the emblems, you're able to access an even deeper part of the tower before the final boss, where the true full spirit of Copen in this world, who had sent the alternate blaster in the first place, sends you back to the start to reclimb the tower in hard mode to try the new approach. This time, the broken being of Ipsilon is made whole by the spirit of the creator being present. His attacks are more powerful. Everyone is able to be saved this time, and the harder bosses are suddenly contextualized by a more competent guy being in charge. The creator has recognized that in creating this tower and obsessively holding on to the world that's been lost, he created a set of crazed beings that harmed those around him. Ipsilon's approach to defense is pure obsession, and he has to work past it. I was confused what the proper Ipsilon's original point was supposed to be when there's this properly consequential version later, but that inability to see is, for the first time in my life, my own problem. Because when you lay both of them out next to each other with the understanding that they are Copen, it's pretty damn obvious. They represent both versions of him we see in the main timeline. The obsessive, hateful, and dangerous broken man holding on to what he believes is his, and the mistaken, flawed, yet well-meaning man who eventually allows himself to let go and leave for better places, to become something better. We see Copen here have to unpack the person he was and take a chance to help fix his mistakes. Where Blade represents the gunvolt this Copen failed to make up with, Ipsilon is him giving the Copen that failed a chance at redemption. Not himself, obviously, because X1 already demonstrated a change in him, and they would have to expect us to ignore that if this is to mean anything, but also this isn't the normal world's Copen, this is a different fuck-up, so oops, they accidentally defanged the whole point. Yeah, unfortunately, this whole concept is horribly undermined by the concept. It's not like this is the Copen we see in the main series. It's nice to see a version let go, but how much can it mean to us as players? And having this callback is nice, but the reason it took so much for me to finally get it is that only him and one other boss have these ties to the main series. It's almost all contained to him besides the technical connection to the Keepers. Blade was successfully metaphorical, so it's not like they needed this to be alternate Copens. The story is thus consuming itself in a harmful manner like an Ouroboros made of razor blades. I mentioned the idea of angered adepts as metaphors as the start as an alternate suggestion, but if you wanted a metaphorical Copen and a bunch of analog weapons, they could have done a story about vengeful humans in the first alternate world as well. I keep getting ideas in my mind about how this idea could have better been brought out, and it sucks because Ipsilon is a brilliant story in isolation, but did it need to be told? X2 keeps X2ing its best bits. However, I feel like ending strong, so I should mention that the fight is truly badass, and partly because it is X2ing. The limitations on movement feel like they were built for this fight specifically, since when you do have the ability to fly, a lot of his attacks are basically useless, as they are mostly retreads of the first game's Copen, which was built for a character that can't really fly. It's for that reason that Black Ipsilon will be getting a B, since it's much easier to fly around him that way. But White Ipsilon, being way more aggressive and much faster, will hit you, you will lose your score, and you will play it his way, which also feels like the original Copen fight but on steroids. One without too much verticality, but it's also the best use of the copy abilities that you're gonna get, and yes, I count the entire mechanic as one of the things in that running. Both use the move Seraphic Wing in their final attack, which involves summoning the powers of the other Gravekeepers, which if you use their weaknesses, you can clear them out. But I almost never do that because it's probably the most beautiful attack in the series. But in the second, non-intro fight, Ipsilon Black uses a simple combo of Daysight and Vespa's moves, which is another thing that makes it obvious what the twist is, while White Ipsilon uses the fucking Azure Striker, which is just unfair. And those are just the most flashy examples because he is constantly using attacks from other characters throughout the fights on top of being a beefed up version of the first game's Copen. It's just such a strong and intense fight, and it's just a hard-hitting good time. Pair that with a really clever deconstruction of who Copen is, and whether it needed to be told this way or not, I'm giving it A tier for the creator. Oh no, the temporary relief I got from landing on the stalagmite has been subsided because it has pushed through my anus hole, and the horrific pain has only subsided because it's gone through my mouth. The mother computer sucks. Do you ever think about what sports a game would play if it was a person? Yes, you do. The bit doesn't work if you don't shut up. COD would play football. European football, though, it's not smart enough for American. God Hand seems like a boxing type, that seems pretty self explanatory. Castlevania feels like a rodeo type, not just because of the whips, but because of how punishing it is. Madden plays hockey for sure. I don't know what Gunvolt would play, but I know it wouldn't be American football because it has a really bad habit of fumbling the fucking ball in the fourth quarter. Yes, this is about Gunvolt final bosses sucking shit again. Yet, none of the ones I've talked about, and none of the ones I will talk about, huff coprolite in quite as skillful a way as Mother Computer, or as I like to call her, Edge Baroness, both because she's super grim and also built on delayed gratification, or if I was being uncharitable, which I am, stalling. She is a monument to wasted time. Let's start story-wise and dissect this corpse. The mother computer is Lola. This universe's Copen left her with the task of rebuilding the destroyed world and humanity. However, as her attempts failed and the robots became arrogant, she started to lose hope in the task, eventually deciding that the true solution to fixing a world that won't do what she wants is to just kill everybody and herself and destroy the planet out of sheer apathy. So I guess Lola accidentally downloaded a US black box during her work. There is sort of an interesting thread where her actions are the consequences of Copen's desire to hold on to the old world, Lola's programming keeping her working on the fruitless and doomed task, leading her to go crazy because she wanted so badly to fulfill his ideals. She even kidnaps Kohaku so she can implant herself into her like the T-1000 by way of Super Baby, so she can use her human form to break out. It's too bad the conversation with the mother computer in this form is like a minute and 30 and contains only her explanation. Outside of the creator's ghost wanting to help her move on, he never actually talks to her. You just get her interactions with an uninitiated version of Copan who just wants his friend back and isn't interested in this bullshit. No one actually sits down and tries to unpack the situation. Like, why does nobody acknowledge that the only true stakes here is Kohaku's freedom, since the world is fully fucked? Or why the hell the creator thought risking bringing a human in was ever gonna work? But the biggest issue is that she's supposed to be a play on a character who's about as developed and nuanced as a chewed up piece of sheet paper and about half as compelling. Lola has little to her as a character. Outside of her function and what that represents for Copen, she's just kind of a bit of a helper, sometimes acting as Copen's conscience during racier, pun intended, moments, and occasionally saying things on his behalf. She is as generically good-natured as the mother computer is bonkers, and there hasn't been enough of her character to understand how she got here over time, even though we've had this entire game with basically only her as a secondary character to say anything about anything, and yet she doesn't have an arc in this game. Since the mother computer doesn't meaningfully contrast Lola besides goody do a baddie now, and her identity is pointlessly kept a twist so all of the gravekeepers coincidentally forget to mention it, leading to no conversation on the implications, ultimately what we're left with is a motive and nothing else. Maybe there's a parallel to how Nova wanted a broken piece for adepts, but Copen's form of this villain would be destructive. Maybe the time Lola defied her program in the epilogue of Gunvolt 2 was a sign of her ability to go this far when allowed. Maybe Gord Downey will return from heaven to ineffectively flail at the bad guys hilariously. I can assume all day, but introspection is not X2's strong point, so it's all headcanon. Ultimately, any substantial themes or callbacks that are here was covered with Ypsilon. She is a formality because they decided Ypsilon couldn't just be the main villain. It's final boss in a can, and I'm barely exaggerating. See, final boss in a can comes in 3 exquisite flavors: big guy on a ledge, all the power powers come back, and little floating guy that becomes a big guy. And if you'll remember the previous final bosses, you'll know Gunvolt is a picky series. It really likes that third one. But don't worry, this time they think it's special, so they make it last. The first phase, which is trying to do the good character taken over by demonic force thing, but I don't want to impact the implication of an evil version of Kohaku showing less skin, and the only reason I even think that's what they're trying to do here is because it's a recolor of Darkness trigger. Seriously, I feel like a disapproving father. Oh, and great job making the only truly Lola-based design choice for this character based on a gameplay element that is almost fully absent in this game. It's like you made a Beatles biopic from the perspective of Robert Best. But don't worry, sudden and weird references are the name of the game in this phase because she fights with the weapons of the Eden Adepts, which makes the plot more confusing because it's still unclear what went wrong in this world unlike the regular Ix one. So when did shit happen and why wasn't it mentioned before? There was no other references to Gunvolt 2 in this until now. It does mean that the hard mode version being weak to X1's character move is even cuter, but that's about it. She uses Galri's move as a shield and projectile, Teseo's lasers, and it's about it. Tenjian's ice is made into spikes and acts as walls during the super move where she tries to hit you with Gibbral's stuff. Desna, Milas, Asrock, and Zonda are totally absent, so it is literally a ratio-based half-acidness. And yet still, the truly most baffling part is the damn shield. Nova's shield worked because every attack you had as Gunvolt breaks it and has the range to work around it. And that still sucked. Mother Computer is arbitrary beyond belief, you just gotta hit it with any weapon then go to town. Or to Village since it's going up all the fucking time, with none of the give and take of Nova's shit, cause taking it down isn't tied to attacking at the same time. And of course it flies around, which is great because you will definitely have limited movement because the little bit of level prior doesn't have enough enemies to give you the kudos you need to fly. Ultimately, it's Ouroboros, Ouroboros, Buro, Buro, Uro. And the worst bit, it's just kind of annoying and only in hard mode because in normal mode there's basically no fight. Even without using the weakness. It's just a damn time waster. And it's not the worst possible one. That's phase 2, where the true supercomputer part is shown and starts using the hologram abilities to summon giant seraphic women that shoot all kinds of insane shit, like giant, painful to dodge fireballs, and difficult to dodge lightning, and bullshit wind balls, and overly tight double-sided lasers, and all of these get a little extra bit of stuff in the hard mode meant to clip you. I'm sure it's just so fun to learn and satisfying as hell to get good, but only as much as any other fight, and those don't have the issues of how static everything is here. The giant seraph doesn't move and is way too bulky. Then when you beat it, you get to wail on the computer for like a second with most of your weapons doing nothing, so you gotta stand there and use the piss weak melee combo, and you have to go back to the big seraph over and over and over, an average of like 9 times. Not helping that the 3-hit combo leads to a delayed moment of standing so she can get a cheap shot with her weird homing balls that she has for some reason. And it just sucks! Every time I fight the mother computer, I feel super ineffective, like I'm cutting down a tree with a wood chipper made by Milwaukee. The flow of a good Gunvolt fight isn't there. It's stalling. It doesn't even try to make things work. It's too static to feel epic or weighty. It's so against everything the series wants. It's too short. It's too long. It's too easy. It's too hard. It's not good enough. I have been comparing it poorly to Nova, who I put in D tier. Mother Computer is the worst boss of the franchise. It gets D tier so easy it's not even funny. If she was ranked with one of those old fake fun facts about Chuck Norris, it would be his homophobic rants. You know what occurs to me? More pronounced weapons and boss weaknesses, bosses being androids with a unified goal based around faulty-ish programming, the close-range attacks. Avenger X2 is a Mega Man X game wearing a Gunvolt skin suit. And I think that's why its new ideas mesh so poorly with the stuff that is Gunvolt stuff. It is warring about its identity throughout the entire runtime, and ultimately, despite having really solid pieces, it feels incohesive. It's the franchise's identity crisis. Gunvolt and Pals, despite being cousins to the Blue Bomber, just aren't the same, and when you take away from them to be like him, it becomes less than both. Here's the real dick puller though. Even if I didn't have major issues with Mega Man as a concept, I don't think people who don't dislike him would like this. The levels are as sprawling as X6, and people don't like that. And attack patterns are still mostly Gunvolt, so they don't fit too well. It bleeds a lack of confidence. I hate to talk about it this way because, at its most fundamental core, it does still live up to its peers somewhat. Its highs are as high, but its lows are so low it goes beyond anything else. It's not the worst game I've ever played. I've played bad games before, but so much of it feels like it was made out of a contempt for itself. X2 is a passable Gunvolt game, but the rest are great Gunvolt games, and its great moments are always hidden behind the shame in itself it feels for being Gunvolt. Hey, remember what I said about not doing every single goddamn thing they glued a few health bars to, like if Kid Paddle had to fix the Wi-Fi? It's mostly because the majority of the time, it's small mech mini-bosses that feel dirty to compare to actual characters. Some do tie into the actual characters, and those are the best ones, but ultimately, that excuse wouldn't make me less of a horrible liar. And by now, you're too far in to stop this video yet, so that still gives me a reason to talk about this army of wasted taxpayer dollars that could have gone into the veterans benefits for the myriad of cutaneous manifestation covered soldiers we've left in our wake so far. But also because there's some fights coming up that are essentially revisits of other characters that aren't expansive enough to give dedicated descriptions to, but are also not to be ignored as they do build on other things. I would have mentioned them in the previous parts on their characters, but that would involve getting into discussions about later games that I prefer to keep in their own section. And yet here I am with this catch-all section where I'm going to talk about them anyway. The point is that there are significant boss battles that I don't have another way to really talk about, and I still want to talk about them anyway. So to keep from having to jump around too much, here they are now in their own category, sort of. So let's take a moment to look at the purview of weird and wild and kinda forgettable boss bots and extra encores that stand to add a little bit of spice to the level traversal. American salsa levels of spice, but still. Michi Mark 17 Type C Mantis is the first major enemy in the whole series, and by design it's simple to get the hang of. It's got machine guns you need to dodge, and missiles you need to block, and also a laser. It gets some points in my book for the clever way you have to take it out and then have it show its weak point to then take it down for good. It's too bad basically no main bosses use that, so it's a moot point. But I do love its super militaristic and heavy duty design. Good stuff. Also, fuck the Type S1 acting like it's special. That was such a damn buzzkill after Gunvolt talked all of that angry shit in that level just to be met with this thing. Miha MX X19 Spider. It's really cool actually. I'm a sucker for train chase bosses, it's very Gunstar Heroes, and I will always love neon orange on gunmetal. Its weak point is more compelling than the Mantis's, and the way it actually uses the walls and its spider design is clever. It feels like a boss perfectly suited for the area you find it in that recontextualizes its attacks with the same fight, which can't be said for the Prismatic Spider, which is just a demonstration that Gauri is an idiot. Eidolon Flower is my favorite boss of the Gunvolt 1 mini-bosses by a long mile though, entirely because I like how it's one of the few fights in the whole series that really requires the platforming to work, which sure tells you which part of the action platformer label is the neglected stepchild. Don't worry platforming, X2 loves you. calls CPS. I love how the Eidolon is the actual target of the mission, but destroying it is what causes Stratos to appear. It's a nice bit of consequential storytelling that most Gunvolt 1 bosses fail to have. Otherwise, it's a standard fight, but it's really cool. Proto/Plasma Legion is one of the 2 bosses in the intro stage of Gunvolt 2, and it is easily the more important one, since it's also the penultimate level boss in both story routes, thanks to the Blowjob Brothers Marionette Theater. It fights a lot like the Mantises with missiles and beams, but it also teleports, which is terrifying. It can also shield itself and split into 2 like racist Mogera. I like the presence it has as a threat, but it really should not have been the fucking same in both paths, especially when Phasant is the other opening boss. Unlike Legion, it can fly and chase you around the level. That's my favorite part about it because this type of set piece really demonstrates the jump from Gunvolt 1 to 2. You then fight it in the other story halfway through, and that's about it. It has the same lasers and missile attacks as the Plasma Legion, but I do like being able to break different parts of it even though that doesn't do much for it. It's ultimately really held back by the fact that it really should have swapped stories the same way Plasma Legion did, but it just didn't, so it makes me feel dirty. Mantis Zombie is the mid-stage boss of X1's opening. It's definitely the best of the Mantis types, but that's not really because it does anything special gameplay-wise. It's the same moves, but they cleverly reskinned it. It's actually a destroyed Mantis being puppeted by a random Sumeragi adept that can fuse with it. This guy is the equivalent of the weak point. It acts the same as the Mantis, but it's built to demonstrate the passage of time and the dominance of adepts in this timeline, since this and one basic enemy type later in the game are the only examples of an unnamed non-significant adept that you get to fight. They can just be put anywhere in this world, and it puts you on edge. Not that they do that, but still. Model number BSM-04 Garand, a black futuristic version of Phasant. It has a bigger laser, but it's mostly just the same idea. Really doesn't last long, and I keep forgetting it exists. Just like CB-04 Ladybug. It's weak to orbital edge, so it's not on screen long enough for me to form an opinion. Giant Lola Tank. How weird is it that this might actually be a far more successful Lola boss than Mother Computer, and it's still mid? I like that it uses the attacks you've been accumulating against you. For all of my bitching about the weapons, X1 does use them the best, and in many ways that you could want it. It even uses Darkness Trigger as its super move, but otherwise I don't feel much about it. This is the face that will destroy humanity. Wait, how do they even know what Lola is? Oh god. That's super horrific. And, even more horrific when you consider that this is the last time Mytel appears in any of the canons of the series so far. Copen has been speaking of finding her through the entirety of this game, and perceptive viewers would realize that if she's still around after all this time, it's probably not good. Treadmill cardio sessions with reverse am that begs for death is a weird way of showing this really difficult part, but it still hurts so much to see her like this, and to see Lumen turned into an even worse husk than with Nova. The fight is the series' only explicitly stated mercy kill. The weight of how much goes wrong if you don't pick Jewel's pendant in the final level of X1 is so palpable, you forget that that was what it all fell on. The fight ain't much. It's a big wall that shoots things. It's like sticking a gun on one of the support beams in your house, taping your mother's face to the wall, and taking a chance with the speed boxing. But still, poignant work. Wood Golem is an interesting fight because it and much of Vespa's stage are weak to Daysight's weapon, organically teaching you how important the game thinks its weapons will be. It shows me the potential of a game that does this if they had committed. Wait, I hate this mechanic. If they committed, it would have been worse, but it would have had more identity, and the Golem doesn't lack that. Buster Room. It's a fucking wall. Only one of 6 bits has a health bar, but hitting it doesn't transfer damage to the full thing, so blowing it up means nothing. It's just kind of throwing stuff at you until it decides to lose. I can't even think of an insult worth saying. It's a wall. Ice Insode. You can actually see this one in production in Brigade's level, which tells you how the tower services itself. This one focuses on wailing on you with ice and making platforms to jump over on. Or just use Daysight's weapon again because weaknesses apply to mini bosses too. Maybe commit less actually. Vespachrome. Before the proper boss rush level, Vespa and Autochrome have their rematch early. You get to see the siblings properly work together in a 2-on-1 fight, using their attacks that take new meaning in tandem. You get a chance to really appreciate how expressive and characterful and contrasting the movesets are, with Autochrome's straightforward yet to-the-point moves, which are fast coverage that hound you, while Vespa's airballs and such act as additional obstacles, and since they both fly, they do some air maneuvers to attack you. However, it's let down by how long they spend just taking turns and not tagging, so it just kind of feels like two bosses at the same time. And the main event, the Vespachrome Super Weapon Robot Duo, has like two moves and then leaves because it's their super move and that's about it. You'd think Brigade showed how long you could make the desperation moves, but here we are. Too bad not a single character has any blue on them in this fight, because my sack could sure use a roommate. Recreation Room. It's possibly the worst fucking way I could have ever started talking about Gunvolt 3 here, because nothing says return to the main timeline like some absolutely dystopian security system. Who puts the Danger Room in an arcade? I get that Centipede's fans deserve it, but come on, that's not cool. I ragged on the Buster Room for just being a wall, and this is the same deal for just being a ceiling. Hornet. This feels like an actual upgrade to Phasant, unlike Garand when it comes to flying mechs. It's also a swimming one, which helps distinguish it. I love its sheer size, which really makes it feel monumental, especially because you fight it on floating debris, which is an exquisite set piece. It also helps demonstrate Gunvolt's teamwork with the new protagonist, Kieran, and his massive power-up because you don't have to worry about falling in the water, trivializing what used to be a crippling thing for him. To be honest, it was this level and this robot that really made me realize how much 3's production value eclipses the other games. Still, it's mostly a standard fight. Ass Piss is indeed some ass piss, in that it has really unclear attack patterns, and its moves leave mines and lingering fire that makes its barrages way too hard to dodge. Its animations where it's invincible are also just way too long, so you end up flailing at it like you're helicoptering your dick at a ghost. Apparently, it's based on a similar boss type from the Mega Man ZX series, but here's the thing. I played Advent. I know which one this is. It was not this finicky. Also, I hate how incompetent it makes the character Cayman look. How do you fail to deal with this thing? Couldn't they have just said it was a second one so the resident strong guy doesn't have a nearly 100% failure rate? Come the fuck on. The Serpentine Illusion Tag Teams. You see, Vespachrome, this is how tag team fights are done. A character with the ability to summon illusions of memories and make them into physical beings summons a variety of bosses from the past. There's not a lot different about the individual fighters or who they are, but their moves shift to work best with others, and they contrast each other great in these conversations. Viper and Yota are a great example of this because they already had simplistic movesets that were opposites of each other style-wise, so Viper's close-range dashes meld with Jota's long-range laser moves, and it pairs greatly. And with a lot of little changes that are a nice surprise. Yota's big finishing shot in the super move going diagonal made me happier than diagonal should. Zonda and Tenjian have a similar dynamic of close and long range. You'll be using the new blink teleport move on Zonda a lot to avoid Tenjian, but they specialize in spatial denial. Tenjian now makes two iced walls, and Zonda throws down walls of glass all over the ground. I used to think it was weird that Zonda was only in his male form for this one, but the female form makes a surprise appearance in the super move, and it makes it a really fun finale. Finally, the additional bosses of Merak and Teseo that they added in an update are constantly bickering about who's the genius in the team-up, so Merak is constantly slamming Teseo everywhere as attacks, and they're way more chaotic and uncoordinated. I love it. Their attacks come from anywhere and everywhere as they fly about, the super move being climbing down a tower of total chaos. It's nuts. But just as fun as all of these fights are, they really become special because of their story potential. Gunvolt 3's themes, at least put simply for now, is regrets, clashing ideals, and taking responsibility for the past. Gunvolt has to look on his power and think about the things he's done that have occurred because of it. He needs to take responsibility for his place in the story of Adepts after years and years of acting reactive to groups like Eden and Sumeragi. Each tag team calls him out on what's happened in the previous two main timeline games and place their own perspective on things that Gunvolt never considered. Which seems odd because they were very evil, so why are we giving their words the time of day? The new protagonist mentions that. However, I realized as I write this that those are Gunvolt's memories. When Yota calls him a hypocrite for joining up with Neo Sumeragi despite the changes that company has made, and when Viper chews him out for failing to protect Jewel and being the reason she's dead, that is Gunvolt's own irrational guilt based on the tragedies following him. He was so sure of the way man and adept could get along, he destroyed Eden out of that belief in his justice, but in this game his power is out of control and endangers that peace. And here's Tenchian and Zonda here to remind him that he didn't succeed at truly creating that utopian ideal, and cut down those who probably could have helped his issues at that point, if he had let them cook at least. But of course, that's not for sure, and he has to be reminded of this and get over these feelings to win. However, he still needs to consider his complicity. And then Tessio Merrick is like fighting a living meme page from 2018. They were added later for the lulz. As the current climax of the franchise, Gunvolt Free uses these battles to make old ideas possible in the new gameplay, but also to debrief on all that's occurred. They're really fun, but they also build off the previous stuff. It's hard to rank them on the same level as anything else, but this is a hell of a fan service moment that also serves as a strong bit of gameplay and story. These qualities also apply to the Nova and Asimov rematches. Where the shades were the memories of these characters from Gunvolt's perspective, detailing his doubts about the path he's taken and so on, the final boss of 3 actually starts pulling out parallel universes, so these two are the characters they are, coming in from a pocket reality where they got their way. Yet they seem to know how things are going right now, and considering I just said the final boss is tearing reality apart, you can assume they're already ready to unleash the most palpable and painful round of told ya so's ever recorded. Nova greets you with a condescending attitude. This one got his way and now asks Gunvolt if the decision he made to stop him was the right one in hindsight. With an out-of-control power, maybe it'd have been nice to have a way to dampen that energy. But hey, you just had to save that child he was torturing. Oh right, he's evil. But indeed, he forces the question. If the 3 minutes of happy ending Gunvolt got with Jewel at the expense of Project Muse's promising chances to help protect the world, does the former terrorist whose very existence has been a threat to the world for decades now really have a stand on claiming that he can fix things and communicate with others, when in the past he literally swooped in a blind rage state to destroy the original Sumeragi with all kinds of heroic zeal that did not make him willing to talk? Yes, of course he has. It's really hard to debate and compromise about morality when you're the one strapping your opponent's loved ones to the life-sucking chairs. Could you not afford a meeting room and some biscotti in your death fortress, Mr. Gravity Wizard? And yet he's still the one to breach the question of what if Gunvolt had been a more mature person at the time? Would there be a better solution now? How can we talk about helping the world when we've only fought about our personal relationships so far? Gunvolt sits around playing brooding loner, abandoning friend groups every game and being self-reliant. Where is Copen now in this continuity? Fat lot of good those ideals made, but it's Kieran, the new protagonist, who tells Nova that Gunvolt has placed trust in her and the new group here. He's taking responsibility now and changing his approach. They can make things better this time for real. and Nova eventually collapses because his body can't hold the Azure Striker and his Septima, and his need to be the one in charge has really led him to just wanting a lot of power that is eating him up inside now. Maybe Gunvolt was reckless, but who was trying to subjugate everyone? Gunvolt finally convinces him there's a way to coexist, and Nova is able to die happy. Asimov is way less kind, assuming Gunvolt is finally following his demand to take control of the world using the Azure Striker, even commending his choice of Queen, as Kieran's ability can keep him in check and keep him from degenerating essentially forever. We can see from the legally distinct Matrix computers and how some of his attacks are from Demizeral that this was probably an Asimov from the earlier Ix timeline. There's probably a Copan here having a Joe Roganing of his life in a bathroom somewhere in this world. So this is an Asimov in the midst of working on getting his power to put his plan through, and is thus outputting a lot of energy, so his attitude about Kieran is logical in a sexual assault allegory sense, when Gunvolt still refuses to be the destroyer even with his increased power in 3, Asimov makes his only good point ever by presumable accident. Gunvolt doesn't want to subjugate, yet isn't that what he does every time he steps in to stop people like Sumeragi and Eden? These are people with ideals too, and Gunvolt still thinks that he is important enough that he can step in and stop that change, and his belief that that is the right thing to do is enough to kill for. To have his little world of desired coexistence, he's had to be a reactive stooge and fought forever. He is being Asimov's king already, he just needs to go the full distance. Even when Asimov is beat again, he simply acts like Gunvolt has proven his point. Once again, it's Kieran who pipes up to remind Asimov that indeed those who have won will remain to carry the shattered dreams of those who have lost, but they're still the ones who are going to decide in the end, and Gunvolt will keep working towards his ideal because, and I must emphasize, it's still the only goal in the mainline series that isn't super mega Hitlerini. And there are others working with Gunvolt now. That utopia of Asimov's is possible without the killing, and Gunvolt is now no longer acting alone, thus inherently undermining Asimov's belief in kings and queens and one-man power. And Asimov dies satisfied with that. The conflicts are debriefs on what Gunvolt thinks of himself now, and the true weight of what he's fighting for. The weight of the universe he now holds no matter what, but also how he's finally found people he can trust his vision to. Asimov may be right about the method, but he's wrong about the attitudes. Here we see the past put Gunvolt on trial, but he makes it through. He is not a perfect hero, but he is able to introspect in a way that I just don't see many characters in general do. It's something I like about Gunvolt 3's storytelling in particular that we'll get into later. But I also like its gameplay, and as the extra super bosses that they added in updates, these guys are about as bonkers as a normal night in Simpaqualo, BC, a place that doesn't fucking exist. And because they'll be the last thing you fight, their timing is absolutely brutal. They do suffer since because each of them is a version that controls the Azure Striker, one after the other does kind of have the amount of plasma blood banks wish they got. One playthrough of these and you'll be so static filled you'll stop people's hearts. What I'm saying is that it's kind of repetitive to fight the same kind of powers over and over again. But they do each have an interesting way of using it uniquely. Nova combines it with his psycho power shit, so it's an accent to a remix of his original kit when he uses souped up versions of his first phase attacks, while Zangetsu and Brent make their grand return to give my life purpose again, and also slash screen filling slashes at me. The real electric stuff really starts when you deplete his health bar for the first time, and Nova screams like Broly as the thunder turns bright pink and oh god, I like Nova. I like a fight with Nova. What the fuck? This is seriously a major upgrade. Not only can you fight normally normally in this one, but I just like the way his stuff is utilized here way more. It feels more cohesive than just a guy with two robots that happens to come after another guy. Though, I do sort of wish his second health bar let him have a normal-sized version of the god armor like it's his actual battle form that the glaive gave him, but oh well, that's just a small missed opportunity. But Azimov, on the other hand, he is no nonsense. He just fucking throws everything, and the kitchen sink, and the laboratory sink, and the weird sink in the garage, and oh god, he's going for the Lowe's bathroom sink. Stop him, I'm just about to wash my hands before I play Boktai! Yeah, he's the opposite of Nova using the Azure Striker as an accent. There's nothing of the sort here. He's just sending as much Azure Striker as he can, charging you, blasting you with big orbs, and occasionally using the gun, but mostly spending his time casually pulling out super moves as normal attack, because his super moves just don't fucking end. Neither do Nova's. You're gonna need to use the super form that I'm not gonna explain just yet to get through these. These are intense and scary ass fights that put both the story and the gameplay to the test, and in my case, redeem some pretty shit fights. It's too bad I can't rank them normally in this section. The tier list I'm using doesn't allow for it because they don't have the robots as characters in it. But for the record, both of these are immense improvements over the previous gameplay with these two. Though their stories rely on the previous versions, they are not clean replacements. These are still both A tiers. And finally, for the mini-bosses, we have Primal Dragon Gunvolt. There really is something so sick about a series that can escalate into a dragon as an opening boss. Something is wrong with Gunvolt, and unlike normal people who just get sick, he gets a bad case of the Grendels. It's a being that fights with a barely restrained madness, or in the post-game rematch where it's not restrained at all. It's a super imposing fight that's also just kind of a glorified wall with a specific weak point. It's a tutorial fight, so obviously I don't need it to be more. It's really just an excellent introduction to... You know, viewer, most of, if not all, of my analysis in this video so far has functioned on the presumed agreement over some premises. Specifically, Gunvolt was part of a cultural zeitgeist surrounding indie games at the time, and I believe it has more to it than that. The very idea of the Mega Man formula is a breaking concept that needed to be fixed inherently through iteration because it itself was already entrenched in its ideas, and that is what initially attracted me to Gunvolt, and that people still know Gunvolt because of his relation to Mighty Number 9 and nothing much else, which is what I'm here to kind of fight against. But one premise that I haven't really exalted yet is that any type of issue I have about the design or story concepts inherently involves conjecture about the point and goal of each game. I don't like to go in with a touched idea of what something is supposed to be. Maybe it's better if I do, but it's not what I did, and this is page 48, so if you're still here, I assume you accept this to some extent, or are at least willing to hear me out anyway. But I would be lying if there wasn't a hint of spite to this approach. I think I'm okay to do this way because, from my time looking at Gunvolt's fanbase, you guys already do this shit for 3 specifically, so I'm only being fair. Within a single scroll when I joined the Reddit for this series, insult to the franchise was a term that came up for 3. When I checked Twitter, I can't believe how much 3 killed discussion of the franchise was something people just said without pushback. In my No More Heroes video, I went on for like 10 minutes about the reception of the later 2 games in the quartet. But even at the time, if you talked the kind of shit people were talking about those games, someone would eventually dunk on you because they were still really easy to understand if you have a working synapse and pattern recognition. But because Gunvolt is almost all tell with a format that can't really show, I feel like it's weird that the prerequisite newest game in the series ruined everything and didn't understand is still going on. There seems to be a refusal of the very idea that there is something worthwhile to this game specifically. That doesn't mean that it's completely impossible to understand why. I imagine a lot of unfamiliar viewers might be able to guess what people have to say about Kieran just from what I described in the mini bosses section. The new sword wielder protagonist from a new faction who's the primary player character? Gee, I wonder what people think of that. Hint, it rhymes with fucky siu. And so, I think a lot of my bluntness has come from the fact that from the very start of the creation of this video, I knew I was going to go in fighting. Because not only do I think that 3 absolutely demolishes the rest of the series gameplay wise in every way I can think to count, and it's not even vaguely close, but I think it does so in general. And the story is an enormous part of why. 50% game, 40% story, 10% GV's belly shirt. I think it's one of the ballsiest, smartest, most character-rich narratives that ties the previous game's ideas together in a way I didn't think the series had in it, or really any gaming series at all. It challenges itself and its characters, and it challenges the player on a metatextual level. No wonder the story is hated. It dissects itself but also celebrates itself in a way that only cream of the crop media ever seems to try at all, and by doing so, it shines a light on the Mega Man-alike family in general. Let's break it down. The plot of Gunvolt 3 begins with Kieran, a member of the CIA-like organization Shadow Yakumo that oversees production of the glaives from the first game, which have the ability to control and contain Septima power, something previously unexplained about Nova's plan. Seeing a whole desert filled with them barely holding Gunvolt in place is an insane visual to kick off with. Sumahagi has always been defined by Adept and Septima control, whether it was under Nova in 1, Demazero in X1, or the skeleton with a cardboard sign with Boss written on it in 2. After the Eden incident, Gunvolt's Septima started going insane and keeping him from aging. He's been losing it for years now. But in keeping with her background, Kieran's ability, Fetters, can dampen and seal Septimas, so she's able to balance him, forcing him into a weird dog. He can now only be himself temporarily to let out his power, but otherwise specifically aids Kieran's movement. Because the Azure Striker is such a specifically powerful energy Septima and he's been dusting the air with it for God knows how long, now adepts all around the country are getting power rabies as primal dragons. So now, Gunvolt isn't just attacking people with his power, he's also the root cause of a major world problem, more than he's ever been before. So, under a reformed Sumeragi, or at least one that understands that they will destroy the building if you fuck with them, Gunvolt and Kieran set off on a quest to hunt down the primal dragons, recruit a group of funny guys, and then the annexation of Japan by a mutant Persia happens. See, the premise of Gunvolt's powers is only the first half, and throughout that part, a mysterious new muse starts appearing to power up the other adepts, and she belongs to the sister of Zed motherfucking Omega, the leader of Atems, a foreign specialist force of adepts interested in one of Sumeragi's secret projects, a being that can see and affect the future. Atems and the Primal Dragons are the best set of villains in the series. The 4 Primal Dragons are the most present and interesting support characters you'll find. There is an immense amount of conversations you can have that go way beyond Jewel, Quinn, and Kohaku's good-natured girly mom or sister shtick. Unlike the previous secondary character groups of the series, these guys truly feel like an actual friend group for Gunvolt, and they are constantly getting involved in the missions during the second half. And that's of course not mentioning Kieran herself, who is the first constant presence Gunvolt works with who isn't either just on comms or his mortal enemy. These two develop a truly really fun rapport in a sort of wizened master and student thing. Gunvolt, after years of constantly playing the loner warrior, he's forced to actually rely on someone else to clean up his mess, and the underlying thing behind this group is the emotional challenge they represent that Gunvolt has to work with them on. I said I wouldn't mention ancillary media. But for the record, the reason Quinn, the calm girl for the second game, doesn't appear in this game is because after his power started surging, Gunvolt hurt her and he just left. Nothing about Quinn was written to seem spiteful, so I doubt she wouldn't have helped. But, like with the Quill agents, Gunvolt just runs off. This time, going as far as to go to Sumaragi for help. And now that Kieran has appeared with fetters, he doesn't have the option to go nuts, and now he can just sit there and think about his actions and how he's handled problems before. What if he had hashed things out with Nova or Zonda or Copen? But Kieran, being a voice of reason, of course reminds him that these aren't on him. However, he does still have the responsibility to deal with what's come of everything. And that means that for once, he needs to act with somebody that he can't run from. This is an especially helpful dynamic when Atems shows up, because Zed Omega is essentially his area's Gunvolt. He doesn't want the MacGuffin for evil means, he genuinely thinks he can use it to perfect the world. His team is made up of similar misfits that he gave a chance the same way Gunvolt does to the dragons in this game. But his little sister isn't dead. In many ways, he represents a far more successful adept hero than Gunvolt was, but he's way more reckless in his desire because of it. Atems is tied together by a dogmatic belief in Zed's plan to truly help the world. Zed and Gunvolt both really want to help people, but both of them have been doing it in weird and offense-based ways, and it's only through learning to not do it that way does Gunvolt start to improve things. Yes, despite its new management, working with Sumaragi is a weird choice for Gunvolt, but at some point planting bombs and performing subterfuge isn't going to make that sweeping change. You need an infrastructure for it, you need a community, and neither of those two things involves wiping your ass with the dimensional fabric like Zed does. But unlike Gunvolt, who gets a fresh bonio every time he humbles himself, Zed and Atems are way too sure of him and his ideas. This is what I mean by the story challenging the entire Mega family. So many of these games are based on character who was built to be the strongest of something and the world revolves around his fights. But until Yoshihisa Tsuda's versions of the idea, whether that be in Mega Man Zero or in Gunvolt, no real consequences come from these characters being the power sources they are. They're always able to fight off anyone who wants to use them. They don't ever really get that close to a risk. Or at least, the games don't do a good job of making it feel like they do. X and Beck and Rock all get to be the crux of an issue, but they're never looked into that much as existences. That doesn't mean the series are devoid of that. Zero's responsibility for the Sigma virus is a center point of a lot of things, and that is an idea that is being built on here in Gunvolt. This is a fight for Gunvolt's being, and ultimately the Primal Dragons and Atems each fall into categories of antagonists from the rest of the series. Gunvolt 1's bosses are united by greed born from fear of themselves, with characters conscripted or joining because they represent or believe there's a problem with adepts and want to control the species. Gunvolt 2's bosses, whether it's Zonda's group or Copen, are united in a belief in their superiority, with characters either being vain or righteous to a fault. The Ix bosses are extremes of these two ideas, representing the failures to find common humanity and work together for balance, with X1s being symbols of overcorrective protectionism and how quickly a counter to dictators just becomes another dictator, and X2s being the results of mass unchecked distrust, an army of machines duty-bound by paranoia as they protect a monument to Copen's hatred as the rest of the world crumbles. Gunvolt 3, with its two factions, allows itself to be a combination of all these ideas, with the Dragon Saviors emerging out of that sense of fear caused by distrust in adepts as people and a desire for security at all costs, while Atems is built off the belief in their superiority as well as the superiority of their ways to fight discrimination. However, both of these groups risk the extremes of Ix, with the dragons straddling the line by working with old enemies to continue business as usual, while Atem's sense of duty leads them to follow Zed into risking the whole world. It is the clash of flawed ideologies, and I find it fascinating for that reason. This is why Kieran is essential as a character, because we need someone who isn't biased by the past in that way. Someone who helps direct others in a positive way. She does this both for Gunvolt and Zed. The accusation that she's some replacement new toy fails to see what she serves to the story. Gunvolt is still the protagonist here. It's just his arc is getting filled in. The whole point is that, despite the conflict being over concerns from the past and everyone risking reaching the extreme, marrying those ideas and finding common ground leads to the best outcomes. Gunvolt 3's themes are centered on making peace with the past, building community, putting trust in others, dismantling the hero complexes, as well as tackling the reasoning behind the previous game's themes of prejudice, paranoia, and messiah complexes, and so on. It is a plot with characters that encompass the entire series. These are the conversations I find myself doing every time, unlike any other game. It's why, going back to the complaints, I must protest the seemingly prevalent belief that 3 abandons all the themes and plot points that came before it. The only exceptions to Gunvolt 3's merciless cutting of the past is literally every single one of those. No, let's actually say what the problem is. It's not that Gunvolt 3 fails to build off anything. In fact, Shadow Yakumo's introduction means this is more of a sequel to Gunvolt 1's plot than 2 ever was. It's just that it doesn't do it with the characters people want, with the Copen people want. I'm gonna hazard a guess that most people's idea for 3 was that somehow Gunvolt and Copen would team up or something. I keep seeing finishing Copen's arc over and over as I look through comments. I ask with sincerity, what the fuck are you people talking about? The man learned his lesson, took responsibility, and left. They had to revert the story to a new series for more of him. What is missing exactly besides a cartoonish happy ending that fails to grasp the point? And frankly, I think that this idea characterizes the general issues people have. The point of 3 is deconstructing the previous games and their narratives, and it was never gonna just absolve Gunvolt. And I think that pisses people off. Gunvolt has been sold as the lone hero with great feelings of justice who doesn't look back. And that's his flaw. Didn't Gunvolt explain himself to Quill? Why was he still wearing the Quill suit at the start of 2 and causing issues? Did he consider that fighting Copen was just going to embolden him? Did he ever consider that his stando being the subjugation fairy was going to be a problem to the Eden members? Why did he just leave Quinn alone? People are dead, relationships are destroyed, Krakoa is about to go Aladdin in this bitch. Maybe for once the dog man could stop barking first. Yes, Gunvolt keeps thinking about his guilt and getting involved like with Mytel. There's a scene early on in this game where when you fight some crazed agents because of the primal energy, he laments having sent them in advance, even though the alternative was fighting somewhere crowded. Gunvolt has genuinely good intentions, but his constant need to protect everybody, even those who are volunteering themselves to fight on his behalf, is going to cause more issues because he doesn't have the foresight. I remember seeing a Steam review that asked literally, why is the story so mean to Gunvolt? Which I think really shows how fake the story problems are. Gunvolt is so deep in his need to follow any path he thinks is justice that he'll keep abandoning people and fighting anyone and anything that gets in his way. He was still wearing the damn Quill uniform by 2, I'm not over that. His actions have been reckless from the start, and he never changed no matter how many times his powers became important. Why do you think Asimov and Nova are the sacred memory hole bad ending bosses they added? Why does Copen's paranoia get a prominent spin-off using a mind-controlled Azure Striker? All I'm saying is that if the complaints are simply that the game says what came before may not have been the best way despite the alternatives never seeming to come up or strike Gunvolt's mind in the previous games, you already understand the point and have arbitrarily decided it's a flaw because it makes you feel bad. And what else? Abandons characters and plots. 2 and X2 all do that. And most of the time it's because there's no reason to keep going with what was abandoned. New game, new story. That's how it works. I don't accept the idea of this being insulting. There is simply an inherent disrespect towards the deeper parts of these games in the criticism I've seen. And I'm not gonna play this whole fake ass opinions are allowed shit that people use to shut shit down when they're wrong. These are wrong beliefs, and I will not be pretending. When I first put out a feeler about what happened to Gunvolt a few years ago, the answer I received from someone who had played all the games was to ignore this one because of the story. If I had done that, I would have missed out on my absolute favorite action platformer of all time. So bite me. Thankfully, most of the opinions seem to overlook the actual gameplay, which appears to be better understood by most people. As I've mentioned, I think Gunvolt is ironically one of the lesser gameplay styles in his own series. There's 6 in total, counting alternates, and he's third if I'm being generous and say Kieran's double X mode is too similar to regular Kieran, which is the technicality of all technicalities, considering Kieran is number 1 pretty definitively. And it's thanks to what Gunvolt lets her do. Her tag gimmick is throwing ceiling tags at enemies. The more you hit them, the more damage you do with a sword strike. On a basic level, Kieran has all of the sword fighter staples when it comes to spinning jumps, downward rolls, and a grounded swift strike that does nothing for good measure. But Gunvolt is the spice that makes her a good character. His lightning allows her to blink teleport to enemies. You can string so much stuff together and fly across levels using this ability, and these are some of the best levels in the series to help it. There's an immense variety even within them. You go from city streets to dojos to the same garbage pile in the ocean twice, but it's so three-dimensional and well thought out as a place that both visits feel different. And even Syria! The final battle takes place at the old radio tower from 1, but Atem's powers turn it into some pseudo-Arabian bliss. And every one of these levels offers an interesting platforming challenge. It also has the largest amount of enemies in one game too. The teleport also allows you full invincibility frames so bosses can absolutely fill the screen and pull some of the nastiest moves out of nowhere, and you can just blast by them. But also, you can strategically make use of Gunvolt, who has immense power this time. Your ability to use him is tied to a power bar that you fill up throughout the levels, and when he takes damage, it instead goes to taking time off that bar. And it's fair because he is now unchained. He eats enemies alive and blitzes bosses, and he's great for the 2 hard modes specifically. One could argue he's a similar crutch to Copen's items, but considering how much more robust these hard modes are, the challenge comes from tweaked attack patterns and extra damage. So as long as you man up and play a higher standard, which you should learn to after a while because the enemy placement and level design is so good, you'll be intuitively stringing these moves together in no time, you will ultimately have a good time with it. Gunvolt is more of a resource to use than a crutch, ultimately, once you get to the really hard stuff. Also, encouraging you to get really experimental with your moveset is the way the kudos system works now. Instead of losing it after a certain amount of hits, when you get hit, it just gets locked and you have to earn another amount of kudos that doesn't go to your total to unlock it so you can keep earning kudos. This way, it actually encourages you to really get good at the comboing because it's not like you're just going to get cheap shot and lose it all anyway. You'll also be helped especially with the image pulse system, a bunch of memories made real based on previous characters that can buff you or use special attacks or healing and so on. For the first time since the laboratory feature was scrapped, build potential has gone through the roof, and I don't need to play Congolese Genocide Solitaire to make it work. I just need to use Voodoo, which is ironically more respectful, Free Congo. Image pulses are the only gameplay mechanic I can think of based on putting the schizophrenia PTSD demons to work. It's an odd feeling gameplay system at first, and indeed, Gunvolt not being the central character to play as is a genuine bummer. Even though I like how he's used here, I won't push back on that specifically. But eventually, Kieran's gameplay just seeps into you in ways not much else can. Gunvolt 3's gameplay is bright, it's quick, it's strategic, it pairs beautifully with the enhanced boss design, and layers into the story in grand ways. It's a delicious thing. I hope you're still here to hear the rest of my thoughts on 3. I'm gonna go ahead and start breaking down what I mean. So evidently, the 4 primal dragons are loosely based on the 4 guardians in the Mega Man Zero series, and aesthetically I can sorta see it, but this is an unsourced bit of trivia off of the fan wiki. And the idea of Black Badge the Dancing Dead, the b-ballin' smart aleck, ladies man comedy relief with a heart of gold being tied to Harpuya, a character that is less a stick in the mud and more a baobab in the cement, is ridiculous to me. And I'm talking Opus Camenticium, the ancient Roman shit with the volcanic ash in it that makes it immune to water so it's extra hard. Though in that sense, I guess BB's River Styx like Geist power is a similarity. I think what really works about BB, especially as a first cursor boss, is that since three's approach to conflict is less gung-ho and adversarial, as well as about either differences of opinion or caused by outside factors, we are not dealing with a cabal of killers here. Since some of three's major themes are stuff like community building and trust, BB is meant to demonstrate that we can expect a different kind of person to introduce us to this version of the world. There's no abhorrent cynics or blood bank raiding trauma cases, no painful executions or overzealous duty. BB is an innocent man driven to complete madness outside of himself, as all of the first half bosses are. This is not a vicious killer, this is a silly douchebag who fumbles women and slacks off at work. Even when he's berserk, he's cracking so wise any image of Confucius within 100 meters rips automatically. You just know he was cackling to himself on the way to the fight when he thought of pulling all of the Christmas jokes despite being obviously Halloween themed. In fact, I wish he had leaned more into the holidays thing. Give him a Zonda crystal for Valentine's, brighten his green for St. Patrick's, have him turn off the game for Lent, become X2 for Opposite Day. By only being Halloween guy at Christmas, it gives the impression of a man who really thinks he's more poetically sound than he is, the kind of guy who makes comparisons to certain people and actions even if they make no sense and don't correlate, the same way spice shop workers who drink strawberry Nesquik on Thursdays do. Which is absolutely what BB is, and that's what makes him so endearing. His slight aura of dumbass confidence is a genuine boon for the mind control plot, since so many control plots default to zombie-like states that just steal any interesting dynamic out of an evil version of a good person. Mother. The dragons are just a group of trailer park boy ass basket cases who had their shame turned down alongside a spike in blood pressure. The point is that these are not just enemies Gunvolt can give up on, and BB is the most obvious dichotomy in these. Because let's be honest, in his Berserk form he's Viper, self-absorbed and possessive of both his time and what he thinks he's entitled to. In fact, Kieran is so put off by his advice and reactions, it's Gunvolt who has to remind her he's out of his mind before she roasts him both ways. This is a guy with the same problems as someone GV executed with barely a second thought beforehand. Of course Gunvolt tried to talk Viper out, but once that fell through, it was up. But now, of course, the circumstances are inherently different. Viper was rotten to the core, but Gunvolt's power is what's setting BB off. So if Gunvolt was alone, he literally wouldn't have been able to do anything else but mercy kill him, and then talk about him like Copen had to about Dist9. It takes both responsibility for what's gone on, as well as trust in Kieran's sealing ability to truly solve this problem. BB mirrors previous monsters, but the whole point is that he isn't one. In fact, as the first of the feral dragons, he is the least subtle of this metaphor. Now, to be fair, I'm really just over-explaining the concept of he's special because it's not a straight-up villain like last time. But the point is that, despite that truth, the way the fight plays out is the same type of stop being this way, go fuck yourself, okay, here we go situation. The format of most of the other bosses in the series remains, we just see it handled differently to fit the point. We already talked about the Nova rematch. Yeah, Viper was unsalvageable, but Gunvolt even admits that maybe he could have handled Nova better. Because over the entirety of this game, he is placed in challenges where he has to handle things differently, with BB being that first basic step. That doesn't mean BB doesn't have more to him, not to get into too much headcanon, but knowing how adepts are discriminated against, how do you think a guy who can become a Dracula with scythe hands, whose power is literally placing the witch's curse on you, is treated? BB gets mad at his romantic advances being turned down generically at first, but in his fight during the Atem side story, he gets mad at being ignored. This is a sociable and good-natured man despite his quirks, but his reaction to being ignored and mistreated belies an implied loneliness that has persisted for reasons out of his control. Despite his slacking at Sumeragi, he's still an active group member, constantly being pulled around for training or playing games, and from that he's arguably the strongest non-playable field worker. He lasts the longest besides the comms man in the final battle, and takes immense pride in his work. He has one of the most obvious effects on the level that you go on a mission with him in. Attacking people from the shadows, it's awesome. His is not a fight about paranoia or justice. It's to make sure someone receives the help he needs. BB may be the basic guy who seems bad but is good that introduces the dynamic of these bosses, but this also means he is the most stark demonstration of the reward Gunvolt receives for helping him. Since Gunvolt 1, GV has been building pseudo-families and trying to protect, but in a story about looking back and making changes, he instead builds a community here that supports each other, and him right back. An honest-to-God social thing. He doesn't have to be the lone warrior of justice when others, even schlubs like BB, can be made into heroes thanks to him. On top of all of this good story stuff, BB also shows that somebody dumped nitroglycerin in the engine like it's Redline, cause his fight is as flashy as basic Gunvolt can get. His Bat Grim Reaper design is incredibly versatile. The way his arms morph into projectiles does something for my brain I can only describe as he teleports about and has a huge variety of spooky projectiles, from spectral hands covering the ground demanding you blink teleport up to him, to weird slug ghosts, to reapers who cut down a set of 4 pips exclusive to him. These are his curses, and if you run out of these pips, it's a straight up instant kill from him. He is that dangerous. It is not hard to handle, but it does demonstrate the power BB has when he has a chance to apply himself. Which I suppose the Death motorcycle does as well. It's both a breakneck but also soberly designed fight. What I really like is how everything kinda has an escalation to it. It's not just one scythe throw, it's two and then they bump into each other, for example. It makes sense for a game where your main attack is melee focused to start with a projectile user. It's like fighting a whole Halloween's worth of trick-or-treaters. His attacks come from all over, but they aren't unmanageable. His super move covers the world in darkness as he attacks from the shadows, but his abilities are super well telegraphed. So the atmosphere continues without being frustrating. He cuts out all but the darkness until he breaks it with a big Merry Christmas! And that's just really fun. It's harsh, it's scary, but ultimately you find someone worth liking. Oh, and a small thing, extra, that I like, is the lack of walls since you're in a town square. Much of the arena shapes in 3 are based on the natural setting that you're fighting them in, adding to the sense of placement I was talking about with the levels. BB went from pathetic villain to grand hero with some proper care, and that's just the simplest of many who will as well. A tier. I want to make it clear that when I compared Black Badge to Viper, it was not with the expectation that every single boss in Gunvolt 3 was going to have some kind of comparison point to demonstrate the thematic shift in this game. Not every one of them has something to do with an older villain, it's just that for Black Badge and his whole being villainous but actually needing support thing, Viper was an excellent contrast that I had already spoken about in this video. I don't have something for all 4 of the Dragon Saviors, but even if I did come up with a comparison for every single one of them, how would I really be able to top Chiron the Wizard Operator, the wimpy child commsman spending too much time gaming with a mermaid armor mode and a woman's voice like reverse anime Dr. Girlfriend, being Carrera's analog? You'd think the tech whiz would be either Merak or Teseo's analog, but that's the twist. Primal Dragon Infection makes extreme part of a character's personality, specifically forcing them to over-fixate on things they dislike about themselves or the world to a point where they become dangerous. The theme of fear that originates from mistrust in one's person, which is what underlines the Dragon Savior's efforts, is exemplified in their boss fights, being about those extremes. Gunvolt is already internally dealing with the ramification of how he's used his power and the way he's handled his life. He's already fighting with himself about it, and now he's working with Kieran to deal with the fact that he's putting that same doubt in the dragons with his power. Chiron is the poster boy of this. Despite finding him in an arcade where he's been dominating gaming competitions, and his Septima overclock gives him calculation and observation abilities so powerful he's essentially a one-man CIA or sports car legal department, he still feels inadequate about himself. He wants to be seen as traditionally manly, taking offense to how people keep mistaking him for being a girl. He's rampaging because his feelings of weakness and inadequacy are now at an insanely heightened level. Indeed, in the time he was infected, Chiron truly became the world's most powerful incel, and it's up to Kieran, the world's strongest femoid, and Gunvolt, the greatest living Chad, to use their soy-based Septima to I can't fucking do this. I am refusing this joke. My body is forcefully making me write an apology to the viewer, God, and myself. I am sorry. But yeah, this is where the Carrera thing comes in. Carrera's knight-like honor-based combat obsession was an oddly upstanding personality among the Sins. He had thrown his whole being into being that person, and it made him impressive but horribly dangerous. And here again we have an adept with an ability that really shouldn't be in the place it is. That's a lot of electricity and water for a LAN cafe dude, who desires physical strength and to be seen as someone like Carrera so much that he has become a massive threat. He doesn't believe in who he is and is lashing out. Where Black Badge's insecurity turned into outward aggression towards others to get what he wants, Chiron's insecurity became inward resentment and a desperate need to become what he wants. Like how BB was him challenging himself to better handle someone who first appeared villainous but actually wasn't, now he has to face someone who thinks less of himself and what his ability represents. Gunvolt's angst over the danger he is to the world and what his powers can be used for is an insecurity similar and contrasting Chiron's lack of belief in using what he already has. It's a crisis of power. Gunvolt may be dangerous, but the fact he wants to help and actively sealed himself differentiates him from any Stratos or Milas who let their powers and desire kill their morals. GV has to recognize he's still on the right path, and to do that, Chiron needs to be pacified to remember what he already is and how he's still useful. Once he's neutralized and initiated into the Dragon Saviors, he becomes the most skilled home base asset. He does paperwork at a rate 10 people can't, and he makes up for the fact that the rest of the team is 3 idiots, a dog, and the living embodiment of accounts receivable. He catches the Atem's attack on the country right as it begins and helps set up one of the greatest levels in the series. We'll get there. And technically, his comms are the last thing to go out before the final battle. I still credit BB more, but Chiron is still a constant help, especially in his dedicated level where he hacks his way out of a technical trap that they place you in. But what's important is that his work makes him an invaluable asset to the Dragon Saviors, who accept him as he is and even try to help to get him genuinely stronger. They give him a place of acceptance and a job where he is important. During the Atem's epilogue, he confronts Zed Omega and genuinely impresses the guy with his skills, standing up for himself when he realizes part of Zed's interest in him is because he only hires women. And though Zed doesn't spell it out, his reaction to Chiron's drive does seem to win him respect. Chiron is now a stronger person, thanks to all of this help. Though it's not like he was phoning it in when he was fighting. Despite his berserk testosterone rage, he doesn't throw a proper melee attack the whole fight, instead using Overclock's measurement abilities and a set of reflective mirror balls to precisely attack you with a variety of projectiles, like laser barriers and energy balls, all while teleporting around, and occasionally just trying to bludgeon you with the glass. His movements and quick projectile placement really makes you feel like he's doing all sorts of arithmetic in his head as he goes after you. Only Aslok prior really felt that way, because his puppets inherently give the impression that this is a really smart guy strategically fighting you. Like Brigade, it feels like the entire room is against you, but it's all originating from Chiron here. Odd that after this they say he's not combat ready, however, and it's not exactly a blemishless fight. The cramped room makes the sheer amount of stuff just a bit too hard to dodge. When you have to use the teleport to dodge is not clear like it is with the others. It's consistently just a bit off in its timing. He teleports just a tad too fast, he attacks a bit too fully, and you'll probably run into something while avoiding something else. It's not enough to kill the vibe, and my best recommendation is that the fetter tag stays on him the whole time no matter how he moves, so you can be as patient as you need to be and learn to chain teleports with him. There is counterplay to him, but combined with the fact that his physical appearances stop after this fight, and he kind of falls back into the generic comms people that I really don't like, I can only really give him a B. One thing I know I've mentioned in passing a few times so far is the way the rooms you fight the bosses in play into their design and tell a story of their own. I know this might seem ridiculous on the outset, but remember, I'm the guy who swears up and down that the Santa Destroy hub worlds in the No More Heroes games are absolutely essential to the identity of that series. The games that don't have them suffer greatly in feeling like truly fleshed out places. And they are so successful at setting the tone that despite being infamously sparse, they eclipse some of the greatest open worlds of all time. So of course you can expect me to put a lot of thought into game locations and the conversation place has with a game's world, characters, and design. I'm sure Stella and Disc9's contrasting rooms weren't actually intentionally designed that way, but I'm not here just to say what Suda tells me is the truth. That's not what analysis is. Well, it kinda is sometimes. It could be, but not this one. I don't really know what analysis is for anymore. But the point is that I think the way rooms and environments are used is an underrated part of the boss design in Gunvolt. Or perhaps less underrated and more something that naturally blends in to the game design. Like, notice how only two of Gunvolt 1's boss rooms have walls, and unless you count Viper's fire pillars, only Elise uses part of the environment. The rooms aren't really emphasized as a design choice. It's easy to just not really notice what they're like, especially when the way more colorful and interesting bit is the guy trying to kill you inside of them. It's something you'll really notice when you move from 1 to 2, because in Gunvolt 2, room types are mostly shifted by the Septima powers, and even if it's not something you'll physically be able to articulate, that's something you feel in your soul when you're playing. Like, let's just take Gibril's Iron Maiden, for example. Or heck, the one thing I truly appreciate about Teseo is the way his room entirely changes to his Hack the Planet ability. Then it's with Ix that different shapes start to show up, and with Ix2 you end up with stuff like the pits. But it's with 3, and especially Apollo the Swinging Jester in particular, where this really kicks into overdrive. Not only does Gunvolt 3's rooms vary in size and shape, just like 2 and the X games, but it's not just the Septimas changing things now. The Septimas are used with the environment the bosses are found in naturally for all kinds of cool tricks, and Apollo is the poster boy of this. His Septima pendulum lets him apply vectors to objects and swing them about on a center of gravity. This is a power that works best in an area with a lot of loose objects that can be stuck together and thrown about. This would be something like a rock quarry, or a construction site, or a massive pile of garbage. Get tested after this, Kieran. Between the visibly pissy waters that we had to go through when infiltrating the area, and the returned expired formula filling this place up, I'm pretty sure the super sepsis is gonna need more than Septima power to cure. Apollo uses all of this to make small balls of trash, big balls of trash, walls upon walls of trash, machine gunning trash at you, and so on. Even better is that he physically has to place down the anchors for his swinging ability, which are weapons in themselves. Apollo is almost as precise and mathematical in his fighting style as Chiron, but he's a bit less point dexterous and a little bit more brute force with how he uses it. So, considering this is the Sumeragi Amazon Sea Land Warehouse, there's definitely some pawn pieces somewhere in here from discarded chess sets, and there's definitely some gloves somewhere, so let's get into Gomoku MMA. What I mean is, if swinging about is Apollo's main weapon, then you can expect to be body checked more than a brown man at a football themed airport. We got a serious racism problem in this world, man. Apollo's armor being spiky as hell suddenly makes a lot more sense when he's using himself as a cudgel. However, this is also his weakness. Your main damage is going to be from the teleport in this fight, so if he's moving at all, and he will, the man is a locust, you'll be taking a lot of cheap shots. And as varied as his attacks are, they're all still balls of trash, so it's not really visually varied at least. These are not at all debilitating issues, but compared to his game mates, he's sorta held back more than the others in that way. Irregardless, from the way he fights, this man is clearly resourceful, intelligent, but doesn't take shit, despite waiting around in shit. Considering the hands-on, heavy-duty environment, you can probably guess that Apollo is a proper working man, someone who goes out on his feet every day. So you'll be surprised when his personality is actually human resources. See, beyond his fight, the truly interesting thing about Apollo is how his personality and desires have a massive dichotomy with his attitude and actions. This is brought to a head when he's infected by the primal energy, because when he's berserk, He's berserk about workplace management. He drills the protagonists about whether they have visitor passes and who signed their entrance and how there's no dogs allowed, etc. An oddly bookish guy for the one assigned to dumpster duty. I didn't know Sumaragi's minimum wage was that good. But here's the thing. It may appear initially that Apollo's big thing is a weird overlapping frame of reference where he is representing the self-defeating hypocrisy of a capitalist's loyal proletariat dog. The real twist is that he's actually exactly the kind of blue-collar stiff you expected in the first place, you just needed to let him talk a little more. He gets even more enraged when he takes Kieran and Gunvolt's description of their job the wrong way and starts discussing union benefits. He might be bookish and rule-oriented, but he holds everybody to that standard. It's clear that to him, the rules are not just something you brown nose with to get ahead in life, the rules are a system of order that allows for proper conduct, which in turn is the key to things getting better. And this makes sense for him. Prior to taking this work, he was part of a gang of shady criminals doing shady activities like scams and stuff, and he regrets this greatly. It is clear that his previous experiences stretching the rules have built a greater trust in them than is immediately apparent with him. He might be incredibly serious-minded about conduct, but they still subtly hint at his previous toughening experiences because he's the only dragon still conscious after you knock them out of their daze. This is a guy who's seen some shit and just wants things to work in his life as they should. Thus, his extreme rulishness and desire for justice is not just a result of getting coked up on the Gunvolt juice, but they are likely extreme replies to his previous shady activity. In this way, Apollo is complementing Gunvolt's arc in 3, since this is also the first time Gunvolt has been acting with a lawful backup to solve problems, instead of being the spear of the various IRAs that his actions under have led to this situation in the first place. So he's not really feeling great about it, even without considering the constant game of whack and Asimov we've been having to do. And now, Apollo is paralleling that dark past and harshly and dangerously seeks a form of justice that actively endangers others. Though at the very least with Apollo, Buster Brothers by way of Dilbert is way more contained an issue than infecting the world with the lightning that makes you go whoo-hoo! So, when he's brought to the Dragon Saviors, Apollo becomes the voice of reason, a serious-minded guy who goes by the book in the office, but he's also an effective and ruthless field worker. When you meet him in the Atam story, he's not quick to attack and tries to negotiate, but Zed doesn't speak openly and he puts up an insane fight that even Zed respects. This is a guy who can do it all, and the Dragon Saviors helped him use his full set of skills to move on from his past mistakes like it does for Gunvolt. Apollo may have handed me a golden opportunity by fighting in a garbage dump, but unfortunately he's really cool. But hey, his outfit looks like the kind of thing the Seme in a yaoi book would wear, so I guess we could say that he's still another man's treasure as opposed to trash. B tier. If he was a trading card, he'd be a holographic. But like one of those weird ones from like a couple years ago with the diamonds on them in Pokemon. Basically, his fight is pretty okay, but it's held back in a few places and his story is good, so B tier. If there's anything my undying love for Carrera and Brigade says, is that I love a guy who fights like a vicious cornered beast. Heck, even the Duel and Disc 9 have some sense of bloody combative determination to them. I don't know exactly why such violence has been a consistent part of my favorites. I mean, I'm perpetually banned from all my city's protein supplement stores, and there's a pile of skinned animals in my room that's getting harder to mask the scent of. But like, of course I'm not gonna stop because I need to view blood every few days. And like, it's getting kind of hard to deal with because my dealer won't sell to me anymore because he's afraid of what I might do to him. So like, there's probably a reason I gravitate to violence so much. But like, ultimately, I don't think severe mental illness is a great reason to like a character. I mean, Tesseo's narcissism is doing him no favors with me, so it's not like I feel like they're kindred spirits. If I think I had to like give a real answer, And I do because my brain is weighing me down, and if I don't overthink my enjoyment, then I'll start being productive. It's probably because this is an inherently forward personality style. It's attention grabbing, it's easy to vibe with and to make twists on. It's a very ostentatious thing. The personality equivalent of running down the street helicoptering. And I respect that. Now, of course, I'm not saying they're all winners. It's just that I don't know what a loser one looks like, so Cayman the Iron Delinquent is pretty safe as a high tier goes. That being said, because of Gunvolt 3's sheer quality, he unfortunately does miss his game's best in show, but he's standing on the precipice with Milas and Rebellio, and so on, as the gatekeepers of that level of quality. Which is ironic considering he destroys multiple temple gates as you chase him through his stage. I love Gunvolt's gradual level storytelling a whole bunch, infiltrating a derelict factory only to find it was Aslok's studio, or in that same sense, Krim's fucked up factory of napalm being purposefully made that way. Hell, finding Elise as a horrific experiment at the bottom of a lab almost made that level less crappy. But man, if there isn't something to be said for how Cayman's story is entirely went crazy, beelined it to the nearest dojo, and started spinning the block so hard a tornado started. This isn't Let's Dance, it's Welcome to Soul Train! And soul is the proper term here. What stands out about Cayman is that he's the most similar to his normal form in Dragon Mode, just far more insistent. He's a genuine guy who really believes in fighting and strength building as a mode of communication and bonding. He shows respects to everyone, especially those who offer him a challenge. It's just that when he's crazy, he thinks anyone can, and he becomes dangerously single minded. It seems like he's defaulted to a dojo because on the TV, that's where the fighting is. But it's ironic because, going back to the level story as I said, both as Kieran and as Zed in the epilogue, the trip through that level involves deconstructing the dojo as nothing but a modern built tourist trap. Cayman is the most real guy here. It's a really interesting dynamic. But unfortunately, he's real in the real ready to serve 10 to 15 years in prison for assault way when he's crazy. He does state some stuff like not wanting to fight women, but he's not even convinced as much of that as he starts changing his own mind almost immediately when Kieran attacks him. It is an aimed and constant need for destruction. He feigns a sense of morality and fairness, but will continue to just attack. Like how Apollo's bookishness in response to his dark past parallels Gunvolt's past of out-of-the-law terrorism, Cayman's rage and power is the starkest and darkest example of what Gunvolt risks becoming in the future. Whether representing his outer reactions to the world, his inner beliefs about himself, his past, or his future, each of the dragons play into the makeup of Gunvolt as a person, and working with them is good for him. When Cayman is freed, he becomes the larger-than-life joy of the party, dragging people off the train, bringing freshly fished tuna to work, an absolute Chad of a man. He also still loves a good fight, but he's smarter about it. But this is where his personality takes a big hit, because unfortunately, as cool as he is, he's got the strongman problem, where if a character's place on a team is the bulky, huge fight bro, he will be dunked on front, right, and center to show how strong something else is. So eventually, it just starts to be a downer. Especially since being unplayable means that for Cayman, he only exists as a boss battle that you beat twice canonically, and while failing to beat a mini-boss. That's sad as fuck. He's even the first to go in the final battle, you can't make this up. However, this is the silver lining because, 1, during that final battle, he describes over the comms an odd creature that has an eye weak point and is amorphous, and 2, you don't meet it in this game. That's right, Gunvolt narrowly had a Yellow Devil homage, but Cayman kept that vulture sodomy of a boss style away. I choose to think he won. Good job, bro. When you meet him in the Atem story, he doesn't even try to interrogate Zed, believing he will learn what he needs to in combat. It's still him being a fighter, but he's perceptive enough that it may just have worked if we didn't give him a concussion. He even moves past his fake nobility and is willing to fight women, offering a duel to one of the female generals out of interest in her abilities. So he grows in his own way. But enough about the guy. If he's such a fighter, how does he fight? Significantly close to Daysite, actually. A lot of martial arts moves like uppercuts and dive kicks. He also body checks you and sends out waves of fire blasts on the ground a la Terry Bogard. However, where Daysite played by regular rules and even used all of the space of his arena, including the walls, Cayman's Septima Duelist literally changes reality so Cayman can keep the fight fair. Ironically, this means that his Septima is used less for combat and more for utility attack. He immediately starts by blocking off the walls so you can't cheese him through wall jumps. In the second phase, he becomes magnetic, forcing you into close range and limiting your movement so you're on his level. And finally, his ultimate attack traps you in a small bubble that if you exit, you take damage. You are trapped in here with him. His power is Fortnite, basically. But yeah, trapping you in a room, pulling you towards him, and hurting you if you run. Boy, it's a good thing Cayman is so earnest and genuinely a good person, because there's some really disgusting jokes I could make otherwise. It doesn't need to be called the dual septima, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yuck yuck, wink wink, nudge nudge, I'm going to die someday. Super sexual assault aside, and in all seriousness, there are cool abilities here, and it's interesting to see the primary application of a Septima not being direct combat. It's something really unique to him so far, and only his relative lack of personal attacks that come from him as opposed to the statuses he places on the battlefield hurt this fight at all. But the differing contexts his personality offers make up for it anyway. Isn't it crazy this guy might not even be my second favorite of this game? A tier, easy. As much as I extol my want to trust in my audience and not want to condescend to you guys by reminding you that this is my opinion and this is just what I think and you shouldn't flame me for having opinions or whatever the fuck people say about this type of thing, the more I think about it, the more I think I probably should have done a little bit more of that type of stuff right at the start of this video. Because in my introduction, I was very gung-ho about it, and now that I'm like 3 months into making this goddamn thing at the time of this recorded line, I'm getting really scared of pissing someone off immediately, getting disliked to hell and back, and then it was all for nothing. It's a weird place I'm at now, cause I want to trust you guys to know better, but I also don't trust you guys to know better. And it's like I put on this character of aloofness and superiority, but it is something I'm genuinely concerned about. I want to be heard. I do these videos because I feel like I have a thought process and an outlook that should be heard, and I don't want to alienate people in that way, I guess. I'm saying all of this right now because I have yet another thing to bitch about the Mega Man games for. I really don't like how progression is done in those games. They feel like shallow ponds that have a single eel den in the center. Most of the time you're able to lap them with consistent effort, but then the battery clamps come nipplewards right at the end. This is because of the open level select until the final battles. I know that this is like a really iconic element, but inherently it limits the type of design you can do. Everything needs to be at a certain level of difficulty so you don't have any weird spikes. I know there's some infamous levels that are way harder than the others, and by the nature of having different characters and different movesets, some bosses are going to be harder than others. That's something unavoidable, but it's like they always have to work to try to be very homogenized for like 80% of the game. And yeah, over the course of Mega Man's history, they got much better at doing varied locales and that sort of thing to make sure it doesn't feel boring, but it does not feel like there's as much of a spike as there could be. And I think that's something worth talking about as an opportunity cost of doing this kind of level select business. However, I do want to give Mega Man some credit for once because it did think of a interesting solution to it. See, I believe starting around Mega Man 8 or so, they started splitting the selectable bosses into different groups, and once you beat one group, then a plot point would happen, and then another group would appear. And I know this isn't the most popular thing in the franchise's fan base, but I personally think that there's a lot of cool things you can do with that. You can sneak story beats in there, you can make certain characters much harder than others, you can give the sense of a proper escalation that's harder to do when 80% of the game can be selected from the get-go. There's something really interesting about that. Is your boss that you like part of the first group or the second group? Who are they inherently associated with more in this game because of that? It's like there is potential to that I think is really interesting. And with Gunvolt, they don't shy away from this idea either. Unless you count Gunvolt 2's divergent plot lines as part of that, which you don't because I said so, Gunvolt has been doing this properly since X1. Here's the issue. None of the Gunvolt games that I've played that do this, which is all of the ones that do this because I've played all of them, seem to really do it to the fullest extent of the potential I see in the idea. A lot of the time, it's just for a quick little detour, which the Zonda section in the first game was able to do without the interruption, so it kind of feels a bit arbitrary. In X1, it's literally just because Isola and Disc9 appear with Rebelio and Stella during their story moments, so they kinda have to stop you from having a sequence break. Otherwise, there's nothing about the design of those levels or bosses that feels like a grand escalation besides just knowing who they are first, and I think that's a little bit of a letdown. And X2 does it even worse because only Daysight and Vespa are cut off at the start, and one of them is the obvious correct choice for that. But then Gunvolt 3 happens, and I think it is the best example of this design practice. Because it's not just 8 of Wily's robots come at you in 2 groups of 4 with something that happens in the middle or anything like that. No, this is 2 entirely different groups of people in a major plot progression that inherently shakes up the entire story. First, you go after the dragon saviors while little bits of mystery are brought up as you do them. Then Atem's strikes, and the entire tone and style of level and style of boss you fight changes to work with that. It's split between these two groups that inherently give you a different feeling. This is one of the most active feeling action platformers of this kind that I've played, entirely because of the way they choose to split their bosses up. It doesn't just feel like someone remembered the password to the rest of the baddie vault, it's just that there are interesting factors going on that make it feel like a bit of progression that I just don't think other things have done before. And that goes for the gameplay too. The Dragon Saviors, despite being mirror polished and having all kinds of unique traits to them, are mostly normal enough Gunvolt bosses. They don't go that insane. I mean, Cayman does, but you'll still recognize the way they do attack patterns and the way their projectiles are designed and such. But the Atem's Knights? When they come at you understanding that you now understand 3's gameplay, and they start getting as close to bullet hell as possible. They are throwing all kinds of attacks out all the time, doing insane things all over the place, And of course they are. They need to sell you on the idea that these are people powerful enough to be the first in Z Omega's number, as well as people being powered up by the binding brands, these linchpins that are placed around the world to be able to hold the creature that they want to control down. So now you're dealing with something way different than what the Berserk Dragon Saviors were representing. It is a huge shift, and I think that's something really, really cool. To introduce this major shift in the plot, we have Grazi the Sand Fortress, who is the cursor starter of the second half of Gunvolt 3, and the perfect introduction to this part of the game. Her ability is to control sand and the ground. As you approach her in the level, they mention the design of the sand streams items placed there to resemble antlions, and that's an apt way of describing her personality and design. On the outset, she's very agreeable, almost a pushover of a lady, very apologetic about getting into conflict, and she tries to find a peaceful way to get what she wants, literally resorting to saying please and acting cutesy. Disgustingly cutesy. Literally disgusting, because for all her playing nice, she doesn't defend the fact that she's invading a country and causing major chaos. When you start pushing her in battle, she becomes hyper wrathful, still speaking in the cutesy farm girl dialect, but insulting you and employing immense violence, ready to destroy anything explicitly for Z Omega's vision. As I said in the beginning, the Dragon Saviors and Atem's Knights each represent kinder versions of ideals that the villains of 1 and 2 look to bring too far. The Saviors each represent something about Gunvolt, things about his outlook and life that need to be dealt with to avoid becoming an Asimov-like lone wolf, self-appointed king, whether he believes he is or not. But the Knights are closer to Eden's ideals. Zeddy may not be as genocidal, but he has convinced his knights that he should be the only one deciding. Like, seriously, why do people think the themes of previous games aren't present when the man who rejected being king of adepts is facing a literal king? What is wrong with y'all? How can y'all not see that? Whatever. And that's the thing that underlines Gracie as a character. She's not crazy or bipolar or smoking that magical reefer that makes you want to kill everybody around you that people in the 50s thought existed. Her overly apologetic nature is just her trying to get the least resistance towards Zed's plan. In the rematch during the final push, she ultimately breaks down and finally just tells the real truth, demanding to know why Gunvolt and Kieran must resist Zed's image for the future. Can't they see the perfect world that she sees? It's a cultish-like devotion that Gunvolt has to demonstrate character growth to counter, by telling her that you can't fix the world with only one man. She acts polite and understanding, and talks about peaceful resolution, but never acknowledges her part in there being something to resolve, and throws a tantrum when you call her out. She's like if a military TikTok dance video was a person. This is a stark contrast to the 4 that we just dealt with, who are generally good natured and will do the right thing for humanity when they're given the chance to, and are otherwise just totally out of whack and need help. She doesn't need help, she needs deprogramming. And that is the scary difference between these two groups. Outside of the fact that, like every other Atem's Knight, her abilities are way more pronounced throughout their levels. As I said, you gotta jump over all of the sand streams she is controlling in this one. There's really not as much like this going on with the Dragon Saviors, who are more a contained disaster. These guys are affecting their levels in ways that you don't see in the first half of the game. And she is one of the most obvious examples of this, considering the fact that her ability is also the main platforming challenge of the final few levels. They use it a lot. So, just through her personality and the general design surrounding her, Gracie is already a massive shift in tone and stakes. But that's not the full story. You see, Gracie's impish nature isn't a facade hiding a truly evil bitch. She does have a genuinely lower view of herself, and the confidence she gets by being a valued member of Atem's strengthens her resolve by her own will. She's a bit like Gibril in that her insecurity drives her motive, but where Gibril was part of a group that affirmed her fears and made her paranoid, it's the relief of that worry that motivates Gracie. This is what truly redeems Atems as a group and keeps them from being this weird cult of just pure evil assholes, because it is ultimately a mutually beneficial thing for the people within it. Zed is not just some glorious leader, he actively worked to nurture and believe in his men, so they believe in him and his vision. Kind regard is not a one-way thing in Atems. You see this during the epilogue segment that stars them, where when visiting Kaiman's dojo, Zed invites Gracie to take a look at the place and tell him all about it. She's able to use her expertise in rocks to be able to tell how phony the place is. She is a proper comrade, she is respected, and she is a really powerful fighter because of it, despite what her personality might show off. Remember, New Sumeragi has major flaws too. The final battle of this game is for control of a weapon that they just conveniently hid from you the whole game. And in that sense, Atems has to have positive aspects itself, despite being this horrible invading force. And Gracie is an excellent example of that. But here's the thing again. If you've played 3, you know damn well that this isn't why Gracie is memorable. I mean, it's definitely an extremely important flavor to add to her quality. It's a nice subtle sauce, but it is a sauce that is coating the biggest, greasiest, juiciest burger possible. Gracie's character is wonderful, but it is an accent to the very childlike wonder that her fight instills. What I mean is that she starts as a very standard looking adept boss. She throws around a naginata that digs through the ground and chases after you. It's a very, very simple pattern, but don't underestimate it. It is incredibly fast and it lasts for way longer and goes further than you think it does. She can and will juke you out, but you can also juke her out. It's a really big arena, so it's not like she can just force you into a corner. It is built so you two can have this back and forth with this ability. It's a great time to start practicing the timing of your blink teleport attack to be able to dodge her ability, because it is a disjoint. She throws it, she can't do anything to you besides jump into you, so if you hit her, which you can from off screen, so it's fair, it's pretty easy to dodge once you figure out what you're doing. You're probably not seeing me doing it on screen because my capture software has a delay on it, but John's. However, ultimately, her simple design here is a warning shot for what's to come with her and the rest of the Atem's Knights if you start with her like the cursor recommends. See, once you take a third of her health off, she uses her Septima Sandstorm to summon the Sandstorm Emperor, her drill tank mech suit, which allows her to start channeling the power of Earth itself, kicking up a major sandstorm and beginning to batter you with tornadoes, filling the ground with stone pyramids, and raining spiky rocks all over you from the sky, as well as just simply charging at you with her drills, as well as throwing spirit bomb sized boulders like if Sisyphus locked the fuck in. It's such a simple way to make an impression, but it's still such a cool concept. You'd think after Grand Torta a smaller mech wouldn't hit the same, but the added amount of environmental use in 3 means that Gracie is packing just as much of a punch through sheer impact alone. Unfortunately, this has dire meaning for your health bar. See, the sheer amount of offense Gracie can put out demonstrates what I meant at the start of this section with difficulty. Her size and attack variety means she is significantly harder than most of the bosses in the series, and a major shift in tempo from the Dragon Saviors. This will continue throughout most of the Atem's bosses. But here's the thing, the dragons do still have a whole bunch of moves. It's not like they purposefully made them simplistic. Some of them have a few patterns that do outdo most of what Grazy has. It's the sheer consistency of Grazy's attacks that create a true sense of difficulty progression. She is just that much more aggressive to establish the kind of force Atems represents. But they also show the kinds of skill that you can develop in this game. See, as much offense as she has, most of it is only going to hit the ground and follow you a little bit up the walls. If you're in the air, she can't really do much to you, and her large size means it's really easy to get good at using the diagonal downward jumping feather throw, which you can then chain into a teleport and jump out of. Once you get really good at doing that jump and keeping upwards against her, it becomes really hard for her to hit you properly. So it's not like they're going in there trying to catch you off guard with some immense amount of difficulty. They know you've been playing the game a while and they can start challenging you on more advanced movement techniques. And that's what's really fun about it. You need to learn to feel the beat to make it out before the midnight sun, lest your win be in your dreams. This is not a complaint. Remember, the initial thesis of this video was, unlike the Virgin Mega Man, my cool lesser known series doesn't give you an out. Smugness aside, that is truly important to me because I find memorizing boss patterns and finding ways around them really satisfying. Harder doesn't always mean better, but harder alongside insanely good presentation and work is. Grazy gets an A is my point. So, like, I've defended Atems for not being an outright full cult, and I believe that they have things about them that ultimately redeem them in the narrative. But that doesn't mean there aren't some pretty culty things going on. Zed definitely doesn't mean for it to be one, and the dedication of the knights can be argued to be more familial, which is how I see it. He's constantly reminding them that they have their own agency. However, being able to command your military empire filled with a variety of distressed people who rely on your validation and respect to feel good about themselves to invade a whole country in the hopes of awakening a universe-shattering doom being can't exactly be called good communication alone. I doubt wherever he is coming from is a small enough country to just hash it out over tea with the entire population, especially when you have a CIA consisting of 4 living war crimes cases with a Tostitos bag worth of chips on their shoulder. Which feels like a simpler solution to issues, like why negotiate rezoning with the city when I have the steam shovel now, right? So where Gunvolt is currently learning that the weight of the world can't be carried by a single man, Zed's group is dangerous because they believe that so deeply, whether Zed intends for it or not. Grazy was a light example in that she genuinely gained confidence by being given an important job, and she did the rest herself. I've already explained that. But Sistina the Fatal Gun Woman, on the other hand, that's way more unpleasant to think about. The other 3 knights specifically have their own stuff going on besides Zed and his plan and Atems. Though it is limited to a light novel, I should mention that Grazy does come from a farm, and she uses her powers to help grow stuff. So it's already stated that she wants to help the greater good, and that comes from somewhere other than what Zed has taught her. And the other 2 have their own motives that we'll get to. But Sistina, her world is entirely Z Omega based. Grazy tries to negotiate things before going full Zello, but the mere presence of opposing adepts puts Sistina over the edge. It's actually in the first fight with Sistina that Gunvolt properly starts talking about working as a team, because Sistina has Kool-Aid for blood, and she packs enough heat to be a one-woman FLQ, so someone needs to calm her down. Unfortunately, things only get crazier. She's incredibly vain and easily disgusted, at least on the outset. She genuinely loses her nerve a bit in the Atem story when they visit the slum-themed arcade Chiron frequents, and is absolutely shocked when Zed, a man she views with the same eyes as someone who's never heard of the stock market when they see a pile of gold, admits to hanging out on the streets in his youth. She's terrified of the idea of people of status debasing themselves, especially because she also has a case of the Mansons with one. Her rematch centers around her desire to see Zed's plan through, focusing immensely on the power he will hold that she will also because she wants to be his queen, or more accurately, his incubator. So that's it with her then? Vain, power hungry, beauty focused sex bug? A literal blood sucking mosquito of a woman? Not exactly. See, in the Attempts chapter, she mentions both having a past in the slums and being good at gambling games. It's treated as an immensely sensitive topic for her, which means her past involves a very dark relationship with these things, which informs her distaste and her dedication to Zed for being her direct savior from it. It's a good thing I'm not counting stuff outside of the games, because ancillary media reveals that she was sold into sexual slavery, and I don't think making a previous trafficking victim a tits out cock hungry psycho is a great call. But in defense of this, her obsession is treated as a major issue with Zed's leadership. She doesn't really want the power of being the queen, she wants to be the reason his bloodline continues. Zed's treatment of her clearly shows him valuing her as a person on her own, so it's her own pain that leads her to feel this dedicated, but part of Atem's failure is the fact that they don't seem to recognize just how much that pain is where her work comes from. But still, BB makes a pass at her as she's beating the shit out of him, and her super move is literally called Endless Libido, so it's on the Stella side of uncomfortable missteps, unfortunately. It very much is barely skirting the line, but it leaves a massive scratch on the paint, which, frankly, might just be a good metaphor for what she's supposed to do anyway. I'm describing this as a bit of a flaw, but like, you do need one of these guys in Atems to reveal what the proper dark underbelly is. Not all of them can be generally noble and well meaning, otherwise, you don't really have a villain group here. Someone needs to be able to show that there is an inherent issue with the way leadership is working. There's some things they're blind to, and ultimately, that means I can at the very least see the argument against what I've been complaining about and think that her storyline is generally passable as long as you ignore the stuff I've already made it a rule to ignore. So ultimately, my issues here are absolutely secondary to the issues with her gameplay, which bemoans that it's not just a massive scratch in the paint, but the entire carburetor has been leaking, and also it's fallen out, and also the car has exploded. Yes, as much as I can commend them trying a darker story, her issue isn't that. Her problem is her fight. See, she's actually objectively a pretty good mid to high tier boss for the first Gunvolt game when they weren't as clear about how to design these types of things. And this kind of explains something that I haven't really talked about yet. See, Kieran's gameplay is technically in its infancy in this game. Yes, there's already 5 Gunvolt games to work with, so the team understands how to make a better first impression with new ideas, but there is still a bit of first game syndrome here despite that. Kieran's gameplay works great off the bat, with the exception of Sistina. Let's talk about the basics first. The thing about Sistina's fight is that it's actually super simple. She has one type of attack. Her ability Trick Bullet lets her control bullets, and she does get a whole bunch of variety out of it. She shoots like regular volleys, she shoots a bunch over the screen that then fly at you one by one. There's some big ones that split into others when you shoot one, another volley but rainbow this time, as well as a Kansas City Ferris wheel. These are cool and interesting attacks, but there's really only like one more than the series average of attacks, and the problem is that they're cool and interesting on paper. All of them, except for the spinning Gatling PowerPoint, are affected by a near fatal flaw in that her lust aesthetic has turned her bullets into horn dogs who love nothing more than tomboys except for the concept of rectal explosions. By that I mean they home in on your ass. Despite the sheer amount of offense bosses put out in this game, what makes them work is an element of predictability. If I move here, the hurt's gonna come over here. But with Sistina, the method of dodging becomes timing every single movement perfectly, or else a bullet will just twist up to your exact degree and fulfill John Hinckley Jr.'s wildest dreams. For the very first attack she performs, you have to precisely hit her with a feather, then run up a wall kick, then dash to dodge the bullets, and then time the blink dodge to miss the last few just in time. Do this wrong in any way and you take a hit. Jump up the wall the moment you think the rainbow's out, and you might avoid taking hit, but you'll probably take a hit since there's exactly one more in that string that will catch you. Even if you destroy the middle bullet in her giant bullet super move and aren't fully engulfed, you can still take a hit because of the shockwaves the other two place down. The spider web one is a bit dodgeable, but it's random, so it could just end up trapping you and you'll take a hit. And the splitting ones, you're just taking a hit. That's it. That's the whole story here. Yes, as I've said, you have Gunvolt as a resource, and the memory system means healing and attacks are all over the place, but they weren't as necessary to play in other bosses. This one is the most that you need to use them. Indeed, this isn't a total killer. You can dodge them all, and I was already just talking about how boss designs being different inherently means some of them are going to be harder than others. She isn't even the only boss in the series with attacks that I would consider casually undodgeable, where you'd need to dedicate more than one or two playthroughs to get it. Teseo suffers from this as well, as does Aslock if I want a boss I like more than her, as an example. But when you're an alumni of the bosses of 3 this late in the series, it's just not acceptable. She goes a bit too far off of being challenging and just becomes touchy, especially for a game where you're mostly a melee character. I feel frustrated when I fight her. I need to go back and fight someone else every time I face her so I can remind myself that this is a really good game. There is enough stuff that functions with her that she doesn't qualify for D tier. That should tell you how weird it feels to say such bad things about a boss in this game. There is still enough to like, but I'm just not having as much fun as I am with the other ones. There is one other C tier in this game, but she is the only one that makes it here through her own issues and not because of a technicality. This is our final true low point. Man, do I like Virgil. To me, Virgil is the ultimate boss fight. Like, there was truly nothing like him in games prior to Devil May Cry 3. It was all 3-hit pattern boys and puzzle bosses, and anytime they tried to do something outside of that, it was something easy to cheese like the Metal Sonic fights. They just didn't have the tech to make it possible before real powerful 3D started happening. Here's where you will comment the few exceptions that I'm sure I've overlooked, except for the part where you're also overlooking the fact that they didn't have any impact like Virgil did. That idea of a similar sized character that's meant to challenge your basic gameplay style by using a similar one that counters yours to make it feel like you're fighting a truly thinking being, that's something special. That's something that only truly started with Virgil. He started a genre. And over the years, it has started to evolve. It used to be that it needed to be a specific, direct contrast, but now the Virgil can be a few things. We got girl Virgil, fraud Virgil, funny Virgil, actual protagonist Virgil, negative change arc resulting from one's inability to let go of their past definition of themselves so they mentally break down when it's revealed to have been a lie resulting in a harsh shift of values in a metaphorical rebirth cycle Virgil. All that matters is that at the end of the day, you're fighting someone with similar gameplay mechanics, and they're about your size. But the thing is, so far, is that these are all 3D fights. As I've said, 3D power is what made them possible. They're typically more capable of these types of things, one, because of tech limitations, and two, just because of the space this type of thing takes. Notice how vague I'm being, though, because I'm already spending a lot of energy pulling this from my ass. It's just that I don't think 2D really had that kind of horsepower until recently with new types of innovations in game design. Except it didn't it? Because Zero existed beforehand. I've been giving Mega Man strays this whole time, but yes, fighting Zero in X2 is cool as fuck. A character with a moveset that's easily made into a playable equal to you in capability, but is harder than most of the enemies in a way that it is the closest thing to a Virgil 2D action games had at the time. But it's not the same, is it? X is not remotely like Zero, and unfortunately, it's not like he really spawned a whole genre of guy in that same way, did he? And I mean, it's not like Zero was the first one. Proto Man and Base predate even him, but one was way too limited and thus didn't have the right impression, and the other was from the part of the series that doesn't matter. So you really just have Zero, Zero, and Zero some more, as well as that blue guy from Legend of Kage 2. At this point, if one wants to find more of this type of boss in 2D, you gotta get creative. Let it be looser. Kopen was more of a thematic fight, as was Blade. Tenchion was more of a Magma Dragoon type, as discussed. Really, Ypsilon is the only true orthodox one, and he's only half as genocidal. So it's a vibes-based thing mostly. So in that sense, you're probably thinking of someone else in Gunvolt 3 that fulfills that role. And yeah, you're kinda right, his place in the story would make it make the most sense. However, he's more Gunvolt's foil. What's Kieran got going on? I mean, she's the one you play as most of the time. Technically, she's the Zero here. So what exactly can she call her own in this game? There's gotta be something, you can't just ignore her. And the thing is, I think that it's a testament to Gunvolt 3's stellar design that I can say that one of the unassuming normal level bosses is the one that's good enough to be called an MVC war crime. The one who has stepped up to the challenge is Virgil but a lesbian, Prado the Duel Knight. I'm barely joking. No one consistently calls someone like Kieran Kitten even when not in her presence, and dresses butcher than a guy who cures meat for a living without being a tad bit Orange Julius. Not that there's a problem with that. But on a more provable level, there is still progressivism with Prado. What a step it is that the ruthlessly selfish mental case who craves hyperviolence is a girl this time. Oh, ho, 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 ho. We can power scale to the moon and back and talk about a lot of hypotheticals, but I think that both personality-wise and with the way the story presents her, Prado is the undisputed most dangerous of the Atem's knight. See, Sistina and Grazy both rely on being a knight to be the best they think they can be. They need Atems, and that's their issue. Prado was born with two Septimas, and she uses them expertly. She has fire and ice, which are insanely powerful, and the level is destroyed inside out by them. She was already deeply into knighthood and crazy about fighting way before she joined Atems, and she already spoke like she was the host of a jousting tournament that didn't have any rules against doping. She actively commends Gunvolt for speaking highly of her abilities and warning Kieran about having never faced someone with a dual Septima before. She is very prideful in herself, and she lives for the thrill of combat, so even her enemies strategizing around her makes her happy. Prado actively goads Kieran for most of the fight, trying to make her make grandiose statements about her beliefs and what she fights for, and to really grow into a proper theatrical hero. Prado desperately wants her to grow into this type of thing because either she also thinks of herself as a hero in that stage play sense, or is just so hungry for violence and so darn good at it that she's actively trying to develop an opponent for herself when she smells potential in Kieran. This is someone who wants these types of high stakes anime style battles with the screaming and the clashing and all that, and she wants to have it given to her, and she's going to force you to give it to her. And the worst of all is that she knows she's good enough for it. Her pride doesn't just come in her ability to fight, it comes from the fact that, though she also definitely believes in Zed Omega's plan, she is not empowered by him in the same way Sistina or Gracie or even the last character in Atoms that I haven't talked about yet are. She is empowered by the fact that she thinks that she is empowering him. She thinks she's strong enough that she is necessary for his plan to work. And what's not helpful is that he agrees, and even worse, she's kinda right. A dual septima is something literally no one else in the series has, except for alternate universe Nova, who gets angina because of it. Prado is truly her, but that also makes her volatile. If it wasn't for her chivalric need to be loyal, she would have gone AWOL, but instead is simply just hyper aggressive and wants to be the first one to fight no matter what. She is the first character you face in the final battle rematches, but she's also breaking rank in the Atem's epilogue, so things go weird during the level she's a support in. But that epilogue is also what rounds her character. Because the thing is that her battle prowess and attitude is insane, and Atem's enabling her is one of their flaws, but she's also a dork, falling into the ocean and annoying everybody. They kind of treat her like a weird Rottweiler puppy that they brought in from the rain. It's just that she's a bit too straightforward to ruin everything when she goes out of line. When Atems changes focus, she does too implicitly, eventually. When she's chasing down Kieran and Gunvolt, it's out of a genuine appreciation for their skill, so she's ironically not that bloodthirsty. She's just an asshole. The truth is that she's just an extreme version of Kieran. Throughout all of this, Kieran has mostly just been playable symbolism for Gunvolt's arc. By learning to work with her and the others, he progressives. But Kieran, in contrast, has been mostly all business. Shadow Yakumo asked her to work with Gunvolt and Sumeragi. She's not usually the one making speeches at the enemy or commanding poetic works for her Septima. She doesn't really have an equivalent to all of Gunvolt's little poetic Azure Striker, overcharge, slap this guy square in the nuts. Usually, she's just sort of an aloof type playing straight man to the others, but it's with Prado where she gets interesting. This is the only other sword master in the game, and she is the specific one targeting Kieran, giving her nicknames and goading her to fight and getting into the pageantry. Her opera, Prado calls it. She wants to push Kieran to be less of a stick in the mud and to meet her at her level. I think when the more experienced Gunvolt, that is the one that Prado would have known about going in, warns Kieran about her abilities, Prado saw Kieran as a work-in-progress opponent that she could mold into her perfect rival. So, when they face her again at the start of the final battle, Kieran is fighting back properly with verbal skill, and shows how in sync her and Gunvolt are. After all, it takes two to fight two, no matter how powerful Prado's dual attack is. So, Prado has actively pushed Kieran to grow as a person. Prado is not an obvious zero, but her effect on the characters is easy to see. But what's less easy to see is her attack patterns. See, she has these two Septimas, so essentially she has two of every attack she has. She has two different spread shots, she has two pillar moves, she has two physical charge attacks, as well as sword swings to boot, which each having different properties and patterns depending on the fire and ice. Usually the fire stuff either lets out little balls of fire that create lingering projectiles on the ground or just stick around for a long time, or the ice, which is usually a little bit faster, smashes into a bunch of different extra projectiles. Some attacks come from above, some attacks come from below. Usually the fire is from below, and usually the ice is from above, but that's not a hard rule, for the record. And each of them is used in vaguely different ways because of how they act. For example, Prado's pillar ability, when it's in fire mode, just fills up and acts like a wall chase, but with a few longer pillars of fire, but they linger for a little longer, as I've said. But her ice pillar move has her jump into the air and strike downwards, leaving a bunch of ice spikes coming up around her like a shield. So they all act in very different ways, even though they're coming from different places. And when you first fight her, it's gonna feel like she's pulling these out randomly, until you notice that her sword is either encrusted in ice or fire when she's using that specific Septima. When you're on the right or left of the screen, she is going to change these abilities. Her tell is what position she is on the screen when she starts attacking. From the ground, she's going to use a pillar. From the middle of the screen, she's maybe going to launch a projectile. From the top, she's probably going to pull something from the ceiling, and so on and so forth. And her poses are each different for every attack. So, once you have those things memorized, you can start running from one side to the screen to the other when you think that you can dodge an attack a bit easier if it was ice or fire. You can start making her work for you, and that's really cool. I have no better way of explaining it. It's just really cool. Though you do have to fight her on one of the harder modes because she doesn't do the swap mid attack if you're only playing in normal mode. Paired with her blistering speed and consistent offense, there is this sort of flow state that you want from a fight like this. I personally keep falling for the ceiling ice pillars move myself. Each move also has a couple different variants. Which fire pillar is going to be higher isn't immediately known until it's thrown out, but you dodge them all the same way, while the ice has different timing for when it splits. When she uses that ceiling ice move, which half of the screen is going to split first isn't immediately clear. You have to be ready to react to that by tagging her and dodging away. Prado's battle is a fight that keeps finding depth every time I fight her. She is as dedicated as she is crazy, and to beat her, you gotta meet that aggression like the characters ultimately do. A hell of a battle to be sure, absolute A tier. If she was a flavor of gum, she'd be RPM, because fruit flavor. Also, is she Mighty Switch Force? I think she might be Mighty Switch Force. Are there any famous bosses that are as much lovable for their effects on gameplay outside of their fight as the fight itself? Are there characters that are like constantly harassing you through the game and then have a sick ass boss fight and that feels super consequential because of it? I used to think Sundowner was one because he's very much pulling the strings behind a lot of things and you're chasing him throughout Metal Gear Rising, but his fight is so easy that it makes Chloe Walsh in Spider Man 2 Mysterio look like sturdy walls, so he can't be a good example of it. Does Devastation Megatron really count? Because yeah, he's commanding everything that's going on, but that's just what Megatron does in regular media. That's not special to the game. Final bosses in general have a bit of an issue in that way because a lot of them are the catalyst by which things are happening, but most games don't have an alternate level structure or world that shows you what not having their influence does. Usually you get an end cutscene, then you replay stuff. What I'm trying to say is Serpentine the Mystic Mist is special to me for this reason. Because she is an important boss, but she's also important as a vessel for other fights and the character development that comes from them without being physically there. She is Atem's subterfuge unit. Her ability is the Septima Phantom Mist, which allows her to copy memories, not unlike the memory chip system that this game introduces. She pulls people out of people's memories and has them attack them, essentially using embodiments of people's shame and regrets as a cudgel against them. She takes out BB by using a Kirin Shadow to bring out his issues of self-worth. The first thing he defends defends himself about is that he wasn't actually slacking or anything. He swears he was doing his job before he starts talking about any advances he made beforehand. It gets deep in there. Apollo gets harrowing scenes of his past regrets over the comms. And of course, there's the duo bosses and their nature as the judges for Gunvolt. Something chilling about those duos that I didn't mention at the time was that unlike the flanderized, odd half-thoughts that are Zonda's reflections, Serpentine's clones are built from your mind, so they're as accurate as they need to be. They are that much more real. Heck, she even comments on how annoying male Zonda is, which means she's not fully in control of these guys. She's just bringing people back in some form and has to deal with them in some way. When you fight her, she does use the 4 dragon saviors and seems to make them talk at you, but those could just be automatically designed things that come from Gunvolt's worries. We see some of the concerns characters have with their relationships, and Gunvolt sees his own issues being pointed back at him by those he feels guilt over. So no, Reddit, they aren't making Yota have a point. It's Gunvolt's own point to himself, coming from a character he believes would tell it to him. But then, how does Serpentine know that? How did she know to pull out those people? Her ability is terrifying and chaotic because it seems like it's just able to automatically detect what is going to get to you. This isn't like her having to go into your brain and make informed decisions. She finds the people that will tell you what she needs to have told to you to break you down. It is a rampant ability that you see throughout the story. And thus it makes a lot of sense that her fight feels just as chaotic as her power is. All 4 of the dragons have all of their attacks, though they only attack one at a time with another one, so they're both coming at you at the same time, while she's floating about in a ghost form and trying to appear in front of you to attack properly. It might feel incredibly chaotic and crowded, but it's also precise. Each dragon has a specific place that they appear from and have a way of attacking. BB sweeps from below, Cayman comes from above, Apollo covers the walls, and Chiron attacks 3 areas within the middle of the screen. They never fully cover the screen because their abilities are not built to be that versatile, so it's still fair. They're mostly designed to put you into a specific place, so Serpentine can use her intangibility to get close to you, making her impossible to get hit until she's close enough, and once the dragon's attacks are done, she goes in for a strike. This is the way all of the chaos ends up not feeling like Sistina, because there's a consistent sense and non-arbitrary logic to it. However, besides this super clever scheme is a very simple fight comparatively. She rolls around a little bit and spins her wand and shoots a couple of beams, and then she clones herself a bunch for her super move. And frankly, I don't really understand how cloning powers let you become a Beyblade, but considering she really doesn't have that much to her otherwise, I guess I'll let her have it. Her moveset does feel a little bit basic, but I suppose in a way I can see how that would have been more trouble. This is not Dynasty Warriors, you can't deal with that much at once. But ultimately, her style still works well because it fits her well specifically. See, her specific brand of obsessive unhealthy reliance that she has on Atems is a bit of a bipolarish relation with Zed, because she wants to kill him. She's an assassin for an unknown other nation and wanted to fight Zed, but because 1, he already saw her coming and could tell, and 2, had already decided to hire her, she is fighting you so she can do enough service to Zed, and so he can stay alive so she can keep trying to kill him. He's doing her a weird fucked up favor, but it's clear there's a genuine appreciation for each other between the two. It's really weird. But she also shows a disdain for the other knights, so it's not like she's part of a cohesive unit. But considering she hangs back to fight using her ability, it doesn't end up tangling things around. She's perfectly placed as a member of Atems and used strategically, the same way she uses her abilities to strategically trap you. She is one of the more obvious showings of Atem's scarily close to cult nature, but is also a show of their good aspects. She's in the middle and also the most extremist, like a North American politician who wants to reduce healthcare costs by 3%. And her fighting style distracts you so she can close in for that hard hit, which is definitely an assassination style. I like her a lot, but she's still about average for Gunvolt 3 because, as I said, there are limits to her moveset because of her gimmick, and she does feel like she's very much defined by the effect she has outside of her fight, but it's still pretty darn good and high for the series. I don't have any more to say. B tier. Who are you, Gunvolt? I think you'd answer something like just an adept trying to do good, or like peacekeeper, or justice seeker, or something like that. And I understand why, and I think ultimately you are correct. You have a good soul and a kind intent, and it always shines through no matter how hard things get, which is especially important because if you ask anyone else what you are, you're going to get answers like abomination, naive, god, traitor, slave, hero, or most terrifying of all, oddly, savior. And these are all incredibly committal definitions of you. These are responsibilities that all of the characters that believe this of you are trying to push onto you, struggles that they want you to have. And for the last entire series, you've been trying to fight to avoid those responsibilities while keeping a hold of your own. Despite being as powerful as you are, it is not fully unfounded that you want to avoid having to take up the mantle of the world's king, even though you could easily be that. You have been built for something bigger, but you know that that only brings trouble. So ultimately, keeping that struggle internal has been the right thing to do so you can keep pushing your ideals and your view of things. Because ultimately, yeah, you are still the good guy at that point. You've been fighting zealots, you've been fighting the misguided, you've been fighting your own family and society, all so you can keep control over your power and what it's used for and protect your friends. And that's been your struggle this entire time, whether it's been like an obvious thing or not. There's always going to be the hypothetical questions of what if you had taken Asimov up on his powers and maybe just used your greater strength to force your views. Could things have gone better that way? Could you have negotiated with Zonda? All of those are things that I'm sure you've been fighting with yourself with. And I can tell that because 3 has been all about pulling your questions of yourself to the forefront. It hasn't exactly been a grand solution to fight for your ideals all the time, no matter what, like that, has it? There's been all kinds of loss and shame and pain and things that could have gone better, but besides the issues outside of your control, you've always kept a level of responsibility where it matters. In Gunvolt 3, of course you feel a great amount of shame for what's happened to the Primal Dragons, but you still put yourself on the line and developed as a character so you can fix them. You have a strong will and you use it greatly, but I know that there's this turmoil in you. That's what makes you compelling to me. That's what makes you such an interesting character to me because ultimately you've fought for what appears to be the greater good, but things have had sacrifices because of it. And it's why I love how you've developed in 3 because a physical version of those hypothetical questions rides into town on a fucking missile with his personal army using his own power that is a similar limitless source of energy, and now you need to question yourself openly. It brings these problems to the forefront because where your lightning and thunder covers the world in natural shadow and the clouds of your mind are made manifest around you, you are now having to deal with Zed Omega the Golden Trillion, who wields nuclear fusion, a power for a glorious future manifested as the sheer golden heat of the sun. This is the leader you could have been, the visionary that you have refused to be, and the moron you avoided becoming. All hail the savior, the god, the king. Here we meet the version of you, Gunvolt, who took the power that you didn't want. Here you are faced with another hero holding the world in his hands just as much as you do, and he's going to force you to play kickball with it. All hail Zed Omega. Zed Omega is frankly the most unique feeling Gunvolt character. He does effortlessly what Tenjian had to work so hard for as a philosophical rival. He contrasts Kopen as a heroic idealist. He took the power Asimov wanted, but I don't see any blades around here. But unlike Ypsilon, he meets a match that isn't himself. But most importantly, he's just so fucking sick. His drip is waterfall tier. He has fire wings and summons armies of fiery birds and shit. He's insanely charismatic, and his power is thematically tied to everything in a way that keeps him in that nice Shadow the Hedgehog level of sick, and not the Dr. Finetivus level of trying too hard. In a way, he's proven to me where the adoration for characters who are simply cool as fuck, characters who go hard or have aura or whatever the description peaked in middle school Twitter are calling Sukuna this week, comes from. Sometimes you just gotta be him, and he's that and more. The president of a nation protecting his marginalized people by personally raiding the main character's society, riding on missile, and declaring war before using an earthquake god to build a giant death palace in the middle of the capital is indeed what we in the Western Canada suburbs like to call thug shit. But like actual thugs, and as a reversal of Gunvolt's internal struggle but external good nature, Zed Omega's outward demeanor is ultimately just a veneer over a internal representation of the kind of morally dubious decisions social prejudice and heightened responsibility leads one to make. It's not just that he's a cool boy anime rival like Vegeta or Law or King DDD. His position means he's facing the same moral quandaries as literature's most tragic and conflicted social leaders, like Othello or Javert or King DDD. He wants to use his power to offer the world his energy and to help control Septimas to both protect adepts in a utopia as well as help humans. But his reckless attitude and forceful nature make him overly antagonistic. He doesn't have Gunvolt's internal struggle. He means well, but he's way too self-assured to question why anyone would have a problem with awakening doom beings he can't fully control. He and his crew are like if Magneto led the Knights of the Round Table, and have the same moral issues as if Magneto led the Knights of the Round Table. As I've kept saying and alluding to, fundamentally, Zed Omega is an extreme of Gunvolt. He's a powerful adept of a Septima that controls energy that could rule the world, who looks after his pet little girl, his sister Layla, who is the controller of a Muse-type Septima, the Jin Luxia, with a group of helpers on the comms. He, like Gunvolt, is ultimately an idealist, believing he can bring about a truly ideal world through smart use of the powers at his disposal, so long as he keeps fighting, which is similar to what Gunvolt wants. Gunvolt also believes he has to keep fighting for an ideal world, but unlike Zed Omega, who's willing to use the powers to their full extent, Gunvolt thinks he needs to do it by fighting against extremists, which Zed very much is. But as a challenge to Gunvolt, in a few ways Zed is treated as the smarter, more effective Gunvolt. He has made his enemies into friends. His progeny isn't a bleached skeleton on an abandoned space station. He, without even knowing it, took Asimov's advice but found a way to make his kingdom a true utopia. And despite being fucking nuclear powered, he's way more in control of himself and his muse. Gunvolt was born an experiment. Zed was... Actually, we don't know how he was born. Let's just say carpenter and became king. But therein lies the issue. Gunvolt has gone through the ringer. but understands the weight of his actions because of it. Zed's success has led him and Atoms to believe that they can truly help the world with no question, and no one will try to stop them from awakening the demon monster that is the reason the Azure Striker went Windows Vista in the first place. He plans to use Mobius, the world's first Octima, to manipulate fate itself and tell the future. Zed does nobly hope to create an ideal world with this ability, putting him morally above the straight genocide of the former villains, but he's still pulling a Nova by using a Muse to control adepts with the Octima. He's still pulling an Asimov by, of course, believing his ideal needs him to be fully in charge as a benevolent dictator. And actually, he avoids being a Zonda mostly, which helps him. However, what differentiates him from characters like Nova is that he clearly thinks he can fix the Elises and Strati and Gibrals of the world. His history with the Knights shows he could, but still it involves unconsensual control. His is an extreme of Gunvolt's previous beliefs, a lone wolf running on ideals. While Gunvolt has spent all of 3 trying to learn to stop being a basic anime sad boy, Zed still is dealing with his messiah complex and almost blows up the world because of it. Thankfully, he does genuinely mean well. The whole Atem storyline is that he cares about the world and others truly. It's just he needs to be taken down and stopped from doing something stupid. When faced with his ultimate failure, he completely changes his tune and differs to Kieran and Gunvolt for help. He lets them convince him about working with others for his ideals. During the Atem's epilogue, he is trying to gather up residual Azure Striker power so he can research it and make a less dangerous version of his plan. Unfortunately, he ends up infecting Layla and Luxia goes berserk because of it. Quick aside, this is the exclusive boss of the epilogue Atems. It's where Zed, after accepting his responsibility as the world's new strongest Septima, has to tame a stronger residual Gunvolt dragon, and then perform an incredibly personal act that he hasn't shown propensity to do before by sacrificing the key to his plan to save his sister. In a story of responsibility, we see a hero who acted selfish truly rise up to the tasks that he has, giving the Azure Striker residue that's left to Kieran and moving on. The fight with Luxia is pretty okay. I like popping the bubbles. It's fun to have one designed around Zed so he feels less limited. Seriously, he's really cool to play as, but he's got just a little bit too much friction with Kieran's bosses and levels. I hope one day he gets a dedicated adventure like Copen. It's a nice fight, but it mostly serves his larger story, so I'm not talking about it individually, but it's worth getting to, and that move where she pulls out the glaives is sick, B tier. If Luxia was somebody's character arc, she'd be Milas. Okay, now back to the actual main story stuff for Zed Omega. His is a narrative of heroic intent, of carrying the same weight that Gunvolt does, but having a different view of it, of learning about it and changing to work better. I'm sure there's a way to complain about letting the guy who almost destroyed the world off like that because we're in an age of everyone being a cop with media, where themes don't matter if we've already decided someone needs to die. Zed Omega sucks, and here's why will be longer than this video is. Screw y'all. This is a fantasy game about X-Men species. Let them be symbolic. He certainly does more to try to redeem himself than Asimov, Nova, and Zonda did, and Copen did change, but he has a whole series about how he could have also blown everything up, so whatever. Zed's story is ultimately essential to everyone's growth, including his. His is an outlook that needs to be changed, and to do it, Gunvolt needs to change. It's the kind of dynamic that most of my other favorite bosses of all time do, which, to address the elephant in the room, does include the duel, which I did say I liked more than every other boss in the series, which means this one is a very close second place. And yeah, the dynamic between Gunvolt and Copen and the tragedy of their shared flaws causing a fight, alongside the double muse moment, is just peak storytelling, and I won't pretend it's not. But despite the small amount of friend no jutsu with Zed, seeing a different kind of resolution is still just as compelling to me, so as I said, close second place. The duel's gimmick is a bit more flashy and special feeling, but Zed and Golan Trillion still put up a battle that is super close in quality. It feels like a proper clash of hyperpowered adepts. Zed doesn't just throw around fire and nuclear power, he crafts it into goddamn artistic renditions of weapons and birds and flowers. They are like statues and paintings that can also hurt you, like the works of Dino Bruzzati, or the Sabine women, or goddamn Sunflowers 458 again, seriously. He also creates small platforming challenges with beds of burning flowers and pillars of weapons, so you have to tag him and teleport to him through a bit of a loop. It's like nothing else in the game. He shoots ballista arrows that are how I found out that the direction you're holding when teleporting affects the place you end up. Holy shit, that would have been so good to know for Apollo. He shoots all kinds of birds in different sets of speeds, including homing ones that you need to teleport to him in the air to dodge. He also has a shield that you gotta tag him to break through, but he can also just straight up deflect it to be cool like that, and you can also swipe it out of the air. So it's like a cool little volleyball thing. Oh man, it's so cool. But having to break through that shield also shows that in this clash of sun and lightning, Kieran is the only one who can seal all of this chaos. She is the one caught in the middle, so it is still a dynamic between all three of them. But of course, Zed and Gunvolt are nuts. Zed's ultimate attack is summoning a whole sword graveyard and blinding the world with the very sun's power, shining as hard as he can while Gunvolt's teleport is the only escape. It is a battle of intense power and desperate nullification, a battle of ideals that threatens the collapse of the world and is a fast and challenging, and oh man, it's just so good. Zed challenges the system like Carrera. He has a compelling conflict like the duel. There is true pathos to him like Disc 9. And he's fucking him like Brigade. Zed is Gunvolt, both in theme and as a show of the franchise. He is the best in show for 3, a very astronomically close second place for the whole series, and just the full package, man. Also, if Gunvolt is the Azure Dragon, Copen is the White Tiger, and obviously Zed is the Vermilion Bird, who's the Black Tortoise? Kieran is literally named Kieran and also doesn't have black in her color scheme, so Yellow Pangolin? I don't actually care, we're nearly done. What if you were told you were 100% destined to destroy the world? You always suspected because you're a self-hating bitch ass who watches hours of Gunvolt rankings, but seriously, something about you always brings problems. And now it's as catastrophic as you wished it wasn't. This is what Gunvolt the Azure Striker has to grapple with when he faced Mobius, the first Octima, a creature that sends adepts over the edge and manipulates the future, now awoken by immense power, one that can only be sealed away. And also, he looks like a dragon fetus. I don't know if this is pro-choice or life. Gunvolt is too suicidal in this fight for that to matter. Mobius, as I've mentioned, is the new evolution of Adept, an Octima user who can see and manipulate the future. Before the battle with Zed, it shows Gunvolt a vision of the future, one where the Azure Striker finally leads him to destroying the world, and it spends the initial phase of the final battle assaulting him and Kieran with memories, equipping certain memory fragments of Asimov or Nova, and then getting hit by his super move is how you get to fight these secrets, by the way. But Mobius is a cheeky fuck and left out that the vision was him controlling Gunvolt, which is what happens as the epilogue battle ensues, when you have to face Gunvolt at full power being sent off the deep end. Mobius and Gunvolt work so well story-wise because we've been told for so long how dangerous and pivotal in the world Gunvolt is, but we only get a full taste of it right here. And he is as scared as we are. Despite everything he's gone through so far in 3, he reverts to his lone wolfedness and begs to be killed. But Kieran holds him to his development, and to get the true ending, Kieran needs to only use her fetters to seal the oversurging power. Unlike the first game's alternate ending, the way things go is inherently tied to how you understand your basic and standard moveset. You've been given the pieces, you can do it. It's still too bad that the boss suffers from being one of the final bosses of a Gunvolt game. The Mobius phase is basically the best final boss type monster enemy in the series. It adds an element that actually makes it work instead of trying to shove regular gameplay against something way too big to work. These shield balls you have to break to be able to hit it at all, but they also double as a way to dodge all of Mobius's attacks, which don't fill the screen unnecessarily and have a good amount of telegraphing. Only took 5 games to get this right, guys, good job. But it's still a ball in the middle of the screen. It's better than anything before it, but I'm capping it at B. More problematic is the Gunvolt segment. It's a really special fight thematically, and it's so threatening to face down the absolutely unhinged Anthem Gunvolt, and the clever way you have to properly beat him for the true ending really compounds both the third game's themes of team building, community, and responsibility, but also directly confronts the broad series themes of power use and Gunvolt's standalone complex. He begs you to let him run off again, and you need to hold him in. If you fail, he gets to kill himself and force his guilt. If you do it right, he's able to hold on long enough to finally corral Mobius, and they're able to communicate. It is here in this moment where they are speaking together that he finds out that Mobius is only controlling him in the vision because he's scared, and he realizes that, like Jewel, like Maito, like Kohaku, like Layla, Mobius is just another scared child. Someone with the ability to control things and wants to feel safe. For all of Gunvolt's complexes, he is still the thing even an eldritch being looks to for comfort, because that has been the core of his character for so long. This moment when he and Mobius come to understand each other and realize now the best thing to do is fly into the horizon, Gunvolt is now not leaving on his own, but with Lumen and the first child he could successfully bring with him, placing trust in Kieran and the Saviors to hold on to his will to protect the world. I've seen so many Lone Rangers and endless warriors that just keep going and going till they die. Gunvolt's belief in the world and will to help even universal destroying monsters is why he's such a compelling character to me, why he matters to me. To hold on to that hope for others and the world, not in some supermanish perfection, but simply through struggling across it all and choosing to carry on, to bring happiness to others because you believe it's right, even when it's a dragon like this. Too bad this fight makes it hard for me to do the same physically. On the surface, it's the most reasonable non-epilogue style finale any Gunvolt game has had. Yeah, his attacks are huge, but everyone's are, and they're actually pretty reasonable all things considered. Thunder in the corner, thunder waves, thunder from the floor, all while he teleports about. But his issue isn't his base gameplay, but because it keeps doing things that are arbitrary. On normal mode, it's easy as shit, but in any other, not only does he do immense damage, but his weird mechanics become nearly unbearable. You have to beat him down so you can hit his proper health bar, but the first time is a stripped down version to build up his Octus Veto move that will kill you. This allows the Goat Zed to send Luxia to revive you in a sick ass moment, until you realize now you don't have Anthem available for the rest of this incredibly hard fight. But don't worry, you can take a whole bar of health out per attack, so every time you take him down, you are making significant progress, except for the fact that you need to do it 4 times because he immediately pulls out his other super move immediately and resets the health bar the first time you bring him down after the initial start of the fight. So you have to do it 5 times in total, without the backup of the anthem because it forces you to die already. It takes minutes on end and 2 full phases to actually properly start, and if you die, it's over with no cushion. You have to stack healing moves for a chance if you aren't super Jesus. It's not a bad fight fundamentally, but I hate how arbitrary its challenge is. It's pure attrition after a while. So unfortunately, we are ending with a C tier. But this isn't out of like pure failure on a game design sense, it's just that it has too many things going against it. And ultimately, it's trying to tell a good story, which it succeeds at, so it's not as legit a C tier as Sistina is. The ranking is not the important part of this moment. This entire ranking video has been predicated on the idea that I'm trying to explain 1. Why Gunvolt is special, and 2. Why he appeals to me beyond his inspirations. And I can get into gameplay and design and so on, but those are ultimately subjective. Maybe you prefer the chibi simplicity of Mega Man. Maybe this is too anime. But objectively, the story, specifically thanks to 3, has gone to places none of its contemporaries have gone to, and it has given the story an end point. Besides Mega Man Zero, there's always a direct need to continue. Rock's eventual victory is off-screen and never to be seen by us players. X's fall is backstory forever. Mighty Number 9 tried really hard to keep things going, but that shit is now burned to ash, and not of the red variety. I thought I was going to get more use out of that thing. But when it comes to Gunvolt, despite the fact that that scene between Gunvolt and Mobius is promising that they'll eventually figure things out and get going again, for now, there is a finality to this. Out of all of the big flashy monster robot fights, not just all of Gunvolt, but these Mega Man alikes in general, Mobius is special because it allows for something nothing else does. Ending the cycle. Instead of resigning himself to a never-ending war that leads to him becoming a modern art project, Gunvolt is shown the future of Septimas. He's shown how the world goes to shit and decides to get out of Dodge. Leave people who are ready to not just work for the betterment of the world, but are willing to work with rehabilitated versions of his enemies to do so. They will eventually clean things up. As long as him and his overpowered abilities that people have been trying to take from him for 3 games now stay out of the way. Especially when some of those attempts at taking it can spawn entire ass dystopian nightmare futures. Things will not be safe as long as he's around, so he leaves. I can't help but think of Godzilla vs. Destroya, the one where Godzilla is going thermonuclear and will destroy the world if he's let loose. That's Gunvolt right now. For everyone he's abandoned, for everyone who's been lost, for all the battles over him and Lumen, and all of the weird dipshits they encountered on the way, they do what no other 2D side-scrolling shooter heroes have done. And fucked off. There is a full story here. An arc. Something giving weight to this set of repetitive games. It's a real labor of care. And that is the Gunvolt difference. At the start of all this, I asked what made Gunvolt so special. What made it more than just a relic of a bygone age trying to recreate the magic? And I think my answer is that ultimately, at its core, Gunvolt is a series of challenges. Yes, in its gameplay, but also challenging society, challenging heroism, challenging what one expects from characters and story choices. Characters break the format. Characters pull out insane gimmicks. The game's style is simple, yet everyone has a different way of approaching it. It's fast and frantic, yet smarter than it needs to be, and frankly, it's just really cool. And it does not pull its punches with its story. It questions its own characters, it questions its villains, it questions motivation, and it makes you have philosophical conversations. Every single character has a lot more to say about them than I thought. I hope that scene with Mobius is hinting to more in this direction. And hey, a whole ass rhythm game came out this year, and Luxia is a major part of it, so they just might. I want them to commit to the choices they've made. Yeah, maybe bring back an older Copen now if they must, but I don't want them to leave Kieran and the dragons and Atems in the dust because people bitched so much. I want everyone to matter in the next one because the series has done such a good job building this world, building these characters, and making them essential parts of the story. I'm worried they'll pussy out and force things back to how they were. I want more Octimas. I want more Zed and Kieran. I want them to double down and do something nuts, even if they must also do some fan service as they do. I want them to keep the tight gameplay and cool ideas, but I don't want to be worried that they'll suddenly start chickening out. I love all of these risky decisions that they made, and I want them to keep doing it. Because fundamentally, I know that Gunvolt is a series with balls. Ironclad balls. From the very start, it was never fully married to the things it was supposed to be a continuation of, like its Kickstarter No Start brother. Gunvolt has always been designed as its own series, with its own approach and ideas first. I expect them to do something crazy still. They'll probably end up pissing a lot of people off next time still because fundamentally I believe that's what makes the series special. That they're willing to make hard decisions and take wild turns to work properly. I can't say I know what's in store, but I believe in Gunvolt because I mean, this isn't exactly going to be the first time it's come back to me. Ix 1 and 2 and 3 were surprises to me. When I remembered the first two games and looked things up, I know that it has the guts to keep being the absolute madcap series that it is. I believe in Gunvolt. I believe in its gameplay. I believe in its story. I believe in its characters. I believe in its world. And I believe in the way it conducts itself. And of course, me believing in it is going to make sure it's good. It has to. Remember, I'm Super Jesus. I'm Mr. Awesome. I solo the whole universe. I cure all disease with my radiant light. I'm not just the shit. I am that golden shit from American Dad that everybody kills each other over. Yeah, my Gunvolt video is hours long. I have great opinions, and my dick is huge, and you're gonna like it because I said so. Screw you!